you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline,
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is...
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline. Challenge the timeline.
Hello. Happy Halloween,
everybody.
Happy Halloweeny. How's everybody doing?
Oh, you know.
Look at this bitch. What are you? A mummy?
I was supposed to be a yellow jacket, but
You
I
obviously
kind of look like
are
a
yellow
rave
jacket.
kid, I think.
You look like a yellow jacket at an EDM festival, and I love it.
do.
DB says, "Are you a DJ?"
I am.
We did not pull any punches tonight. How do you feel?
Good. It was a good day.
Yeah. What was good about your day?
Oh, I mean, the trial. It was a good trial day. I think we all had a collective crack up when we found out that was it.
I can't believe that they're done. I can't believe they're done.
I mean, I guess I can believe it. It's just really embarrassing.
Really embarrassing. I know.
Really embarrassing.
No. So I'm going to keep these glasses on for a few minutes because they're part of the costume, but I can't see a fucking thing. So everything is just kind of blurry. But let's say hi to all of our friends. Court of Public Opinion. Hello. He is sharing useful info with emails as to where people can report fuckery. So that's good. Thank you for that. We will keep those handy. Ems, I love you. Ems is maybe here. Maybe she's asleep. Happy Halloween all from Lipsha. Remember Lipsha?
I do.
Lipsha's back, man. Lipsha is back. I've been seeing a lot of old familiar bays, you know? Mama K, I said it earlier, bitchy bird lady loves Halloween. Nice. Rebecca Ann. Hello, Rebecca Ann. I don't think so, Steve. I don't think you need to. If I do a members thingy, I'll let you know. But it's good to see you. Hi, DB. He says, oh, yes. Hi, Raphael Webb. Question for those educated on law. If an individual was provided to defense with overwhelming evidence that links him to the crime, can this evidence be used in defense of Richard Allen? Well, Raphael, in most cases, yeah, that would be basically a third-party guilt defense. But this judge in the Richard Allen trial,
She ain't having it.
she ain't having none of that. But in most cases, yeah, you could. I'm not educated on law, though, so also ask a lawyer. Miss Gray, shadow banned me. I triggered her audience. DB was nowhere to be found for backup. What the fuck, DB?
Miss
Pubes declined 10 calls after I asked her to call, or after she asked me to call her. I'm so sorry, Chevy.
Sorry to that man.
Sorry to that man. DB, stop putting feet in the corner. Happy Halloween. I'm already terrified by what I've heard happening during trial. You can't scare me any more than this. That's a great point. This has been scary. It's been a scary trial. I figured we could reflect a little later on some of what we've seen. Peggy, oh, I love you. Hi, Catastrophe. We did. We played the Monster Mash Attack the Timeline. A little different this time. Phoebe says the defense is just letting the state talk. They really are. We got 26 viewers, Yellow. Shit.
How many?
26.
Damn.
I love every single one of them. Christine Beck. Hi, Christine Beck. Defense case has officially started. I'm buckled up for this ride. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yellow, are you a DJ?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Like acoustic.
Go like this, my king. Could you what?
Like acoustic DJ?
Yeah, or like an EDM DJ, like Paris Hilton.
Mm-hmm.
Christine Beck says she loves it. Beautiful, beautiful. I thought it would be another 5 hours for Andrea to complete. Well, she's still going, and it might. But I figured
she's still going. I figured she would.
Oh yeah, she hasn't even started with the super chats yet. So
my favorite part is how fast she came unglued.
Oh right, watching her spiral in real time.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to someone. They're like, so was she like all up in this case before? I'm like, no, she didn't cover it at all. I mean, she probably like saw the headlines, saw the tweets, just kind of, kept up with it from a distance, but didn't. I mean, she's never like gone in. I mean, not like us. She didn't come in contaminated like we would have been.
We were hella contaminated.
Very, very objective. And she came unglued fast. She was like, something's fucking wrong here, and it got worse every day.
And it continues to get worse. Who are these people on the screen? I don't know. It's a spooky night, fairies and bunnies. So kind of. I am Mothman. I'm actually a terrifying cryptid. And Courtney is a yellow jacket, a terrifying insect. So yes, but close. But hi, Four Pits. It's good to see you. Let's see. I have a question for you to think about. Oh boy, Steve, you are welcome to ask your question, and then we will think about it. Any YouTube channel that does not say that Richard Allen is guilty should be removed. Well, wouldn't be the first time. Would not be the first time. Okay, well, happy Halloween. Watching Michael Myers movie. I have a Michael Myers behind me, but you can't see it. Are we planning any protest activity? I'm game. We're going to talk about that for sure. She was a ninja, has vowed everything we knew. Andrea, you're talking about Andrea. Yes. Hi, Goblin Mom. Someone told me on X that I did a sex harassment on you guys, so I gave them Tommy's number. Did you do a sex tortoise? He did a sex tortoise. I can't see anything, but it sucks because I like these. They're like Elton John does Mothman.
I know, I can't see shit either. I'm just going to keep
them on for a little bit longer, and then they're going to come off. I'm probably going to stick one of these right in my eyeball, but we're going to do it for the gram. Steve says, Ron Logan, Brad Weber both live close to the bridge. Yes, they did, Steve. Happy Halloween. My daughter was the Purge. I forgot to do the thing.
I did that a couple of years ago. It's my favorite scary movies. The Purge is actually my favorite.
No way.
I made a really good video last year, but it couldn't be published anywhere because it was definitely inflammatory.
Especially given maybe one day.
I would have done it. Yeah, I would have done a terrorism if we ever.
You would have done a terrorism. You would have gotten a warrantless bing bong from Jerome. Is what would have happened. You would have gotten warrantless bing bonged.
I did a terrorism.
Quite fetching for ghoul ladies. Been on the golf course all day. What happened? Oof. I heard Rick Googled the Purge. You heard that his Google searches were basically nothing. I think nothing burgers.
I haven't heard anything about that yet.
Really?
I've been doing trick-or-treating stuff, candy stuff, and something about Google searches.
You want to hear something really ghoulish?
Did he Google, is Jerry Holman really a cop? Was that one of them?
No, but Jen Coffindaffer thought that meme was not a meme. She thought it was really his Google searches. Did you see that?
I've Googled that before, I'm sure.
I'm
sure of it. It looked like
Holman.
my Google search history, honestly.
Is Google Holman? Is Jerry Holman
Why
still
does Mullen have a job? I've definitely Googled that.
My God. Speaking of, I have to show you the funniest video.
He's like when you order a Larry David on wish.com.
Yes. I need 30 seconds, but I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to look at my phone, but I'm still here with you. So what does trick-or-treating entail for high schoolers?
Well, nothing for my son. He took off. He's going to somebody's house. They're having a party. My daughter and her friend just dressed up as pirates, and they were super cute. And they just go run around and scam people for candy.
Uh-huh.
They were really cute. And they handed out candy. They stood in the driveway and handed out candy while I did this. So that was nice.
I actually turned the front porch light off and hid the children because I didn't get any candy.
Your little antennas are blowing in the wind.
I know.
You look like a moth in a windstorm right now.
I know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got a text right before we started, and it's like a thing that I put it in the. I just know your number. I was looking for the video of us that we did last year, where we were basically going through it was like right after safekeeping. It was like June or July, and it was called like the whatchamacallit. I forget what you titled it, but it was something really good and clever.
I titled it something?
Yeah. And you made the thumbnail, of course.
What was it for?
Just the unraveling. But it was the one where what was it about? I think we were going through, I remember. Gull had just released all of the documents that she said she was going to release in like that big like dump. Yeah, that like
dumpish.
Really yeah, she like took a document dump. And
she's taken a document dump all over this case for 2 years. I'm ready to be done with her ass.
I know.
Tell you what.
Andrea's ready to be done with her too. It's awesome. It's actually really quite.
I hope Indiana's ready to be done with her.
Girl, I have so much to say tonight. I don't even know where to start, but I do want to find this Mullen clip because I clipped Andrea earlier because she said the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I'm definitely going to make this into like a, I don't know. I got to do something with it, but it's good. It's really good.
Who do you think is the scariest person in Delphi?
Scariest in what way? Because I bet I have a couple different answers.
I mean, not including the actual person who murdered,
right.
But I mean, that's the given. Aside from that, who's the scariest? Like, who's the biggest goblin?
You know,
who's the biggest monster?
I'm biased. I am. Beth Myers is a monster, but we'll talk about Beth in a minute. Beth Myers is a monster, but I'm gonna keep it old school, and I'm gonna throw my guy Tony Liggett in the pot. Okay. Yeah, believe it or not, he's scary, and he's scary because he is unassuming.
He kind of sits back seat, doesn't he? He kind of just like.
Mm-hmm. He does sit back seat. He sits bitch a lot, but he yields the most power of anybody in that county. Objectively. I mean, he is the most powerful person in that county. So he's actually probably as powerful as Doug Carter in terms of like being untouchable when it comes to like correction from authority. Sheriffs are like fucking scary. Oh, wait. Okay. Ready for this? I hope it plays the right thing.
Mr. Mullen has the intellect of like a Labrador, you know, a medium intelligent dog, but not a Vizsla. I mean, I'm just saying. He's no hunting dog. He's like a good retriever. And Mr. McLeland is no idiot. He's not an idiot. So why would they do something so stupid as to use these confessions? I just whose idea was this? Who's pushing this? And I'm just thinking back on how unprepared they were. Like they don't even want to because they know this is bullshit. They don't even want to listen to it again. And then Mullins with the big eyebrow, like, yeah, that's right. This is a shit show. You think you could do better? Was this your idea?
Have they? I feel like it was maybe yesterday. I got a hint that they're actually starting to turn on each other a little bit.
Well, so that's kind of what
Mullins. I'm going to call him Mullins. I don't give a damn what his name is. His own boss doesn't even know what his name is, so I'm going to call him Mullins.
he is Mullins. He'll always be Mullins to us.
I feel like I forget what the context was, but something was said, and Mullins was kind of like, "Well, the prosecutor did that," and I started cracking up, and I was like, "That's your boss."
Shit, they've already started. Well, that's what I like this. Poor rats being housed with those prison guards. I like what Andrew was saying, like, how did she say it? Well, basically, like, I guess from Mullins, because they keep putting him on the stand. Like, stop putting him on the stand. Like, just
Bless his little heart. He was so proud to get up there and talk about the Ford Focus. And he just got embarrassed again. He should have just left it alone.
You know, Mullen is
he
scary
proud
too.
of that? Did he think he did a data?
I think he thought he did a data. I think he thought he did a check my work and thought he did a
the jury had to give him that idea and he came up there so proud, like, I did a data. There is one 2016 Ford Focus SE. And everybody's like, ooh, incriminating. And they're like, yeah, but I mean, how do you actually know that's a Ford Focus SE? How do you know it's a 2016? Like, are you even sure it's not a Toyota Prius? Like, are you positive what kind of car it is? You know the year and you know the year and the model, like, version.
Marissa Tomei moment, and it just got totally obliterated. Totally took the wind out of his sails.
I'm seeing like occasionally I go check up on some of these pro prosecution YouTubes or Twitters or Reddits just to see what they're saying, just to see what the vibe is. It's because I'm a masochist.
Yeah, I know. You and DB both like have a lot of tolerance, though, I have to say. Luke just gifted 50 R&M memberships. Thank you, Luke, our friend from across the pond. That was so generous. And I hope that one, he probably didn't.
He's our friend in the pond.
He's in the pond. That's true. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to hear the take. And they're spelling it out and they're saying it. And I'm like, yeah, why don't you still see? Like, they're talking about the car and how damning it is that those rims that apparently we're seeing are not a stock option if they are how Mullins is describing them.
Right.
And I'm like, sit with that for a minute. You're really close. You're really, really close to figuring something out and it's not good for you. And they're like, oh, that's so, because that's it. And I'm like, I mean, it's 2024 right now.
Yeah.
His car was towed in 2022.
Yes, it was.
It was caught on camera in 2017, which means he probably had just bought it.
I think it was a 2016 model, yeah.
Yeah, so he probably had just recently bought it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You got a lot of years to get aftermarket wheels, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe don't celebrate that until you know...
they're idiots.
If they're aftermarket, and if they are, how long after the market did you get them?
They're absolute buffoons. They're nincompoops. They're idiots.
And I don't even know if that's the case. I'm just saying that that's where my mind went when I read it. And their mind goes to a totally different place.
I don't know where
the aftermarket wheels were put on at the dealership. And that's not always how it works.
I don't actually know how it works.
Usually you go out and buy them at some point in time.
Yeah.
After the car.
I'm going to put one glove on like MJ so that I can...
so you can...
run this, fly this plane.
Yeah.
But I do have to announce that Fiend finally got a membership.
Oh.
Fiend has gotten missed by the Fog Reveal membership blast every single time, almost comically.
Justice for Fiend, finally.
Justice for Fiend. Yep. Yeah, I think someone has a lot to lose, and they made this his responsibility. So, turning on each other. You asked me 2 good questions. Well, no, you asked me a good question, and then you made a good comment. You asked me who I thought the scariest was. I was going to say Jerome, but he's not really a Carroll County.
I mean, let's just say in the Delphi trial orbit, who's the scariest?
Scary.
Like
most dangerous.
Not even scary, like you're actually scared of
Most
them.
dangerous.
Just like who is the most, like who's doing the most destruction? Like who's
Jerome?
the one? I gotta say
Jerome. It's hard not to. Jerome and oh my gosh, Dom, thank you. That was so generous of you. Everybody's been really nice tonight. I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much, Dom S. Is Heather in here? There she is. I was like, where's Heather Brown?
You sounded like you just called him dumbass.
Dom S, not dumbass. Dom S. Thank you, dumbass. I appreciate you, Dom S. Oh my God. I can't see anything. I'm probably going to give 30 more seconds to these, and then we're going to take them off.
I really can't either. I'm just like,
it's in the link tree. I don't actually know what the username is, and I should figure that out, but it's never necessary.
Y'all get Angela to trial. Get Angela to trial.
Who the scariest person is trying to send me to Indiana? Like, I don't know though. I think Jerome has bigger problems than me now.
I was so scared when I went there for the pretrial stuff, and like if I didn't know any better, I wouldn't have even thought that they knew who I was. They didn't pay me any attention. They didn't like pay me any special attention. Nick might have. I feel like I caught some really dirty looks from Nick.
I'm sure that they were dirty looks. I'm sure they were dirty.
But you know me, like I'm going to see him and I'm going to give him the...
You're going to look him up and down and...
Like, does she want to fight me or fuck me? I'm going to look at him like that.
Yes is the answer. You know, he's a character because he, from even Andrea, like, she has said a couple times that he's a good attorney. And it just eats away at me on the inside to hear that. And I don't disagree. I think that he's a good attorney that he's... Well, you go ahead first. I want to know. I was just
going to say he's not good. Like he doesn't know the law. He's not good. He's confident, which goes a long way when you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yes, he's gregarious.
She actually had a really good description of how he is. He's rapid fire.
Yep.
Like he knows what he's going to say. He doesn't look at his notes whenever he's like cross-examining a witness.
Selling penny
he gets
stock.
Up there and he's like, bam, 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 and he's like ready to go, just rapid fire, doesn't miss a beat, doesn't let them catch a breath.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to like pace around and look at his notes and think about what he wants to say next. So that as far as like overall presentation, I think that comes off as more like prepared and good, I guess. I mean, I don't think he's like when it comes to brains, like look at this fucking case he's trying. I mean, what smart, good attorney would do this?
I don't actually know. I think that it's a combination of like, it's like confidence. I keep saying this word, like he's very gregarious. He's just like, you can tell he was the popular, like.
He has a presence. God. Yeah.
He's loud.
Yeah. He's loud.
He's,
commands a room.
He's glib.
Very glib. I found him obnoxious. I mean, I found him obnoxious, but
yes.
Like if you flip the tables and this was a case with somebody that I felt very strongly was guilty,
mm-hmm.
It's the kind of attitude I would want to see out of the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
I'm
trying to find
like, regardless of the words coming out of his mouth, it's the presence and the way he commands a room and the voice and the very like, snaky, venomous way he speaks to people. It's what I would want to see from a prosecutor.
If someone was guilty.
Somebody I wanted to see, but his case is not good. His words are not, the context of, the content of his words are not smart. My God, he's putting on this case of the remorseful double child homicider who found God in prison after 5 months, and it brought him healing. Like, shut the fuck up.
They didn't even lean into that much, though. It's almost like they like jumped ship like midway. It's very strange.
Some of the stuff I've been reading, they keep pointing out the religious thing. Like, I can tell they're still hammering home he found God.
Look at this definition.
Look at the confessions they selected. We're reading them like, are you serious?
Well, that was
they're choosing the ones where he's saying, like, I want you to forgive me. I did it. I've been reading the Bible a lot. Like, why would they choose those?
Ladies, you are amazing, and despite all ridicule, you stand firm in your convictions, and I commend your bravery. From Peggy O. Dark Web Peggy.
Dark Web Peggy?
No, I think at one time she was Dark Web Peggy, but now she's just Peggy O. Thank you, Peggy. Unless it's different Peggy. But either way, we love you, Peggy. Thank you. Look at this definition for a second. So, I mean, we're like 8 topics down the road now, but I wanted to read it because a couple words that you said to describe him are actually synonyms. So basically, fluent and voluble but insincere and shallow.
Yes, 100%. That's it.
So we've got slick. That's so funny that his name is Slick Nick. So he's slick. He's neat, plausible, silky, smooth talking, fast talking.
That's him.
Smooth tongue, silver tongue, smooth spoken, fluent, voluble, loquacious, disingenuous, insincere, facile. I don't know the English. Facile.
That's Nick.
Yeah,
that's
shallow, superficial, simplistic, oversimple, easy, flippant, sweet talking. The opposite of glib, sincere, thoughtful, inarticulate. So he's very articulate. He's all of those things. Glib is one of the characteristics of psychopaths.
I was waiting for it.
Psychopath.
Glib is,
and among other things. Yeah,
Ted Bundy was described as very glib.
Ron Logan has been described as glib. Ted Bundy. Actually, it's like a very common like CEO trait. Not to say that everybody who's glib is a psychopath, but it's like a common like narcissistic kind of positive attribute, or it like is like a.
It wins
helpful.
People over that don't see through it. Yeah.
Yeah, until it's time to put a case on and have a trial, and you don't have anything.
Did you think it was interesting that they didn't bring in any of the inmate companions, the suicide companions, the inmates?
So I think, was it interesting? Yes. I wasn't surprised by it, because then they're opening up Baston. They're opening up pretty much every inmate could counter, every inmate with like a bone to pick with Westville.
The defense still has some scheduled.
Well, I know. But if the state were to give credibility, I think, to inmate testimony, then it would be hard for them to impeach the inmate testimony of the defense. But I also feel like, I don't know, I just don't feel like they even believe their own. They would have, I just don't think that they really had a whole lot that they couldn't already get from like suicide companion note sheets and I don't know, the guards that really didn't have a whole lot to say either.
Yeah, what the fuck did they say?
Nothing like of nothing of note.
This damn Brad Weber van is like the. How long has Nick been doing this? What are we on, day 12?
15.
After jury selection, so like actually the 12th day of case presentation, right? So the state
yes, because I think Andrews County.
The state took 12 days to put on a case for one of the most high-profile murders in the entire state.
Can we talk about how much money $4 million is for Carroll County? For
4.2, 4 something.
4.2.
A lot of fucking money.
2 of which were just allocated like a few weeks ago. What did that go to? Witnesses? Like 700 hours of overtime for Harshman? Like, where's all of this going? What do you think was the most expensive part of the state's case?
I don't know. That damn podium?
They didn't even use it.
The new extra, yeah, it betrayed Nick on his opening statements, tries to play a damn video, and it betrayed him, made him look like a fool.
I think that
$75,000 podium. Fuck out of here.
Keeps doing that. Like it keeps like he tried to play another video like this yesterday morning or this morning, and he couldn't get it to fucking play.
Pathetic.
Like what? He's like, I'm not good with tech. Like that doesn't make you charming. That makes you lazy.
Next to that, it was all the new gear for the courthouse, which just seems like they put it in the Delphi bucket to get fancy new stuff for the courthouse that they'll have forever. You know, the x-ray machines and the metal detectors. Overtime for, I don't know. I don't know.
And all their fencing and that list of all of the different, that list of like 12 different, or no, it was like 24 police departments, like county and like close, police departments, security, like people that they were having to come and help them provide security for this trial, as if they think that they are like terminally unique in every sense. They are special. There's never been a case like this before in the history of the world or the planet. They are different and somehow special, and somehow like the rules don't apply to them. They have to be more insulated than everybody else. It's a very like ethnocentric, like it's kind of like a very, I'm just gonna say it, it's like a very white supremacist way that they do life there in general. It's weird.
It is weird.
It's weird.
What's been your favorite part so far that you've heard about?
I've hated all of it. I have actually really liked, I like that Andrea talks about Rick, and like, so she describes like the interactions that Rick has with his attorneys.
That is nice.
The interactions that he has like with Kathy. Today she talked a lot about the jurors and how the jurors are taking very close like notice of and watch of Kathy. Like she described it as like a protectiveness of her now, like whenever they're playing really difficult clips, they're all like kind of like, a couple in particular are like looking at her very concerned, making sure she's okay, like checking in with her like visually. I like hearing those details, and I like having the defendant humanized, you know. Can you imagine if this was it, and this was after 7 years, like what came out in trial was all that the public would ever know about the case? We don't know anything more. We didn't learn anything.
I know that the theory of the crime that the state has put together, that, I mean, and a lot of the components of it is kind of what we have kind of gone along with too this whole time, like just being kind of pigeonholed into, well, they were dead by 3:30 and they have to know that because they have to know that. I mean, surely the pathologist determined this, or there was things on the body that, you know, they have all kinds of scientific things they did to know that. So like, we know this, we know they were there, we know they were killed there. So then you try to like math it out based on those parameters. Right. And everything got thrown out in the trash. Like there's no rules anymore. There's like no solid timeline. Nothing is like forensically proven. Alibis don't fucking matter for anybody really, as far as I'm concerned.
No, because we don't know when
Were they even kidnapped? Did they go somewhere with somebody willingly? Is Bridge Guy real? Does he matter? He was like a third generation enhancement of a tiny pixelated blur of nothing that they enhanced and blew up and then used predictive interpolation technology to form him into a human shape. That's why they didn't even know what color his coat was for sure. That's why Doug Carter was that's why Doug Carter was on stage putting Post-it notes over his face. Like Doug Carter there, like, don't look at his face. Look at his mannerisms.
Look at the way he walks, but just don't look at his face.
Don't look at his face. It's not real. It's not fucking real.
I really like the clip where he's like, so you've got Kim Riley, who we just find him to be hilarious because he can't keep his mouth shut.
I hope he's doing okay, though.
He's retired. He's golfing with Mike Patty. He's fine. But so you got Kim Riley, who's like, we're gonna clarify these sketches are not the same people, right? We say this immediately after the 2019 press conference. But then Doug Carter goes on the news and he's like, if you take both of the pictures and you kind of just I think you're gonna find he looks like both of them. And it's like, well, that's fucking everybody in Indiana, Doug. Thank you. What does that mean?
Shut the fuck up.
Feather Bunny and a magic fairy. They don't get us. Judge Jessica. Oh wait, you know why though? Because I'm not wearing my Elton John. I gotta look. We got like the whole get up here. We got Mothman, and Courtney is a Yellow Jacket. I almost called you Bumblebee. You're not a Bumblebee. You're Yellow.
Whatever.
I'm terrifying, and Courtney is. Yellow Jackets are important. Are they as important as bumblebees to the ecosystem?
No.
Oh, well.
Do you know where my name came from? Where the Yellow Jacket name came from?
No, I never thought about it until just now. Tell me.
So that was the day I was creating a Reddit account. That was the first time I created a Reddit account because I wanted to get all up in the Reddit subs, and I became a mod eventually and all that stuff.
Now you rule though.
And I was like, okay, I gotta think of a name. Like, what my name gonna be? And that, like, a couple of hours before that, I got stung by a Yellow Jacket in my jugular.
In your neck?
Like in my neck. Like on my patio. Driving? Oh God, no.
Oh, okay.
I'd be dead.
Oh.
No, it was just on my patio.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That fateful day. Yeah. Yes. Happy Halloween, everybody. This light is gonna give me a migraine. It does this sometimes. It gets this like particular angle. Oh shit.
What?
You're gonna find out. You will find out in a second.
I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, it's not anything bad. It'll excite you. Somebody asked if I could play the intro again. Should I do it right now?
I don't care.
Here, I'll play it, but I won't put us off. I'll just play it.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline. Challenge the timeline. Challenge the timeline.
I don't know how long it goes for, but
That was like the gospel version for a second there.
I know it got a little it got pretty gospely. Oh my God, DB is
Did he join us?
I don't
Is
know.
he in costume?
Maybe. That's not what I wanted to see.
Is that Pizza King?
I seen a lizard in the wild today. Let me tell you what.
Sir,
Hey, how's it going?
there are moms in this chat. There are moms in this chat whose children have not gone to bed yet.
Oh
You
shit,
can't be
you're
doing
right.
this to them.
I had the wrong one turned on, my bad. Hey.
How you doing? I liked it, but
He had his slutty Halloween costume on.
his after hours Halloween costume. That's what that's DB's third job.
Yep.
He works at Chippendales. It's like the off-brand Chippendales, though. I forget what it's called. Okay, bitch.
Hey, so what's been going on is I heard you guys had some questions earlier. I just don't know if I could answer who the biggest monster is.
I'd love to actually hear who you think the biggest monster is, please.
Is it Angela?
Jerry Holman. Next question.
Say why.
Well, I just think he's been kind of on the periphery of this thing, kind of looking in the beginning, and he seems to have some type of knack for just elbowing his way in, nudging his way in, and getting what he wants all the time. And it seems like he got really upset when a 5'4" mama's boy who just likes, hanging out with his wife and carrying her groceries and shit, and like making sure she remembers her purse when she goes to the store. Like, he just gives a fuck, and this guy just did a number on Jerry, huh?
He really got under his skin. He really did. I wonder why.
People when there's a villain in a movie, right? People don't laugh at them. When you despise somebody, you turn your nose up at them. When you think somebody's disgusting, and in movies, a lot of times when there's a likable villain, you do laugh at them.
Yeah.
You do find humanity in even the most horrible things that they do. And you can relate to them. But you still know that they're a villain. But I think everyone laughing at Rick calling Mullen an asshole.
That's funny.
It's like, you don't laugh at that person if you think they're a monster. You understand the frustration because, dude, Mullen is a fucking boring, drab,
Mr. Burns looking.
Yeah. Rights violator. He'll just like forget your rights, Oops. And to have to listen to him like drone on probably for 2 hours, and like you can't like play Candy Crush yourself, or like look at your phone, or like just see your child's Halloween costume, like, and you have to listen to this fucking guy drone on and think that he really got a good one off because he went and looked up how many Ford Focuses there are in Carroll County. Man,
2016 SEs.
He didn't even do it right, though.
No.
He fucked it up.
He did his best. Y'all get off of him.
They don't have the video. Who has the video? I bet fucking Adam Poole has seen the video.
Probably Fig Solves. I don't know. He probably has it. Probably turned it over to somebody.
Yeah.
Does it exist even?
The video?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it exists.
Where
Because
is it?
didn't the FBI canvass for that early on?
I don't know.
How mad do you think the FBI is every day if they hear about this stuff? Like, well, we didn't get the video. We got screenshots. We got stills. Luckily, they still had it. We went and picked it up in 2022. Like, how mad do you think they are? Do you think they just punch air? Like, as mad as we are at them, how mad do you think like people are that like spent months of their lives away from their families and children and missing milestones to help these fucking idiots.
Well, for Agent Poole, he seems
Yes.
like he's okay with getting back into the Delphi game.
Tell me, okay, start from the beginning. I wasn't watching Andrea's live. I don't know what you're talking about. Just
Okay. So
explain it to me like I'm 3 or
All
5
right,
or
but
like,
first-
like 12. Explain it to me like I'm 12.
Right, but first you two look lovely. Anyways, so the to start with the start, right? Adam Poole was a special agent under the Indy Field Office, and he had worked a bunch of different violent crime. He was on the Major Crimes Task Force out of the Hammond DOJ, and in the Hammond, Indiana office in northwestern Indiana. He also worked some stuff in eastern Illinois.
Stop it. Why are you giving me Eastern and Western?
Okay, like northern.
It's a state. Just say in Indiana, like in.
Okay, there you go. Indiana and Illinois.
He wants to be, you know.
I don't even like that. Doesn't even like I'm a woman. That doesn't even mean anything to me.
Well, mainly because it's like outside of Chicago. Like the idea that you don't say it's in Chicago, like he's working the Chicago area, but
Right.
like in reality, he's working that corridor where there's a lot of drugs and gang involvement, and drug trafficking right there. And so he's probably seen a lot of different white gangs, but his specialty was Hispanic and black gangs in that area. But I'm sure he does have some understanding of
DB.
Indiana. What?
DB. Okay, go on.
Okay, I'm gonna go. So
Go.
then he ends up getting called out to Delphi early on in the investigation, and him and an officer, I think maybe the Terre Haute PD, or I'll have to look. It's the officer's name is Goatee. So
Were they there on the 14th?
they interviewed Brad Holder. I don't know if you two remember this, but remember when I was going to a fucking spiral trying to figure out who Special Agent Robert Poole was?
I helped you.
I know the name from
That doesn't mean I
somewhere.
wasn't in the spiral.
I know. The
That's a
name
great
is super
point. You were in a
familiar,
spiral.
and I don't know why. I'm gonna look in my Google Drive.
That was like a day. That was a couple days of a spiral, actually.
It was.
That was quite a
yes.
spiral. Yeah.
You do
Yeah, it was a
the
wormhole.
mash.
So yeah, I know it's got that stuck in my head too. So,
Sorry.
so come to find out, Robert Poole didn't exist.
Yeah, he's not
Poole
real.
was mentioned in the Franks. It was mentioned in the Franks moment or the Franks memo as Robert Poole, but it ends up being Adam Poole.
Adam. Correct.
Yeah.
Can
So-
I interrupt you 1 second?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I'm like, let me just put that name into my Google Drive and like
So
see what comes up.
yeah, searched it. Go ahead.
He was talked about. He was talked about at the pretrial hearings
No way.
Yep.
by
he
Holman.
was.
What was said?
Let's see. Question. Mr. Baldwin introduced an exhibit. This is the direct examination of Lieutenant Holman. Mr. Baldwin introduced an exhibit a little bit ago from Agent Pole's report of the interview of February 17th, 2017 of Brad Holder. Are you familiar with that? Yes. Okay, basically what DB was just saying. Go on.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was saying. So he ends up writing a report after he interviews early on Logan Holder, Brad Holder, and Patrick Westfall, right? And then he just ends up disappearing off the case, right?
Weird.
Because he was following up on some of that stuff probably, and they didn't like the direction it was going. And it sounds like from the testimony that Andrea heard today that involved Poole, that he was also involved in the Arizona trip to talk to Kay Weber.
What? Really?
I believe so, because they said the FBI went and talked to her early on.
And she was in Arizona.
Because she was in Arizona, and it would be a lot
That's right.
easier for them to do intrastate travel.
I do know that they went to Arizona.
Okay, so
Right.
that was an FBI interview with her.
Yes.
Right. So the FBI doesn't record interviews, but they file a report called an FBI 302, and it is a very detailed summary of contact. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it will have everything that they did to have the conversation with the person, what they learned, and eventually what they found based off of that interview, right? So it's not only like a transcript, like not even a transcript, you wouldn't even say that. It's a summarized conversation.
Yeah.
And what you did following up for that
It's
conversation.
like a narrative report, yeah.
So what's really good about this is probably what happened with Brad Holder's interview and how they knew it was deleted was they didn't turn over information about that interview, and they ended up getting the 302 from the FBI report saying that it was recorded, right? Because the FBI can't they don't record their own interviews, but if there's a local agency and they're recording in the interrogation room, kind of like the Stout case, Letitia Stout, they'll just record it. So, but they'll probably know, in the report. So I think that's probably a lot of how they found out about that Brad Holder interview going away.
Right, because they would have gotten the narrative report. Actually, don't they say almost that exact thing in the motion for dismissal, actually?
Why is his name being brought back up? Why are we talking about him again, though?
He's coming back.
Andrea mentioned tonight. So at some point he was mentioned in regards to Weber, I think, right? Today?
Yeah.
Right? It was Brad Weber. It's where he came up. And Andrea on her live said, she was like, I was wondering, basically, I'm like going to get this wrong, but she was like, I was wondering if we would be seeing or hearing from the FBI. And she's like, and it's interesting that name. She's like, I recognize that name basically from like when they were rattling off their witness.
Okay.
That
So he's going to be a witness.
It sure seems that way.
Were you saying something about him being in Austin, or was that something different?
Yeah. So to go chronologically, he was a special agent in February 2017, and he ends up getting a promotion to supervisory special agent. So he ends up getting a team, but that's in Indiana still, but that's out of the Hammond DOJ office. He was in Indy as a special agent. I kind of got that backwards. So
he was in India?
Indianapolis.
Oh.
Okay, so then he that's my favorite. Yeah. We like trains here. We're in the right place. So he gets promoted to supervisory special agent. So he probably gets a little bit, preoccupied, but he's still got some horsepower behind him in Indy. If they didn't get kicked off until 2019.
I can always tell when he's smiling when he's talking.
I can't. I don't think he does that.
I breathe heavy through my nose into the mic sometimes and make people think I'm laughing.
You also he goes, ew, don't
love 2 Chainz?
No.
Nah, that seems like if I said that out loud, it would not sound good.
Jackie! I think that everybody, so there's a couple people in the chat who have been drinking for a while because today was a day. So we're all just decompressing tonight. Sorry, DB, you were saying Austin.
Yeah, so he ends up getting a transfer to what?
I'm selling my pen. How do I get the paint that says Weber's freaking?
Oh my God. Courtney has discovered how to read the chat. You know, hey DB, you know how like sometimes like when like I'm soliloquying and then you'll do like a that's fucking illegal. We just are kind of like giving it back. So go ahead.
Okay.
Here.
What?
No, I want you to continue. I want to learn about Arizona and Austin.
You want to learn about Miranda v. Arizona, or?
I'm in Austin. Did y'all know that?
Right. I was talking about Austin. So
Don't
he ends up.
box yourself.
Wait, what?
It's fine. It's fine. It already happened.
That's true.
You're out there.
Yeah, she's slinging dog food.
And I want to, I mean, hey, I just got off my second shift in the factory.
Look at those shoulders. She's been picking up dog food bags all
In
night.
3 hours, I got to go hit up my second job at the mine shafts.
Your hair looks really good for being in a hairnet all day.
Thank you.
Sorry, DP. You're
Oh, it's
never gonna get like.
No.
I know. I know the Texans are playing. It's in the other
You're
room.
playing.
There's cussing and screaming going on in the other room. It hasn't. I'm thinking it's not been going well.
So he's surprised he's a special agent. He got promoted, then went to Austin, and then like he's in charge of the public corruption task force. And
Wait,
also
go
the
back. I want
financial
to go back. I want to talk about public corruption.
I
Okay,
want
go
to
ahead.
know what he's doing in the Delphi case.
Yes.
Tell me right now.
Mute yourself. I'll mute myself too. Go ahead, DP.
He interviewed Brad Holder, right? Who's Logan Holder's dad, right?
Okay.
And then
The child,
he was dating Abby, right?
Right.
Okay, so there's a small quiet town in Indiana called Delphi,
Never heard of it.
and it was an unseasonably warm day, February
Interesting.
13th. Okay, so he interviewed those people, and he probably has got a lot of really good information that connects the dots that we don't really know about yet, because the defense maybe hasn't wanted to put it in motions, or they couldn't, or they're going to establish other foundations through his testimony.
So he sounds like a badass, right?
Yes. Well, I mean,
he's not currently practicing police.
He's practicing as
practicing
FBI.
police work in Indiana, right?
Not in Indiana, no, in Austin.
Good.
Texas.
That's very good for him, because everybody else who practices police work in Indiana, who is a good guy, seems like bad things just happen to them.
Right. So
when they try to help out and do a good.
Luke makes a good point. So I've said in the past, many times, that the FBI is not going to be the hero of the story. What I mean by that is the institution. So if he does end up testifying, and he gets to testify to stuff that is critical of law enforcement, I will be surprised. But I think he's probably going to be fairly limited, but it will help establish other avenues to criticize the investigation. But I do think that he can also make some connections to the BAE report, maybe, even though it's not admissible, but or a lot of it, Nick will probably try to keep it out. But it kind of sets up an interesting fold with his experience now with financial crimes and public corruption, to where those types, I mean, this is not Jennifer Coffendorfer, right? Like, if you spend 20 years in the SWAT and the FBI, like, you're like, that's what you were doing, you know, like, you're a wrecking ball. Like, like the people that have really big cases end up either doing public corruption cases before they retire, or they do a pretty good time in the financial crimes division. Some great investigative work has been done out of that field office, I'm sure, especially Austin being such a growing metropolis of tech. They're probably doing all kinds of financial crimes out there. But I'm not.
I just want to put it on the record that I'm not. So he doesn't need to.
Right. He doesn't need to check you out.
No.
So I just think that he's going to end up probably playing a pretty good role in the establishment of third-party culprits, because they're going to be able to call him on direct and get a lot of stuff in that I don't think Nick is going to be able to say is outside of, or they don't have a foundation for. He's going to try to object every single chance he gets, but I just think he's a good person to bring in. 2019. What happened in 2019? So I originally thought, whatever you want to call it, that some of the rift started because of the DNA and the hair. And it seemed like they did say that the FBI did run some DNA. They also said that the FBI
Lazenby specifically said they had a whole bunch of stuff, like when he was answering a question about DNA, and they said they just collected a whole bunch more stuff and sent it off to the FBI.
Yeah, and my thought is the FBI probably spent some resources and invested a lot of time into helping with that, and they probably asked them to follow up, ISP and Unified Command, and were probably pretty underwhelmed with the enthusiasm that they followed up with on that type of stuff. And
so I don't know. I mean, I can't say for sure. I've looked up the protocols and stuff for, let's say, like the evidence recovery team, the ERT, for example. And if they're assisting with a case, typically on paper, the way the protocols have it, which, they may color outside the lines with different cases, who knows? If the ERT takes evidence, collects evidence, analyzes it, handles it, processes it, it's theirs. They own that evidence. They maintain the chain of custody. They are the only ones who can testify about it. If the agency with jurisdiction wants to go get a second opinion from somebody else, and they want that evidence back, and they want to go get a second opinion, the FBI says, that's like tearing the tag off your mattress. I don't know it anymore. I don't know that evidence anymore. I won't speak to it. You do what you want. Good fucking luck. I won't testify to it anymore.
Yeah. I could see that for sure.
Look what I can do.
I get my Stewie shit back out.
Okay, so the FBI might be coming in like the Kool-Aid Man, basically.
No, I'm just talking about pool, like not the. I don't know.
No, I know, not the FBI as the, what did you call it, as the entity, but like we will be hearing probably from an FBI agent or two. Maybe.
Why is there so many police officers there today, you think?
I don't know. And then Andrea said something about a guy, like she's just like dropping Easter eggs, but not in the fun way, in the stressful way, because then she said something about DB, what was it? I know
there was a gentleman that was sitting at the defense table that looked like a lawyer.
I knew you would know. Yes.
Wait, what? Back up. What does that mean? There was a guy at the defense table that she didn't know, she's never seen before, and he looked like a lawyer.
She said, and then she said something about how, like, I mean, maybe it was just a coincidence, but like, what do you mean a coincidence? Like she was having like an internal thought that she like externalized, but she didn't finish it or like close the loop. So like, I don't know what she was talking about, but she said something about, that's a great question, Dougie.
Who was on the stand?
Who was on the stand? Harshman? Yeah. Harshman was on the stand, and he was sitting at the defense table, right? So she said suited and booted. So Dr. NB, and I think DB that you guessed this too, maybe at one point, like you were asking, or maybe somebody else. Somebody said Hennessy, but she didn't describe him as
like you can't just have Henny roll up and sit at the table, right?
Well, and then we were like, maybe it was Matt. It could have been Matt too. Like if Max, I don't know. It could have been Matt. I don't know who it was, is the point. Like, who was that?
I mean, I would think it would be somebody who would be needing to sit there to advise the defense while Harshman was testifying, right?
but that would have been Max. So I don't know who this was. So maybe it was Hoffman. I don't know.
Was there a description?
Middle age. What was the description? Middle age in a suit.
Did he look like Baldwin?
Yeah. She said a suit with glasses, so it's not Hoff. Dougie, anything's possible. Yeah, I don't know who it was. Would it have to be a lawyer?
I
I'm
mean,
gonna ask her. I'm gonna ask her. She's a little busy right now, but I'm gonna ask her.
like,
But yeah, I don't know who it was.
give us a description. We'll tell you who it is.
Yeah.
If he were a celebrity, who did he look like? Ask her that.
Okay. Okay. What else was notable from today? Courtney did not watch Andrea's live, so I'm trying to give her the highlights. What do you think was the highlight for you, DB?
Who says I'm gay?
Oh, he's doing a thing.
You are gay. Why are you gay?
Deebs.
I think so far I really enjoyed that she called him a Labrador Retriever.
Yeah, I like that too. Did you see I played the clip?
I did, yeah. I like that clip. I appreciate you playing that for us.
She said he was like a Labrador Retriever slash medium intelligent.
In my line of work, when we talk about Labradors, we talk about we describe them as they're as loyal as their next meal.
Wow, that's a great point.
Which is a description you give Labradors because, like, if you just feed them a meal, they're like, "You're my owner now. I love you forever."
Yeah.
And like, they won't care about the person they've lived like the past 5 years with.
Hoffman
Like they are.
is...
So we say, yeah, they're as loyal as their next meal.
Shelly Hicks. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Labs are hunting dogs. That is true. That is true.
Play what already? Steve says Kathy Allen, best wife ever. Totally. What
did I tell you yesterday? I was like, I want anybody to love me as much as Rick loves Kathy.
I know. And vice versa.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I can't even go. I don't. Yeah, we're not going to go there. I got my lashes on. We're not talking about it. If the feds sell data, will they make the judge admit them? So the preliminary... Oh, she kept saying Shelly Hicks. The motion in Lemonade didn't omit the cell data. It omitted cell data that Nick thinks is confusing. So
it omits cell data. It's not even cell data. It's geofence data.
Right.
Which is not cell data. Sorry to Nick. It's not even cell data.
Brad Weber's pissed. Stay mad, Brad. He is scary. He frightens me. So Harshman got on the stand today and very proudly talked about his 700 plus. Was it 700 hours or 700 plus phone calls? Because I'm pretty sure he's probably listened to thousands of hours. But
I feel like it was neither of those. It's got to be more than 700 hours.
He said 700 phone calls, maybe.
I've seen it reported both ways.
Both ways, okay. So he basically was throwing out numbers of like, I've listened to all these calls. And Andrea said that what we've been saying, which is, what a great use of resources. You didn't test the DNA. You didn't get Bridge Guy's height analyzed because it would have cost $10,000. How much fucking overtime are you paying for this fucking monkey in a suit to sit and just like
make a case for you?
Make a what?
Make a case.
Right.
To try to like find something to play for a jury out of context to make a case.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's so weird and gross.
He was so proud.
You're pathetic. Y'all should have been fine sending him to a spider on my wall. Y'all should have been like perfectly fine sending him to a county jail with a TV and like whatever kind of meals he wanted. Like, because you should have had this locked and loaded. Been like, kick your feet up, man. We're gonna get to work. See you soon. Like,
didn't have nothing.
No, you arrested a man and then had to create evidence against him.
Yeah, they had to
You had
reverse
zero. You had
engineer.
none. Zero.
It. And somebody brought Kate
Hey,
just said
thanks, Kathy Shank. Thanks, Kathy Shank. What an eye. Man, what an eye. You're just combing through organizing 14,000 tips in a file cabinet, and you just catch one that for some reason you think Whiteman isn't a normal last name.
What kind of NDA did she sign?
I don't know.
None.
I think it was, I don't know if it was Four Pits or Carbon. Somebody on Twitter, probably Carbon, was like, actually Whiteman is a quite popular name in Delphi, and like sent me a link for every person named Whiteman in Delphi, Indiana. And there was like 70 something. Like, it's not an uncommon name. Like, that name should not have jumped out to her in any way whatsoever.
I don't know the story on that. I think that it was planted for her to find. I don't
She
necessarily.
said the name Whiteman caught her eye because she
Because
knew there was a Whiteman Drive in Delphi, and she wondered if that was a mistake. You lying fucking bitch. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
We've been
It's
on
a lie of
Kathy
a child.
like a bloodhound for probably a year, right? No, since oh my God, y'all. So 2 years ago to the day, we had the press conference that ruined Rick Allen's life. That's probably the day that he wrote that letter begging for attorneys. Halloween, the no treats all tricks. And then
I love that that's today.
Yeah. And then last year we had the bamboozle of Judge Gold kicking the pro bono defense attorneys off the case.
Yes.
And Rick Allen being without his counsel. Halloween for Delphi is a landmark. It is.
It really is. And today the state rested their case. Good job, guys. You ended it on Halloween. Amazing.
Like the clowns you are. Fucking clowns. That was so much worse. Who was I talking to earlier? I think Dougie. I was thinking about like, what's my synopsis of what we've heard, like from the state. Like, it's worse than I thought. They got less than I thought. The confessions, I knew that he was psychotic when he made them, but I know that psychotic people, if you don't know what you're looking at, can look like aggressive or scary, or like, you know, if you're an idiot like Harshman, you wouldn't, or if you're an idiot like Dr. Walla, you wouldn't know how to recognize it. So like, I was like, okay, well, maybe they're gonna like admit, you know, video or audio of him like being like aggressive in his psychosis, or, you know, whatever. Nothing. Fucking nothing.
If it's not somebody you know, you may not even clock it. You may just think they're weird. They're off.
Especially like in the early stages. So like, and this is why I'm going to go on a tangent for a second. This is why like Dr. Walla is so disgusting to me personally, because she has less insight. She seemingly, I think that she presents herself very disingenuously on the stand. I think that she lies, and I think that she probably knows better, but feigns, like everybody in this case, feigns ignorance and whatever. But seemingly from her testimony and from her behavior and from the trajectory that Rick took in DOC, it appears as though Dr. Walla had even less common sense and knowledge and insight of mental illness than a lay person. Because you've got lay people in like the chats and on Twitter, like clearly he's psychotic, and she's like, oh, he was just being manipulative. Like,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but being a mental health professional that deals with something like psychosis, I would speculate that not many of them have hands-on clinical experience with it. It kind of seems a little bit more like a specialty.
It's specialized. And she didn't know how to diagnose it, because she should have diagnosed it probably at least a month sooner than she did, because we learned today that she didn't diagnose him officially with psychosis till like May 3rd. And he was psychotic I mean, if I can say anything about it, which I probably shouldn't, but like reading the timeline that you made after the hearings, and he's talking about finding God in March, and he's not a religious man. Like Kathy has, like, he's not a religious guy, but like he just, like, he could take it or leave it. He's like a normal
That's
dude.
a warning sign. Like that's the warning sign that you're acting a little bit out of character.
You're having a delusion, probably. You're probably like experiencing a religious delusion if you're saying that you found God in DOC. And then Andrea went on to describe even in more detail some of the phone calls that they played today, somehow thinking that this was going to help the state, thinking this was going to help their case.
Then he's trying to flush the Bible down the toilet. Awesome.
Well, so that, but he's talking to his wife and mom, like 2 different calls, where he's saying he didn't trust the Bible because it said, like, what did it say on it? Like the Message or something. Like it was like the specific, like the Gideon Bible or whatever. They're in like hotels and prisons and whatever. It's like a specific kind of Bible. It's a Bible, right? But he didn't trust it because of what it was written on it. So he's having he's paranoid. He's having paranoia. So he tried to flush it down the toilet, but then they replaced it, and he's apologizing. I'm sorry that I didn't trust the Bible that you got me. But there was one phone call after he had been, so he's going between, I know I'm going off a tangent, but he's going between blunted affect and very, very like excitable, probably like manic, because he wasn't sleeping either. So he's like talking about how like, oh, well, you know, I think I did it, or like, I guess I did it, or like, what if I did it, you know, like, but his affect is like flat. There's no inflection in his voice. He's just like blunted totally. But then days later, he's on the phone and he's excited and he's hopeful and he's talking about how he found God. Like, that's delusion. You're psychotic. He's psychotic. And Dr. Wall is like, he's doing better. Like, you stupid, useless bitch. I honestly, actually, I'm going to change my answer. I think Dr. Wall is the most dangerous person thus far, in my opinion.
She's sick, man. She's real sick.
The most detailed confession came from her. So
just writing it. Did you ever view his incel video? Well, no. Then how can you say he's faking it when you don't have a baseline to see what he's doing when nobody's looking at him? Well, right. I mean, so you're just relying on the notes. You're relying on notes, like 5 or 6 sentences from inmates or COs, and then talking to him for 5 minutes through a slit in his door to be like, my professional opinion is that he's attention seeking. What?
She's projecting.
You don't even know him. Like, yeah, like, why don't you like watch what he's doing when nobody's looking?
For her to spend like every day, so she got, this is my opinion. It's not a medical or a professional opinion or a diagnosis. This is just my layperson opinion of Dr. Walla from what we've heard. There was an incident or an incident that Andrea outlined. I think maybe it was yesterday that they talked about it because Walla was on the stand, whenever day that was. And she's talking about how she went to Rick's cell one day and, she was like, okay, Rick, like, let's go, have our session. And he was like, I haven't showered in days. And like, he was like depressed and like,
he smelled bad. He recognized that he smelled bad. That one.
Yeah. And he didn't want to come. And she thought that was like, oh, he's got insight because he knows that he doesn't smell good. So he shouldn't come to his session because he smells bad. What? So that
is a sign of restoration, Angela. You hush your mouth.
She the way that I perceive her, how I'm like, I don't know how fair I'm being, but I just perceive her to be the kind of professional who gets into the field for her own, it's almost like her own like narcissistic supply. Like she gets something out of.
Thank you, KO. He was naked on his bed when she arrived. When that happened, he was kicked out butt naked on his bed. And she was like, this is a sign of progress.
I didn't know that. Yeah. What the fuck's wrong with her?
Somebody send her home. Send her home. She can go work in the mine shafts.
Yeah, she should be in the mine
weirdo.
Shafts. And she's still with Centurion, which DB, I don't know if you're still here, but I wanted to ask you if you had any thought about why So DOC obviously is covering their ass. So they got rid of her because they're doing their own probably MAPS investigation because she looked up the shit she should have looked up. So, but like Centurion's just gonna like that's my man, and I'm gonna stick by him.
Well, yeah. So I think that I have a couple thoughts of why. Most cynical thought probably is that if they keep her employed, they can write off the legal fees.
How so? Explain that to me.
Because they might have to provide her, if they didn't provide her proper training, or if they didn't give her proper feedback or instructions on, or supervision on her clinical expertise and the way she was carrying out her job.
Yeah.
You know, I could just see there being more civil liabilities for them unless she falls on the sword for them. So I just think the same way with these guards that were testifying, there's a quid pro quo that you play ball, we'll be good. And I just think that they're probably going to hire counsel for her, because her having her pseudo qualified immunity because she is a contractor acting for the state pierced and held liable personally doesn't make Centurion look very good either.
Right.
And I was looking at a federal,
and they have such a good reputation.
Right. Was looking at a 1983 lawsuit the other day, and one of the prisoners mentioned that there was they wanted to pause their civil rights lawsuit because there was a pending class action being organized against Centurion by DOC inmates
in Indiana.
Yeah, and that they were trying to get the state to join the class or to organize the class or something like that. And so I wonder if there is fighting over the contract for DOC. They're a huge company. They're owned by Geo Group.
They're enormous. I didn't realize that. They're like multi-billion-dollar company, private.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, crazy.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're keeping her on as an employee, technically, for something like she's like in a transition service for, you know, it's maybe they keep she has 6 months of health insurance that they have to pay if they terminate her or something like that, right?
It's like so, cheaper for them to keep her than
So instead they say, okay, well, just sign away your right to the 6 months. We'll keep you for another 3 months and then provide you legal, you know, who knows? It's like she just got fired, or, you know, she just got her gate pass revoked from DOC. So right. I'm not even sure if they're really through what's going on there yet. And I think it ultimately helps the state that she's not fired yet from Centurion.
Oh, because, right.
Yeah. So the state gets to say, well, we removed her. And then they get to look good in court that this person's not, you know,
she's still employed, so she can't be that bad.
Exactly. But then you shift the blame to Centurion, but you say, Centurion, like, just don't fire her completely yet, you know, or she has transition services or something, or really these are contractors. She probably has other contracts she could work. I made a joke the other day that the only thing you can do after you get fired from the BOP or the DOC is do Social Security or fucking VA claims.
Damn, that sucks.
It sucks so bad.
But that's the reality, though.
I don't think I've really talked about this too much on chat, but I'll give you guys a little background here. So some of you may know this. I was in the Corps. You get fucked up, right? So you carry some heavy shit. Some of my friends.
Your backpacks are heavy.
We have heavy backpacks.
Your books and blocks, yeah.
Yeah, but blocks, crayons, coloring books, stuff we carry, you know.
Yes.
So I have a lot of friends that get fucked up, and the VA, they're not fucking around with you. they're gonna deny your rights every single time. They're gonna gaslight you. They're one fucking crazy ass institution that is wild. But
When you say they're not gonna like fuck with you, what do you mean?
no, they're gonna fuck with you.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
They play games. They get you to, say stuff that, so for instance, if you're doing a mental health exam, every single thing you say can be used as an aggravating or mitigating factor for your claim.
Mhm.
Right. So like I have friends that are like trying to go through the process and everything, and they have suicidal ideation.
Right.
Which, like, if you've had one, then you meet a certain criteria, and because there's not a analogous issue that is like that you can say is a lesser seriousness. So like flat affect is a sign of a mental, plenty,
Mhm.
a couple different mental health disorders, right? But it's also codified in their law. So you have to meet different criteria, right? Well, one thing they'll do is they'll just say, "Hey, how's it going? How you doing?" And if you say good, they'll write that down.
Like
they'll
as
say,
a not experiencing ideation or
yeah,
whatever.
patient responded that they are good and not experiencing any XYZ.
So they'll lie.
Well, it's just like law enforcement. They'll have the worst faith interpretation of what you said and always ask you questions that will elicit a bad faith interpretation for them based off your answer.
Yeah.
So, how did how did they even get on this topic? I was in a deluge.
Centurion.
You're
Centurion,
talking
that's
about
right.
you're talking about being in the Corps, and I was like,
Right. So she's gonna. There's been times where I've gotten a letter, or one of my friends have gotten a letter, and they sent it to me, and they're saying you have to go do an exam with Dr. Dipshit, right?
Yes.
And you type Dr. Dipshit's name into the search, just Google search, like, let's see what kind of specialty they have, right? And you'll be going for a back exam, and you'll have this doctor that's a fucking, podiatrist or some shit, right? Like, but I've had it where they're literally on an indictment. You know what I mean? They're like cooperating with the government and turning in records that are gonna get years in prison for their staff at like a pill mill, right? Or something like that.
Right.
And they're on it. They're like, license is gonna be revoked in 6 months. There's no question. But they're jamming 70 fucking mental health exams a day. It's like the math don't fucking add up on that. Maybe not 70, 20. 10 to 20, right? Like
too many.
Way too fucking many. But that's the type of job she could probably get for a while, where she's gonna be a contractor for SSA or state SSA or the VA, and they're just contract. They don't have any relationship other than you do this, $170 for a mental health exam, and she already got it down, dude. She's been doing mental health. She's been checking boxes for fucking how many years she been working there?
Do you know what she needs to do?
Oh yeah, but go ahead. You tell me.
She needs to go sit in front of a mirror for a while and reflect.
Spin.
Well, first reflect, then spin. Yeah. I wish she would stop working with people. Is what I wish she would stop doing. I wish that she would stop working with
humans.
Yes, I agree with this. By the way, psychologists versus psychiatrists versus other clinical, like clinician therapists. I think that psychology, you get really good eggs and you get some really fucking bad eggs. And I know that's the reality with every profession, but a lot of psychologists just want to be able to call themselves a psychologist. I think that there's a lot of
why do you think one chooses as soon as they get their license, as soon as, I mean, she was she was fresh.
She didn't choose.
She was fresh out of the nursery when she
She didn't
decided
choose.
I'm going to go work for a Department of Corrections. Like what?
Oh, she wasn't going to go work for the Cleveland Clinic. I'll tell you that. I mean,
They're easy jobs to get.
Yeah.
Well, right, but they're like the jobs that people get that are left over from the good jobs, and then like even the shitty jobs.
Right. Yeah. And they usually pay pretty well considering your entry level.
You have no
field,
experience.
right?
Yeah.
Right. Or like, yeah, you're new in your field. So they pay really well comparatively to like a, other kind of like private practice or whatever. Like
This is another thing too. Sign-on bonuses.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of incentive to do it. And
go ahead, sorry.
No, you're right.
Well, I think the thing that sign-on bonuses do, especially, and there's probably people in the chat that know this better than I do, but touching on it briefly, like even with the medical field in general right now, even with registered nurses or LPNs and stuff, they'll put a sign-on bonus up front, and it'll incentivize people that are financially desperate, or financially not able to make the determination of what is the better option, having work-life balance, working in a more well-managed organization, or getting a $15,000 signing bonus, but you're $5,000 or you're $10,000 less the salary a month or a year, and the work is considerably harder.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that incentivizes people that are really in need of the money, and it unfortunately probably plays out to cause more of an issue over time.
Bullshit.
Yeah, law enforcement, Indiana, like they have a very interesting system, and I was looking for Harshman's salary earlier. I thought I found it before, but I was looking at his salary earlier because I really wanted to calculate how many hours 700 hours of overtime would be.
Yeah.
And
Angela, I'm sending you. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you, Angela. I'm sending you a link to this document I was making that I've got to sit down and update as far as like new case facts we've learned.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to open it up and go to the second tab, again, this is not current. It's just a couple of things I kind of want to touch on. It was just reporting I've heard of that I said I want to put a pin in that.
Okay.
Because it struck me as really curious. Like either questions that were asked, and I feel like they're for a reason. A lot of things like the defense, maybe when they have a witness on the stand and they ask those questions, I found myself thinking, where are they going with that?
Yeah. Okay, I'll pull it up in a second. DB, you were saying you got Harshman's salary.
Well, I was looking. I thought I found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple months ago, but I really wanted to see what the total cost was. But really, I mean, it didn't fucking matter. There's 35 law enforcement agencies in the Carroll County Courthouse right now. So, did you guys know that?
No.
35 law enforcement agencies.
How?
Have all been in the Carroll County Courthouse protecting it during the trial.
Why?
Security, because they're paranoid.
How many people are there?
24.
They probably heard that fucking Andrea's got hands, dude.
She does.
There's 24 people and 35 agencies. That's not nothing.
I'm being dramatic, but like, there's not many people in there, but they're just convinced that they're, the center of the universe, that like everybody wants to, I don't know, hurt them. Okay, put a pin in that. Got it.
These are just things I was making, and I have like handwritten notes everywhere that I need to update, but these were just from the first couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for starters.
Yeah.
Is it odd that Tara and Cody were not called with the rest of the family to relay their experience of the day the girls went missing?
Do I think it's odd? No.
I think it's odd. I think it's odd that in Derek's testimony and Becky's testimony, at least from the reporting we've heard, and Andrea's was very thorough, that there was no mention of Tara.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought she was like first to show up with Derek.
Why do you think the state would not call them?
I don't know. Why did Derek and Becky not even mention her?
Well, they were prepped for sure as to as the state's witnesses, they would help prepare them for their testimony. So they would tell them things to avoid mentioning, to definitely mention.
Why?
And
why though? I can't even think of a good reason why.
They just must have felt that they would not be either not relevant or not helpful to their case, their timeline. I don't know. I'm not surprised that the state didn't call them. I mean, I don't know. I wish that we knew who the defense was going to call. I think that I like that they're basically starting from all right, witnesses that day, what did you see?
That seems smart.
Yeah.
And then it seems like Baldwin was asking family members a lot of questions. I made a point to ask Becky and Anna what their voices were like. Would they speak in a loud voice? Were they, kind of mouthy, very opinionated? Would they say what they thought? They kept asking them about, but the way it was worded was, what was their voice like? Would you recognize it anywhere?
Mm.
And I couldn't tell if it was to gauge were they loud? Is this to gauge but when you're asking the family member that, it almost feels more like, would you recognize their voice anywhere?
Right.
And if so,
right.
Where the fuck are they going with that?
Identifying would you be able to identify Libby's voice if you heard it versus somebody else's?
Yeah. And I'm like, are they going to call into question something about the video? Are you sure this is your daughter speaking? I don't know. It seems such a strange question. Such a strange question. I have to feel like they're going somewhere with it.
I do feel like it was probably two-pronged as well. Yes, I imagine they're getting somewhere with it that we don't know yet. And then I think also they were basically calling attention to the fact that it's impossible that no one would hear them. You know what I mean? I think it's twofold.
Yeah.
I kind
of looked at it both ways.
You would hear them for sure. And something, I guess, that's remains to be seen still. I could see it, but then you don't really hear their voices on the video, we're told, except
in the super enhanced versions.
Well, and I do know that they said Carrie was very, very, very distraught when hearing the girls' voices. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna go to the extent of saying they're not their voices, but there is we know
that the families listen to the tape. So before, I know we've talked we've heard Anna talking about on interviews and stuff about how there's more audio that hasn't been released to the public, and she specifically mentioned things like the path ends here, something to that effect, which turns out to be something that was heard in the video, right?
Right. Yeah. The interpolated video.
And I can't think of any other reason Anna would have been brought in at the very beginning to listen to something that they would want to otherwise keep under wraps, unless it was to explicitly identify that was her daughter speaking, or that was not her daughter speaking. And I think it might have been Libby who actually said it. But either way, it seems like the families were listened to that in the beginning. And I can't think of any reason they would make the families listen to that during the early stages of the investigation, other than to identify who was speaking.
That's a good question.
And or what they were saying. Do you know your daughter's voice? Can you make out what she's saying? What do you think she's saying here? It seems like maybe that's being called into question. Was there another female there?
Oh.
I don't know. It's just
Well,
like
shit.
weird places my mind went.
Yeah, well, shit. I don't know. There's other female DNA there.
Sure as fuck is. Lots of it, apparently.
It's
Lots
just
of
like
hairs stuck to trees with victims' blood, hair
And this
wound
wasn't
around
like-
the fist of a victim. That's
this wasn't the Podunk Carroll County Sheriff Lab. This was the Indiana State Police Lab doing this shit. Like, if you and I performed like that at our jobs, we get fired. Like, I don't understand why. Okay, so Joe Schmo says, when I was out there today at the south end of the bridge, which is where the girls were abducted or where the down the hill, occurs, there's not a path, but there is a path down to the private drive that goes southeast to Weber House or west to Sierra. Kind of a path. Yeah, like it's almost like a little bit more worn. Yeah, it looks like a deer, probably like a deer trail. It's like more worn.
well, the homeowners and stuff out there go out there all the time. Over time they take the same path. It gets worn down. It's a deer path. It's a footpath. It's whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild to me that like, so when Kelsey and Cody went, they got to the end of the bridge and they took the path down to the private drive. When Giancola got there, when they were still missing, he got to the end of the bridge, or maybe he pulled up. I don't know if he like walked across the bridge or if he got to the south end another way. And then he saw that he went down to the private drive. It's like the most logical path that anyone will take from the end of the south end of the bridge is down the tiny incline. There's two hills, right? There's like a slope that goes down to the private drive. And then there's a really big, it's more of like a drop off hill that goes all the way down to the creek. But down the hill, in my mind, doesn't mean like down the hill. It means like go.
Did he even say that?
I don't know exactly. Who fucking knows? But
that be a gun.
Oh, that was Liggett, right?
That be a gun.
Liggett said he heard that be a gun.
That be a gun. Shut up, man. Nobody said that be a gun.
It's almost kind of like an insult. It was like insulting. Like, these are two very smart, like well-spoken. I'm not saying it's not well-spoken, but like they don't talk like that. Like, stop trying to fit square peg round hole. Like, what are you doing?
Like, he said like, that, and I hear him like, maybe they say that'd be fun.
I don't think they said fucking anything.
I don't think they did either. Nothing like audible. It wasn't screaming in panic, that's for sure. And if you're having to decipher with his like eagle ear to like that be a gun.
He listened to it 100 times or 200 times, he said, before he like figured out like what it like exactly.
You gotta put on the bows. If you put on the bows, not the ear candies or the skull candies, you put on the bows, you hear it. That be a gun. Man, shut up.
It is stupid.
With my interpolation.
Oh, Chelsea says, I was wondering if they said, could that be a gun? And then I realized it was Liggett. So
if you have to try to figure out what the words are,
I don't think the gun was said.
Ask 100 people, you're going to get 100 answers.
So
why can't you figure, like, why don't we know what they're saying? Do you remember when I was going off last week and I was just like bombing you with videos?
Remind me.
And I was like, right now I'm standing 5 feet from my phone.
Yeah, and your chunkless, yeah.
And my chunkless. Mm-hmm. And then I eventually got to where my phone was on the patio. I'm outside. There's like loud ass crickets everywhere. And I was at least 20 feet away from my phone. And I was just talking like this. And I said, right now I'm talking in a normal speaking voice, 20 feet from my phone.
Yeah.
And then I walked all the way back to my phone and played it back. You hear what I'm saying? Crystal clear. Crystal clear. Why? There was no phone in a pocket. Like, all we're saying, it was dropped down by her side. You're like, well, maybe her like fingers over the microphone. I'm like, cool, let's try that out. So I stuffed my thumb over the microphone and put it down by my thigh. Crystal clear.
Like, so one of the things that bothered me about the PCA, of the many things when we first read it, for starters, the entire PCA to me went in one ear and out the other, because it was all eyewitness testimony, all of it. And I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever read in my life. Aside from that, it really bothered me that at no point they asked Richard Allen, did you have your gun with you that day on the trail? Like, that seems like a really important question that you'd ask somebody if you're trying to frame them.
Did eventually. He didn't really care what his answer was, though.
Did he ask him or did he tell him during the interrogation?
Well, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
oh, you're right. Did you take your gun out there that day with you? And he was like, no, I don't really take it out for like walks. I only take it like if I'm like, you know, going to be like hiking, like for like dogs and like self-protection. But like, it really, to me, I just remember that it's naive now, but at the time, like when we first read it together, I was like,
God damn it. Oh.
How do they know that he had his gun? And it's not like they would believe him anyway, but like they didn't even, because then that would be a bad fact, right? They'd have to say that he denies having his gun, which would never make it into a PCA. But like, how do we know that, for starters, that Bridge Guy is, you know, the killer? That's like a whole nother rabbit hole. But like, do we know he had a gun? Really?
No.
I mean, the likelihood that he had one to like intimidate is very high, but like so if they hadn't come across the unspent round, what would their theory of the crime be?
Fuck if I know.
I would think about that. I think about that a lot.
Like if this little like pin of a person in the distance that's just like made up of 3 pixels had to be like crazy master enhanced 3 generations with predictive technology to like make these 3 pixels turn into like an image of a person walking and moving. Like, how do we really know that we're even like, how do we even know that's a face? How do we know that's not the back of a head? Walking to the north side of the bridge and leaving. Like, how do we even know? And I'm like, okay, so like I try to like logic this out a little bit. Okay, well, if that's the case, then why wouldn't that person just come forward and be like, oh, well, that's me. I was leaving. Hello. If the police put out this crazy image of a person and you're like, what the fuck? Is that me?
Yeah.
And you know you are not approaching the victims. You know your face wasn't captured by the victims because you had your back to them as you're exiting the trail system and leaving. And you sure as fuck didn't walk up to them and speak to them, yet your face is being shown approaching them, and then your voice that you definitely didn't even speak to them because maybe there was somebody else at the end of the bridge that actually did speak to them while you were leaving. And all of a sudden your non-face, because it was the back of your head, is implied to be coming towards the victims. And then the voice it's being attributed to you that's definitely not yours is telling them down the hill. Would you come forward? If the police just did a deep fake of you and your voice,
no.
Would you say, well, that's me, but I didn't talk to them. I didn't walk up to them. I was leaving.
Right. That's a good point.
I wouldn't come forward. I'd be like, the police just did a deep fake on me.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, because what
I like somebody just did a minority report on me.
So well, yeah, what were they thinking would happen? I almost feel like, and then remember there was a point in the interrogation with Holman where he was like, do you know? So he asked him if he knew Ron Logan, but then he also asked him if he said, what about the like the other guy? And Rick was like, well, if somebody is telling you that like I did this with them, like that's like they're crazy. You remember that? Like, and it wasn't. I
don't remember that part. I just remember thinking that everything he said, every single way he answered any question, like I wouldn't have changed anything about it. Like you know, we get caught up saying, well, that's not how somebody should be acting in that situation, and that's not a normal answer to a question. And then you try to talk yourself out of it, like, you know, you don't know what trauma does to people. You don't, you know, until you've been in that situation, you shouldn't say how you'd react or what you would say.
Yeah.
But like as I'm listening to his answers and like listening to the description of this interview video, I'm thinking to myself, I wouldn't change a thing. That's exactly how I would act. Like he didn't falter. He didn't like all the trickery of like just like trying to get him to hypothesize on things regardless of he's guilty or innocent. Like, well, how do you think your bullet got to the crime scene? Because you're just tempting people to bullshit something, guilty or innocent. Well, like, maybe I've gone over there before. Like, I don't think I've ever walked around that way, but like, well, when? Like, maybe sometime last year I was there with my friend and we walked around over there. You know, like they're just daring you to start like riffing.
Yeah.
They're daring you to start riffing. And it may not even be true or incriminating or something that has anything to do with your guilt, but it's going to look like shit when it's played back to a jury.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to look bad.
Judge Jessica says, the man watches Dateline. He sniffed out the read technique right away. Dougie says, it's almost like being a local Delphi resident. He had a feeling all along that someone being a patsy and the case coming to a close was where the case was headed. Yeah, he called it out before anybody else. He was like, look, I don't want to be
the first person who's been interviewed this way. You can find 100 men in that town, in that area, who were interviewed the exact same way. I actually suspect that might be why they wanted to bring Chadwell in. And Keegan Klein. I don't think it has anything to do with the third party guilt aspect.
No, it's the
I think they want their testimony about how they were interviewed regarding Delphi.
I want to read these tweets, Mama, because I haven't read these yet. Is that okay? Day 12, because I really like Max's recaps. He says the prosecution rested his case a little before this afternoon. Before that happened, there was an issue with a video the prosecution wanted to show that took more than an hour to resolve. The prosecution wanted to play a video of Allen in the Cass County Jail where he was banging on the door and telling guards he was going to kill them. So, pause for a second. This is what DB and I are always like, and you, all of us actually, are always like harping about how, like, even though this did not get admitted into evidence, Judge Gold overruled it. Look at what we're talking about it, aren't we?
He said it.
It's a fucking press release. But anyway, so we took a short break and then when we got back, the defense objected to the relevance and said it would be prejudicial. We then took another break so Judge Gold could watch it in chambers. She agreed with the defense and chose not to allow it. That surprised me. The judge also denied the prosecution's effort to admit photos of Richard Allen from before he was arrested. She did allow the prosecution to admit Mr. Allen's Google search history and show it to the jury. After that, the prosecution rested. The defense called its first witness, Cheyenne Mill, who was on the trails the day of the murder. She got to the trail around 2:50 with a friend who was walking away from the high bridge when she saw a man who was overweight. And when she said hi, he didn't say hi back. She and her friend turned around and walked towards the high bridge.
Can I just interrupt 1 second?
Yeah.
So like a lot of this, like Cheyenne has kind of been part of the Delphi folklore. Like we've always known of this name from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of this stuff, apparently she said, we've never heard of. The only thing I do remember about what she said was she said when she got to the bridge, she saw an old man with white hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in this testimony, the way Max is recapping it, at least, it's an overweight man.
Well, and someone also recapped it earlier with he had a camera around his neck.
So if this is all the same man.
Yeah.
This is an overweight older man with white hair and a camera around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what, yeah. And I'm assuming it's the same person. Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming McCain, but who knows?
I'm sure it was McCain. Yeah. It had to be. So she said she never saw or heard anything suspicious. Oh, sorry. They took a photo at the end of the bridge, timestamp 3:49.
3:49?
Mm-hmm. This is the Cheyenne.
Right.
Yes, 3:49 is what it says here. She said that she never saw or heard anything suspicious when she was out on the bridge. She got back to a side entrance to the trails and saw a man and a woman who she described as being frantic. It's believed that they were Libby's family starting to look for her and Abby. Believed by whom, though, right? Like, okay.
Is this the frantic, suspicious couple on a moped?
I didn't hear about that one yet, but we'll get to
that's
it.
on which TV? It says frantic couple on a moped, and she thought they were suspicious. And I'm like, when in the fuck did a moped enter the story?
During cross, Deputy Prosecutor Stacy Diener said that Mill described an old man heading towards the High Bridge with a camera or something around his neck. Jury asked how long it took to cross the High Bridge, and she said 10 minutes. That's a good question. Next for the defense, Teresa. Oh, shit. They called Teresa Lieber.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. Who lives at the end of the private drive. She said she was going home around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of February 13th when she saw a strange man standing by the mailboxes. When she pulled in and got out of her car, the man was gone. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pointed out that it wasn't a far walk from her home to the High Bridge. During cross, the prosecution asked if she's ever seen the man since or seen a picture of him, and she said no. A juror asked if it could have been a high school kid since they were off school that day. She said no. Okay, how would you know? Maybe she thought he was older. I don't know. That was the last witness today. Judge Gull appeared frustrated by that. She said to the jury, that's all the witnesses we have available for you today.
Why is she frustrated by that?
Because she wants the days to, like, she wants them to have enough to go until, like, 6 or whenever they're supposed to end. Like, she wants the days to be, like, full. And I don't know why that's what?
Didn't they end at 5?
She wants them to go till 5:30 or 6, I think, like maybe 5:30.
Jesus Christ.
Dougie says Teresa struggled with the microphone. Baldwin had to physically position her in front of the mic, and Gull got shitty. Yeah, she's so fucking shitty. Baldwin asked Judge Gull if she had time to read his motion on trying to get Odinism back in. She started it, but it's not finished, and she doesn't have a decision. Oh, fuck. Court resumes at 9. We're in trial, bitch.
Oh,
this is it, lady. This is it.
I started it.
It's 5 pages.
God,
it's
she's
5
such a
pages.
fucking asshole.
It's 5 fucking pages.
She's literally an asshole.
It's literally 5 pages.
It's literally 5 pages, and it's nothing she hasn't already seen or heard yet. The only thing new that I know, and I think I noted it and I put a pin in that, was that I think on the first day of trial, Baldwin handed her a deposition of Anna Williams in support of their third-party Odinism defense strategy.
Yeah.
And she was apparently very pissy about it. Like, why am I just now getting this?
Yeah.
And he said, well, we didn't depose her until the end of August. And it took a while to get transcripts. And so we did not have it ready to go when we had the admissibility hearing about third-party strategy.
Fucking stupid. What a loser. As if she doesn't know how depositions and transcripts and shit works. So I've got some serious questions. I've gotten some questions about Richard Allen's Google search history that was given to the jury today. Nothing about it was read in court, but members of the press corps were able to look at it after court today. Of course they were. Full disclosure, the document from Google didn't indicate the parameters of the search warrant. So it was a search. Okay.
What?
Google search warrant. Allen searched news coverage of the case on several occasions. Didn't really stand out to me too much given the fact that everyone in Delphi had interest in the case. He did have some rather strange searches and website visits. Here's some that stood out. Man held hostage by teen, movie about a man being held against his will, best kidnapping hostage movie, searched about shooting ranges in May. Oh my God. It's another fucking Jesse Snyder gun crazy. So he was looking for a movie is what I'm told.
What? This is like, if y'all pull up my Google search history right now, like nobody is ever gonna and you don't out of context, none of y'all will ever see
my Google search history is so fucked up.
Like, if you just look at it without any context, you're going to be like, is she okay? Because it probably is so out of pocket.
Oh, okay.
All over the place. Just one thing to the next. She just looked up how long it takes to suffocate.
So,
and then she looked up Danny DeVito movies. Like that is literally like what you're going to find in my search history. And I can like provide like a good explanation for both of those things. But it's going to look crazy on a piece of paper.
This is literally, Dougie says my Google search history would send me to Alcatraz by this barometer. So yeah, McClellan literally begged her.
Why? What's in there?
Literally,
did Max just lay it all out? Is that it? Things about holding people hostage?
I know DB's, it's like Lassie, he's trying to tell me, I know that you're making sense, DB, but my brain's not. Like, what do you mean about? I asked him if he was quoting the search warrant return. Oh, you asked Max if he was quoting the search warrant return. Okay. So this is all based. Oh, okay. So this is Vito's report of a search warrant return.
What?
I'm just trying to understand what they were given, like what these searches were listed on.
DB, make words.
He's trying. He's probably like
doing things. He ain't doing shit.
Living his life.
Make
Read
words.
the comments on the full disclosure.
Tween? Why are you talking about tweens, DB? Damn it. Make those aren't words. I said make words.
I found it. Read the comments on here. Okay, so I appreciate your skeptical tone when reporting this. Oh, here it is. A lot of reporting has just been repeating the state's motions. This was a search warrant. Are you sure? This sounds like it's Vito's report. Does it say that it's Rick's searches or what device it was or account was used? A search warrant was served on Google for these searches. The actual searches did appear to be a report from Vito. These came from Rick's Google account. Why did Vito not want to testify about these in court? The defense said today they were not certified by Google. You saw an actual search warrant return for these searches from Google, or is it an attachment to Vito's report? So Vito's doing some fuckery.
He just cherry picked some Google search terms from like,
or he fucking searched him himself. Like, I don't know.
Like any day, any time period, like any user, he just like looked at what years, months, days worth of search history and just like itemized ones and put them into like
they didn't want
a list.
Vito anywhere. They didn't want Vito anywhere near the stand to testify about this.
Why?
Because, why?
Why?
Because he'd have, I don't know, because he did some shady fucking shit, probably, and he'd have to perjure himself, or he'd be under oath. He'd have to lie. They don't want him anywhere, and then that means that the defense opens him up to cross examination. So
it's not. I don't understand. It's not an exhibit in the court. Where did it come from? Explain it to me again. I'm confused.
I know, I am too. I'm sorry, DB. I know that you're.
Where did Max Lewis get these words from?
It was given to the jury, so it was an exhibit. It's his.
What?
Hold on.
One of the dates he was in Westville. Where can I see this? Show it to me now.
It was probably Andrea probably talked about it.
Oh.
Well, we can figure this out together, Courtney. Okay, so his tweets. I'm reading his tweets. These searches look. What's the issue with looking for a shooting range?
I'm getting a rash. I'm getting a rash from these wings.
Or are these just quotes from the report?
Ow.
Right.
Oh, I am chafed. I'm chafed. Oh, I did a chafing.
That sucks, Quark. You need a different deodorant. I can't read his tweets any harder. I'm trying.
No,
okay,
it was the elastic. It was the elastic from my wings.
Oh, yeah. I'm about to lose this cape. It's making me sweat. I want to figure this out. So it's a document from Google. The document from Google didn't indicate the parameters of the search warrant. So is it a document from Google or is it a search warrant? So a search warrant was served on Google for these searches. The actual searches. Oh, wait. Okay.
Tell me about Richard Allen's Google search warrant.
No, so they they served a search warrant, but did they get a return, or did Vito just then type up a report and make it look like is this a search warrant return, or did Vito just like put what he got in a report? Did they get a search warrant return? They're not certified. So like, am I warm? Oh, DB sent me a thing. Hold on. Oh wait, duh. That makes no sense.
I need an adult.
Court, look. In June 2023, he searched most fucked up thing to watch on Netflix. He was psychotic in June 2023.
He was in
Westville.
He didn't have Google.
He's searching on his tablet.
He didn't have Google in Westville. He didn't have his
psychotic.
fucking Google. Was he signed into Google in Westville?
So was that a typo by Max? Maybe no. It could be. It could be a typo because it goes from April
from his tablet in Westville. Shut up.
No, okay, DB. I think what I'm understanding is that they had a search warrant, and we don't even know if it was a search warrant return or if it was just Vito's report about what the searches were. So, okay, I need to shelf this for a minute because I'm getting kind of right. So, did he type up a report? Okay. Well, fucking help then. I'm wondering if this is not a typo. No, maybe it's June 2022. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, okay. I'm confused because it's dumb, right? Because it makes no sense, right? Like there's no answer. What was the jury given, and why was the jury given it? So it was a exhibit.
I'm reading an Indie Star article right now. Months before an interview with police on October 13th, 2022, that led to Richard Allen's arrest later that month, Allen was searching online for disturbing movies to watch and frequently looked up the Delphi murders, according to a later analysis of his search history by the Indiana State Police.
So it wasn't a Google. Sorry, go ahead.
On May 24th, 2022, Allen did a Google search for deeply disturbing and terrifying movies on Netflix.
How do they know it's him searching? First of all, how do they know it's him searching that? Second of all,
what is wrong with that search?
Yeah, some people like horror movies. He's depressed. We need dopamine. So
that same day, he searched Texas elementary school shooting suspect.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the kind of shit that trends on Twitter. The next month, he searched for most fucked up thing to watch on Netflix right now.
This is a great point. Shell just said on Netflix, automatically makes it tame. Like there's not. If you want something real fucked, you're not going to find it on Netflix. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Come on. Yeah. Sorry.
That sounds like to me like I'm picturing that Googling that because you're at a bar and somebody's like, I saw the most fucked up thing on all of Netflix. And you're like, dude, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. What's the most fucked up thing on Netflix? These are how these Google searches get in my phone. I shit you not. Jesus Christ, dude. Were people not audibly laughing in the courtroom? In mid-April of that year, he made similar searches for Insidious. That's a movie.
It's a movie.
Searching for a horror movie is now incriminating evidence? He searched for Insidious and disturbing things to watch on Netflix. Also that month, on April 17th, Allen looked up, Should I Die Now? Allen has a history of struggling with depression and anxiety, and he was placed on suicide watch in prison. Fuck you, Indie Star. On October 2nd, 2022, weeks before his arrest, Allen clicked a link for 65. He clicked a link. He didn't do a Google search. He clicked a link for 65 plus best kidnapping and hostages movies ever made. I love kidnapping and hostage movies, by the way.
Yeah, they're really good.
I've seen every Taken movie ever made. Is that
Yeah.
incriminating against me? Do people not like the Taken series? Okay.
Why did the state admitted these
This is so
today?
embarrassing.
But I have my issue, like the searches is a press release. Obviously, it's ridiculous. If my search history was public, I'd be in fucking. I mean, Holman knows. Holman knows all about
I'd be
my
like,
search
well, let me explain. I can explain. Let me just like walk you through my
Jerry
brain.
Holman saw my search history and tried to swat me. Sorry. No, right.
I'd be like, whoa. Like my search history is so
I could
much more
explain.
fucked up than this.
So
much more fucked up than
the bigger issue that I'm having with this though is that I want to understand. I guess I could go back and watch Andrea, but like I don't have like a 6-hour live in me. But I want to understand like so they okay, so they got a search, they submitted a search warrant, but these searches are not, it doesn't sound like they're being read off of a search warrant return from Google. It sounds like they submitted the search warrant, like, after, I don't know, whatever. They submitted the actual warrant itself to the jury.
I don't understand
Well,
who's
and then-
reading this. Like, I don't understand
then-
where they're getting this information from.
So they submitted a search warrant for his Google history, right? But it doesn't, this isn't the return. This isn't the search warrant return like from Google. This is just Dave Vito typed up a report. A narrative.
Who's reading it, or who showed it to the guy who wrote this Indie Star article?
Oh, well,
Where are they seeing it?
They get to see all the exhibits after court. For
Okay,
15
so this
minutes.
is just an exhibit.
Yeah, admitted into evidence at the trial. The jury got to read it.
Who gave it to the jury to read? They just get to, like, the jury just gets to sit there and flip through exhibits with no context? Who presented this?
The state. This was like they're part of their ending. What do you mean? The state, McClellan.
This is part of him wrapping up his case.
Yeah, they were arguing over whether or not this should be admissible.
Okay,
And,
got it. That was my question. So Nick McClelland was
if
walking the jury through this.
If the jury's reading it, it was admitted though, right? Like the jury was reading it, so it's an admitted piece of evidence, is how I understand it, right?
So I mean, somebody has to be speaking to it. They don't just hand the fucking jury a file cabinet.
No, Nick.
Like somebody
Nick
has to
said
be
we
like
have-
guiding them through this and speaking to it.
I don't know. I think
They
that
don't
it
just
was
hand the
admitted
jury a binder with exhibits.
over the state's objection. I mean, over the defense's objection. They were able to admit this piece of evidence, and the jury was given it's like a couple pages probably to like read, given to read. They didn't display it for the courtroom.
They just hand it to the jury to read on their own.
But the issue that Judge
Without
Jessica
any
is bringing up,
context or explanation of it or questions.
well, I think that they probably did explain these are Richard Allen search warrant. Blah,
Who's
blah, blah.
they?
I don't
Who
know.
explained it?
McClellan, probably the state. I don't know. Okay, but if no one introduced it into evidence, and I know that they're not authenticated, but so
God
if the
damn.
jury's reading
She
it,
just did a she was like, how long?
if the jury's reading it though, it's been admitted into evidence. No?
Yes.
Right.
Definitely.
So okay, so it has been admitted into evidence, but it's not
Is
authenticated.
catastrophe okay?
She's like screaming, it's been admitted into evidence, but it's not an authenticated return. So we have no proof other than Vito's narrative that these were his searches. And Vito won't get on the stand and testify to it. So that's sus. These are not official Google search warrant authenticated search warrant return.
This is just like a Word document.
Yeah, Vito typed up Vito did a Word document. Vito did a narrative. So I think that we figured it out. Thank you, DB.
That's
for the breadcrumb. So, hi, Michael. So the state moved to admit these search warrants, this search warrant, but it doesn't say that it's a search warrant return. It just says a search warrant and a narrative report of David Vito as to what the searches were, but they're not authenticated by Google. He's not saying that this is the official search warrant return of the like. This is just Vito.
Okay, so yeah, so this is an analysis. So
according to Dave Vito,
months before an interview with police on October 13th that led to Richard Allen's arrest later that month, Allen, God, who wrote this? Were they embarrassed? Allen was searching online for disturbing movies to watch.
Yeah, but
and frequently looked up the Delphi murders, according to a later analysis of his search history by the Indiana State Police.
Vito.
A later analysis. So I mean, this is Vito did a Word document.
Vito did a Word document, and we know that Vito is a liar and a pervert and a wannabe. You know, he's gonna crack the fucking.
Hey, Angela.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would have been strange in August of 2022 to be looking up frequently updates on the Delphi murders?
You mean when there's literally nonstop news and there's every Indiana State police officer is in his skivvies in the fucking Wabash in your like the next town?
Do you remember off the top of your head like when in August that was?
Literally like mid to end August. It was weeks and weeks of August in 2022.
Like pretty much the entirety of August, right?
Right. Yeah.
So he searched Delphi murders update 5 times in the first weeks of August.
When they're literally doing a multi-million-dollar search of the Wabash River for something related to the Delphi murders. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like all over the news, like people doing flyovers. It's like all the news cycles. Like that's your hometown. You live there.
Yeah, it's literally nothing. It's
a press release. Embarrassed?
Yeah, it's a press release. It's a press release. So what this was admitted,
this is the worst things in his Google search history?
Right. What's that say? Mine is way fucking worse.
God, he looked up scary movies, disturbing movies, scariest movies on Netflix, most disturbing movies on Netflix. Like, my God, this is so like G-rated compared to mine.
Dougie just Googled the most effed up thing to watch on Netflix. The Ritual, reuniting after the tragic death of their friend. 4 college pals set out to hike through the Scandinavian wilderness.
Oh, I have
a wrong turn leads them into.
I haven't watched it.
Eek. They're everywhere.
I mean, my Google search is just full of like porn and Amazon shopping and
yeah. That's Vito's searches. He must have Vito accidentally submitted his own searches.
Like, this is
what to do about. Sorry, never mind.
If this was my child's Google searches, I wouldn't be upset about it. Okay, let's just say that.
Yeah. So basically, Vito did a falsification, in my opinion. Vito did a lie. Vito did a falsification, and they're doing another press release. And Vito's like, "Oh shit!"
And I bet there's somebody right now on YouTube doing an entire episode about this. About how damning it is to Richard Allen.
Yeah, they already did probably. But I mean, Andrea has over 10,000 people watching her. So like good.
She's still going?
Oh yeah.
Oh damn.
She gonna go. She gonna go. It's 12. What time is it? 12:38. She gone. So, okay. I can't imagine that the jury, as they're reading that, was too horrified by it. I mean, they seem quite like evolved, well-rounded people who probably have done a Google or a horror before in their life. So, whatever. I want to talk about Well, I think that David Vito has a problem because David Vito is about to be the guy that spent 3 years chasing a red herring and wasted over $1 million of his state's agency's money searching the Wabash. He's going to be the guy that failed at the Keegan Kline murder, and he's also going to be the guy that failed at the Richard Allen murder. He's got a lot to lose. Personally, his reputation, his ego. I suspect that he really needs this guy to be convicted, much like everybody else who has a vested interest.
Everybody needs this guy convicted for different and similar reasons.
So,
and he's not. I do not think he's going to be convicted. Rightfully so. I think
I don't put anything past anybody, but I hope you're right.
Like I'm putting a lot of stock in this jury. I think they have to be seeing the same thing we are seeing. And I think, even Andrea and Bob's reporting, I think they're very fair. I think they can give their opinion of it and what they thought of it. But I think they also can be very objective in how juries typically react to this. Mm-hmm. And how juries that they're looking at and watching did react to this and what their faces were like and what kind of questions did they ask. And they have a good pulse on, us as very seasoned, experienced people, this makes sense to us. And this is how I would look at this as a very experienced professional in this field. But here's also what I know about juries historically and what it means to them.
Yeah.
And I'm just not getting that vibe that the jury is even considering that this is legit to them.
You got to watch Andrew's. I would start maybe I'm trying to think about when she really, I would start 30 minutes in.
4 hours in, 5 hours.
No, probably 30. Well, maybe 30 to it. No, start an hour in and watch for an hour at some point. It's just her talking about the calls specifically between Rick and his parents, Rick and Kathy, and Harshman's skilled witness interpretation of Rick Allen, and just how self-impeaching these men are. Can there be yes? So yeah. This is a good question, Dougie. They can. So they have to. They don't read all of the questions. I don't know how they determine what they read and what they don't. I don't know if all the parties have to agree or if it's up to Judge Gold. I'm not really sure. They probably negotiate up at behind the TV while they're hiding, behind the TV with the white noise machine going. But the jury's asking a lot of questions about that are telegraphing a lot of questions, a lot of reasonable doubt,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I have a hard time seeing. I think there probably are a lot of people who are just so, and I probably was more like this at one time in life. People who, if you're arrested, you're more likely than not guilty, right? And we know that's not true. But
if you're what?
Arrested.
Oh.
You're probably guilty, right? There's a lot of people that just believe that, especially if they don't closely follow, the cases. And
I mean, statistically, yeah, that probably is true.
So
but Delphi doesn't do anything statistically.
Right. And I think there's some people that just don't question that. If someone's arrested and charged with a horrible crime, they just don't even, it doesn't even occur to them to question that might, there's no alternative, right? That's right. The person's guilty. And I don't think it makes them bad people. I just think that it's just how, it's just the lens that they view the world through. But there are people who know better. And I'm thinking of some in particular who know better, who know a lot about who are in the field, law enforcement or law or whatever, they know better. And is it just stubborn, is it just the most stubborn cognitive dissonance ever? Or is it in willful defiance? Or is it just that they just hate what the due process, right? The innocent side, they just hate what that side represents, or they hate the individuals on our side so much that they're willing to convict an innocent man.
I think it's a lot of different factors. I think,
yeah, Mandy agrees with you.
Yeah, and I think it's different things for different people.
Yeah.
I think some people are just really so like low IQ that they read the probable cause affidavit and think like, oh, they did it. Like, this is so damning.
Right.
And not even like they don't even like they don't actually possess the actual intelligence to break it down and be like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense though.
Right.
And I mean, you should do that for anything. You should do it for a suspect that you think is a good suspect or a bad suspect. You have to look at it in the lens of, this was intended to be a persuasive document for the judge that needed to sign it.
Right.
It's not going to include exculpatory things. Like, it's like, you have to look at it from that lens.
Right.
But you should never, ever once have to consider that the police literally lied and fabricated things in it.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually happened in this one, which is shameful. And next to that, so then, I mean, you just kind of have your low IQ people who are going to read this, you know, in the same way, like, I don't know, like a child would, and be like, oh, they got him. That sounds terrible, you know, like, just not really knowing any better.
Yeah, I like this, how Jamie said this. I think that there's a lot of this.
Yeah.
They lack the curiosity. And I think that's in the general public for sure, but even more concerning and alarming and horrific to me is that this also permeates among the investigators. Like, they are not even interested. Like Harshman, they like Walla never viewing video of Rick in his cell.
Not even she's digging through files, going against her, like, her work ethics, digging through files to, like, read up on Kegan Kline. And she never once even thought to look at his cell video to be like, what's he doing when I'm not around? Like, some Clarice Starling you are.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even want to, like, surveil him, see what he's like when nobody's looking. I'd be most curious about that.
I want to know how much talking she did versus how much talk. What was the proportionality of her talking during their sessions versus him?
I bet it was at least 50-50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
I would speculate it was a lot more on her side,
right?
Trying to coax things out of him.
I get that sense from her, that it was more, she was fulfilling a need that she had by being his psychologist. It was never really about him. And then I think about how many people in positions of trust with, like, very tall orders, like, you know, police and a prosecutor and a judge and a warden. Not that any of these people, like you and I, might not consider them particularly trustworthy, but, like, in society, they have remarkable, unprecedented power. And then you've also got, you know, you go to law enforcement because they ask you for help because they need help solving a brutal murder of children. And you're like, okay, and you try and help them. And then this happens. And then to be perfectly honest, though, I mean, I know that Rick, I don't know that he'll ever be the same after what he went through, but I think about the fact that he wanted to hire his own attorney sometimes. And like,
he had the knowledge. He had the knowledge.
What would have happened had he not? You know what I mean?
Well, you know, this whole time I always suspected, like, he just didn't know. Like, he didn't know he didn't have to talk to them. He didn't know that all he ever had to say was, I'm done. I want a lawyer, and shut his mouth. And, like, I just kind of thought, like, he just didn't understand. He didn't know. He just trusted them. He thought he had to do what they said. He did know.
Yeah, he did
He
know.
did know. And he still was like so confident in Kathy,
The
get
legal
out of here.
system.
Like, babe, like, I love you. Get out of here. If they don't let you go, tell them you want a lawyer and they have to let you go.
He said, I'm not
fine.
guilty.
Don't worry about me. Like, he wanted to clear the air. He wanted,
there's no evidence. You're not going to find anything. Like, arrest me.
Find anything. Like, he wanted to hash it out with these guys. Like, he was personally offended. He didn't want to run away. He didn't want to get away from them. He didn't want to bail out of there, even using like his own rights that he could have and should have used, that I would have used.
And he trusted that
he was going to be able to explain to them, this is a big fucking mistake. Tell me you're sorry and let me get back to my life.
I wonder when it hit him. We talked about that too. Like, actually, we talked about it in the episode. I need to just repost it. I'll just blur over fuckface, but it's really good. And we talk in that episode about the letter that he wrote. And we talk about how like people were assigning so much unfair meaning and connotation to like what he was saying. And they were like trying to like make this mean like he never said he was guilty in the letter and like all of this shit. And you and I, our takeaway was like, this is a man who can't fucking believe that this is happening to him.
Like, cannot believe he's actually in jail.
At no point did he ever think that it would go this far. And at every juncture, I imagine like at every single juncture, at every move, at every, you know, step forward in the state's case against him, right? At every moment, he probably kept thinking like, this is not good. Like, they're not going to get away with this. Like, this doesn't happen to innocent people. This doesn't happen to people that have nothing to hide, you know. This doesn't happen if you weren't there. Like, they can't just like frame an innocent person. And so like sometimes I sit back in my free time and I think about, when did it hit him? And is that when he started to lose his mind?
Yeah, like I'm never getting out of here. Like, this happened.
I am.
Like, he kept telling them, arrest me, or shut the fuck up. Like, because he's like, you have nothing. You have no evidence. He didn't even believe them about this bullet nonsense. He's like, you did not.
Like, when did he
that's your
realize
bullet there, Rick? No, it's not. 5 witnesses saw you. No, they didn't. They said you had a gun. That didn't happen. Like, he knows it didn't happen. Nobody.
Can you
told
imagine?
Me that,
no wonder he lost his mind, Courtney. So he knows, like you're saying, he knows that none of this is true and that they don't have a shred of evidence to connect him to this. And yet he's been in DOC for 2 years. That would make me lose my mind too. If I knew that something didn't happen and the whole world was telling me that it did. And also I had an underlying severe mental illness and they were fucking with my meds and psychologically and physically torturing me.
Yeah,
but like,
to me, it makes complete sense that he actually did start thinking in his head,
maybe I did this.
Maybe I did do this. Like,
I said something in Andrea's
like, maybe I'm crazy. Like, maybe I did this, Kathy. They said I did this, Kathy. I'm here. I found God. Like, I want God to love me. Like, I think I did this, Kathy. Why else would I be here if I didn't do this? Like,
it doesn't make any fucking sense. And we've been saying this for 2 years. You and I have been on this. So you, more than anybody that I know, have been banging the drum of like, they don't want to take this to trial. And I 100% agree with you. Like, they don't want to take this to trial. They don't have a case and they want him to. And I have always been of the mentality that they fully anticipated he would die, either from a cardiac event, from you can die from psychosis. Like, I'm trying not to go down the
suicide. I never thought, like, stupid ass always thought, oh, he gonna off himself. Oh, they're just gonna turn around. They're just gonna turn their back and let him off himself. And
I could see it. I was very afraid. I'm still afraid of that, honestly.
I don't
because
think
of how vulnerable he is. He's
No.
strong. So like the thing that people need also, I wish that people would stop conflating suicidal ideation or suicidality with like weakness, because if you know anybody that has chronic suicidality, and this is just a condition that people have, it doesn't have anything, it doesn't, some people are chronically suicidal, and it's a really difficult existence, and they survive, and they're remarkably strong, and and some people who are chronically suicidal have the most incredible, beautiful insight on life. And I think that because Rick has struggled with mental illness, and he's open about that, and he was on this is something you and I talked about fucking a year ago. This guy, blue collar Joe in Delphi, Indiana, was treating his fucking mental illness with medication.
Proactive. He recognized
he's
I'm
on
not
meds.
okay.
He's
I
on
want to
fucking
be
medication.
okay. And he sought out treatment. He hospitalized himself. He's like, I'm not okay. I need help because I want to be okay. He took medication for 20 years to keep himself in check.
Yes. And I think
I know successful, grown, wealthy, like smart, intelligent, metropolitan city living adults right now who don't do that so much for themselves.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I think so the reason, like the main difference that I see between Rick and Holman, Rick and Nick, Rick and Liggett, Rick and all of them, like the difference that I see between them, Rick and Gull, is that at no point, like Rick Allen's history, so he lived a life of service. He was in the National Guard. He and Kathy have been together for over 30 years. They were high school sweethearts. They have all intents and purposes, a beautiful marriage. Like this is a man who does seem proactive. His relationship with his parents, his adopted father, everyone calls him his stepfather. He's his adopted father.
He's been his father.
He's been his father since probably he doesn't know another father. And so like he has positive and strong and healthy relations. He was at his parents' house the morning of the murders, just like there. And
he was off work that day and drove out to his mom's house just to visit.
Yes.
Holy shit. That's the kind of person we're talking about here. The person who is like battling these demons to rape and murder children in the woods.
It's idiotic.
Is driving out to go visit his parents on his day off work in the morning.
And then he went to the trails because he probably, guess what? If you have major depressive disorder and you struggle with suicidality, you know what they tell you to do? They tell you to go outside, go for a fucking walk. Do you know how hard it is to get out of bed, let alone go to work and maintain a stable job, let alone keep a positive disposition, let alone be around your friends and loved ones, let alone go for a fucking walk on your day off? Like this is a man who is
most of us have probably been there at some point in our life.
Yes. And the fact that like he was doing those things, and what has been really hard for me to watch probably more than anything is like how shamelessly and totally without conscience the state has taken normal, not just normal, like neutral, morally neutral things, but like morally positive things and characteristics about Rick Allen and have distorted them. And they do this with everything. They pervert and distort every good thing. They did it to Mike Thomas. They did it to everything. They did it to our lawsuit. They do it to you. Like they do it to people on the defense side. They do it to the attorneys that are brilliant, spending their time and their own fucking dime. Like Michael and Kara and Bob and who am I forgetting? Like people that have no obligation to care about this shit, and they care about it, and then the state just files contempt charges and swats their father and calls them porn stars and locks them in DOC and leaks their Google search history. That was like an endearing Google search history. What's the scariest movie I can find on Netflix? Like, give me a fucking break. Like, give me a fucking break. And the way
if that is the worst thing Vito could dig up in his search history, like fucking lock me up.
Seriously,
throw away the key.
they just distort everything. They distort everything that's good and pure and decent and honest, and they absolutely just shred it, and they siphon all the life out of these people. I've watched them do it to Deb. I've watched them do it to Mike. We've watched them do it to Rick. We've watched them do it to Galen. They just take people that are truly innocent. I didn't say perfect. I just said innocent. Like, they found the one fucking innocent man in Carroll County, and they made him their fucking, like, sacrificial lamb because, they fucked around for 7 years. And, well, somebody's got to fix this for us. And hey, man, maybe this guy had something to do with it. You know, bullets as good as paternity tests.
He told us he was there. He told us he was there.
Hennessy, thank
That's
you.
all he did.
Hennessy's retired. Hennessy should be enjoying his retirement.
If Betsy Blair was a man, it would be her arrested right now.
Dude, remember I talked to a local a couple weeks ago, and afterwards, I was saying how, like, yeah, and like this person was telling me that like they were at some kind of like a work meeting or community meeting or something, like maybe a week or a couple days later after the murders, and everybody in the room was talking about like what were like, man, like I was there, like I drove by that like at that time of day, and like I had like just to think that I was like right there, and and remember, I don't know if I said this to you or not, but like when he was like, yeah, and I was like, you know, we were talking about like trying to get like a timeline of like what could have happened, and holy shit, I was right there, and my girls were right, you know, down the street. And he said, yeah, and I said, you know, I drove right by there on my way home from work and literally passed by the trail at like, I don't know, 2:45, 3 o'clock, and I thought to myself, like, good thing nobody with a badge heard you fucking say that on that day.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, good thing you didn't say that to anybody with a fucking badge and gun, because it could easily have been him. You know what I mean? Like, these are just people that are trying to make sense of something that's senseless. And this is why people don't fucking talk to police. And nobody in this chat, don't ever talk to police, period, ever.
Like,
Never.
we know now, like we thought for years, like, why, what's up with the McCains? Like, they were out there the whole day. They're always out there. They're always fucking around the show. Like, they're
never gonna look into the
we always
McCains.
hear, oh, they lawyered up and won't speak to anybody. No fucking shit. I bet they did.
There's about 6 or 7 families in Delphi, landowners, because land is basically, they value land over the lives of children in Carroll County. We know this. They care about their land more than they care about anything. And they care about their parks and their trails and their history and their heritage.
Angela, they're bridges.
They're bridges. They care about more than human life. And they're never going to go after somebody like the McCains. They're never going to go after the Logans. They're never going to go after the Mearses. They're never going to go after the Gerards. They're never going to go after people like the McClellands, because they got a lot of stake in this place. They've been there for a long time. And besides, it doesn't matter if they have money. Nick McClelland's dad was a fucking arsonist, okay? He literally spent his last remaining years in fucking Indiana State Prison because he lit somebody's fucking house on fire. Like,
they celebrated him.
People are fucked up, right? But if you're in the club,
when Nick became prosecutor, there's articles like basically like acting like he's the prodigal son of the felon who basically died in prison. Like, he was like a celebrated.
And you know what? To be fair,
town staple.
I don't know anything about him. I think that we're more than our worth today.
That's fine. Maybe he was a great man. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he just did the kind of thing. Whatever. Maybe that didn't define him. I don't know.
But the point is, like, this is okay. You got a criminal history. You got a lengthy criminal history. Not saying anything about you as a person morally, but like you're a criminal, and yet you're revered and you're untouchable because you're in the club. And the club, by the way, isn't necessarily that you're squeaky clean or that you have a ton of money. You're just in the club. You're just born into it. It doesn't really matter what you do in life. Once you're in the club, they will arrest an innocent person to protect you because you're in the club. I don't fucking get it. I think it's stupid as fuck.
I'm
but that's
from
the way
a
they
small
operate.
town, and I don't get it. Like, it wasn't like I don't know this culture. Like,
it's very weird. Carroll County is weird. And Andrea said something really, really insightful, especially obviously, if anyone's going to come in and just get it, it's going to be somebody like Andrea. Obviously, she's brilliant, but she literally she's been there for 15 days, maybe more at the most, like 20 days she's been in Indiana. And she said the other night, like, the lack of humanity in these men, the arrogance of this case.
Yes. You keep waiting for one.
And the fact, right. And the fact that, well, but look at what, well, let me come back to that in a second. And the fact that, like, she quoted that, it's like Frederick Nietzsche or whatever quote about like, whoever hunts monsters has to be careful that they don't turn into a monster. When you look into abyss long enough, the abyss starts to look into you or whatever. I know that I just botched that, but it's basically like you spend so long, you basically turn into the fucking thing. Like these men are monsters. This place is monstrous. And I don't think that you and I've talked about it. I've gone on like tangents about like, I'm not like a religious person by nature, but like, I want to understand. I don't like the word evil, but just like motivators. Like, what is the motivation for this place to be so fucking void of everything noble and good? And I don't mean the people that live there, because there are good people there, but just like this place is so fucking insidious. And it's like, I've probably texted like 3 or 4 people in the past year, and we've had conversations about like, do you ever feel like this case wants to kill you? Do you ever feel like this case wants you dead? Do you ever feel like Delphi, Indiana wants you dead? Like, it's just this like sinkhole of darkness.
It really is.
Sludge. It's so dark. And
there's not a good person in sight that is involved in this prosecution right now. It's just
none. It's
and
all
then I watch people who shouldn't even have any skin in the game get up on the stand and just
lie for you. And why?
What? To help Nick to like kill an innocent man? Maybe a man that you don't even know, guilty or innocent. You just don't even know, but like you just lied under oath on the stand in open court. Like they're saying things that I know for sure are lies. Like they're lies.
How many people
why do you think Baldwin ended his exam, like his cross exam of Brad Weber, with a document he already had typed up, slapped down in front of him? Hey, you've been served. We're done here.
You know how good that probably felt? You and I have...
He has some shit to say to him during his direct exam.
You and I have lost friends that we knew very well. And I'm not just talking about the one. I'm talking about like multiple people that we really genuinely
turn on us overnight.
And I have to wonder, like when you were talking about like they get on the stand and they just like lie for what? You know, you don't because you know at the drop of a hat, the state would never lie for them. They'll just be the next Rick Allen. And yet they still lick the boot and they still fall in line and they know that they're full of shit and they know that they're lying. And is it just like fear? Is it just, it's like this culture of, and I tweeted something the other day. I was like, Andrea makes a really good point about this place. And I've tried to find like reasons for it. I know I'm going on like a diatribe right now, but like I've tried to find reasons for like, why has this place, why is it like this? Like people from all over the world are now looking at this at Indiana, but specifically Carroll County, Indiana, and the powers that are protecting Carroll County. And they don't understand how this is happening in the United States of America. And yet it continues to happen, Courtney. It continues to happen. No one's fucking doing anything about it. Nobody is stopping it.
I don't get it. I really don't.
And
I try to compare it. I try to like put myself in this situation and what would make me do it? What would make me lie because I believed in this cause so much? What would make me turn on you? Like what would
you would have to believe it though. That's the thing.
I would have to believe it. And I mean, plenty of people have tried to tell me horrible things about you.
I know.
It's their game. It's their triangulation. It's what they want to do. I tell them to suck my dick. Yeah, suck my dick.
Good word.
Suck my dick, you liar. Like, that's all I have to say to them. So, like, and I start thinking, like, what if they showed me something?
Right.
Like, what if they, like, were like, listen to this phone call that I record. Like, look at this conversation I screenshotted. And I mean, like, my brain actually goes to crazy places like that because I'm like, maybe something like that would be the only thing that would make some of these people behave that way.
They believe it.
Like they don't just like
something.
hear it from like the mouth of someone. Like they believe it overnight. Like you're dead to me. Like you're fucking dead to me.
Right. And like
and then I can apply that to even this situation, you know, like with actual people going up on the stand, cops, witnesses, nobodies.
Right.
Going up there and just people who shouldn't have any information whatsoever, people who shouldn't even be a witness, suddenly are a witness and are full of bullshit, things they know are bullshit, but they believe in the cause and what they're doing. What the fuck have they been told?
What cause? What is your cause? Like, I just want to sit them down and be like,
you just saw the whole case. Was your cause justified?
You and I have talked about this. Like, what's our why? And like, we've been like so drugged through, and this is not like a sesh, like whatever, we're fucking fine. But like, you and I have been drugged through. This is also so true. And Dougie has seen it all too. Like, you and I have been drugged through the fucking mud so many times, and like in every way imaginable, obviously. And so like, because of that, I think as like normal, relatively good people, we ask ourselves and we ask each other, like, why? Like, what is our why? Like, let's realign.
All the time. Why?
And I do that. And I ask myself that, like, what is my why? Have I lost sight of my why? Let me like realign myself with why. And like, you and I talk about that. And like, we talk about that with like each other. We talk about that with like our, like,
we ask each other, like, are we the monster? Are we bad?
And we legitimately, we have the capacity to look inward. And this is not this is not like a boastful thing. This is just like most humans with decency have the capacity to look inward and really like, what is my part to play in how people are treating me? Is there a part that I have to play? Right. Like there's always things that we can ask ourselves. But like you and I, like, we know what our why is and we haven't deviated from that. And like, I think that, I don't know, speak for myself, but I think that like our why, we believe it to our bones. And so it motivates us even when shit is crazy. People look at us like, we're crazy. Why are you still doing this? You know, what is your secondary gain? And the secondary gain is that we're crazy, but also because we believe in it. Like we believe in the why. Like
it feeds my mind.
Yes.
It feeds my heart.
Yeah.
It's not because I think I'm going to do anything about it. It's not because I think I'm really going to accomplish anything.
It's like
other than just like, you know, the general concept of advocacy or whatever, but it feeds me. Like everybody should fucking have that in their life. Everybody should have something in their life that makes them wake up every day and feel stimulated by. Just to like wake up and just like have like those sparks like flying off in your brain, like just those pops going off of just curiosity and wonder and thinking and question and wanting to like find other people that just want to talk about it with you as well. And like, that's a cool thing to have in your life, no matter what it's about.
Well, and there's just like this fundamental underlying integrity, I think, of the people that we try to align ourselves with, and we don't do it perfectly. But, you know, there's this underlying integrity of people who, like, the example that I think of is like you and Gary Badette. We could just call him Gary now. Like, y'all were just friends. You were friends. Like, you didn't have like animosity. You were just like, we're friends.
We violently disagreed on everything related to this, but I liked him. I liked him as a person.
Right. And
I enjoyed conversating with him.
Right. Because he also had a curiosity and he was intelligent and, you know, relatively. And y'all could go back and forth about things, and you didn't have to agree in order to like see to be able to recognize like the value.
Disagreed on everything.
Respect, right? But there came a moment in y'all's friendship that you couldn't turn away from, and you had to have a really uncomfortable confrontation with him.
Yeah.
And that changed your friendship, because you don't know Rick Allen, but somebody that you trusted, that you had respect for, did something that violated like your non-negotiables, which are like, just be honest.
Don't fuck with people.
Don't fuck with people, and don't manipulate evidence to like be. And I think that that's kind of like the thing. It's like, why are you doing this, right? And that's what you asked. You were like, why? Like, why? And you got so many different answers, and none of them were truthful.
Because as like viciously as I've defended Richard Allen, if I ever came across anything that looked really sketchy against him, like, this looks bad, and like, I don't know if anybody else knows about this. Like, the idea that I would just bury that and not share it with my friends and be like, what do y'all think about this, is like unconscionable to me. Like, I would absolutely share it with people and share it with my friends. You wouldn't
be able to bury it though. Like, it would eat at you. It would fuck you up.
I'd feel like a fake.
Right. You would, yeah, because it wouldn't be authentic, and it would just feel ick, you know? And like, I don't know, I'm not trying to like moralize anything. Like, we've made plenty mistakes in this realm alone. But I think that like the difference between, I don't know, I sleep fine at night, you know? Like, I look at somebody like Walla, and I have to remind myself that most of the time they really do believe their bullshit. Like, she really doesn't think she violated any ethics. She doesn't think that she violated any ethics. And it's like, I don't know what to do. What do you do with somebody like that? What do you do with somebody that can get on the stand and Harshman won't even concede to the fact that Rick was not doing well in May 2023. He won't even concede to, never mind
that fucking monster bitch said out of her mouth, in May of 2023, I noted that he seemed to be in remission. And I'm like, let me check my notes, you
from the
lying
hearing
sack of shit, because I have your notes that I wrote down because the words came out of your whore mouth 2 months ago. And I wrote them down. Let's check your notes again. Let's go back to May 2023 and see what you said 2 months ago about May 2023. Oh, looky there. Still going downhill. Like
grave disability.
Disorganized thoughts accelerating. Like, you worthless garbage trash woman just sat there and said, I noted he was in remission from his psychosis.
What would make me
crazy bitch?
I'm trying to think what would make me turn on a patient like that. You'd have to have a gun to my family,
your
or something.
livelihood, your career, your children, your
family.
Before.
She has to just be that bad at her job. Like, I think that she, I don't know, dude. It's like this case, I think that it's probably less complicated than I'm making it.
I think she runs the risk of being named in lawsuits now, but she doesn't have the full force of IDOC and the Attorney General to claim responsibility for her anymore. I think if she gets named in lawsuits going forward, including Rick's, which will be probably the largest in Indiana history, she's going to be named as her own ass entity, her own person. Like, I don't know for sure if IDOC or Attorney General will be claiming any responsibility for her since she's not employed with them any longer.
This is so important.
As a single mother, perhaps that is terrifying as shit.
You know, we knew that this was why Gull was hiding the transcripts, but this is why. Like, we knew why, but now we really, like, here it is. Because then we've got your notes that are verbatim.
Because then you could fact check it. Absolutely.
They're so calculated.
They're always 2 steps ahead.
But they're
anything she says no to, anything they disallow, anything that when you look in retrospect at the time, we're like, why the fuck not? Right now, Andrea, everybody, the media fighting for things like looking at exhibits and getting audio of the trial. When they're saying no, it's because it's going to have like drastic consequences later on.
I think that
get a transcript, not because it was violating HIPAA or because it dealt with medical records. I sat there and listened to it. So did members of the media. That's not private, confidential, like medical records. I sat there and listened to it. I'm the public.
the question you asked me about, like, who is the most, like, the scariest, like, so, okay, before the arrest, I blamed Tobe because the buck stops with Tobe and he should have kept searching, right? Okay, so the buck stops with Tobe, but then, like, okay, but then Rick gets arrested, and okay, well, the buck stops with Diener. Diener should have done something. Okay, but then Judge Gold. Okay, so Judge Gold, the buck stops with Judge Gold. We know how that goes. It's like, okay, well, no, there's a mental health professional now in the mix who has, surely she will intervene. You know
Not
what?
a single fucking person will step up and do the right
Courtney,
thing.
this is a miraculous, unprecedented writ before the Supreme Court, oral arguments. Hallelujah, the Supreme Court is going to right this wrong. No wonder Rick went crazy. Can you think of a more hopeless situation? I can't. How many times have we felt hopeless and we're not even affected directly by any of this?
Mm-mm.
He's
It's wild.
Entirely, the fact that that man is still alive, and I'm not going to canonize, but the fact that he is still alive and that he's not lost his softness. Like,
I don't blame people for wanting to assume he's a guilty monster. I don't blame people for wanting to think that. Like, that helps you sleep at night. To think that somebody is going through all of this and they deserve it. Like, that is a much easier thought to reconcile than the thought that he was just a dude just going to work at CVS with his high school sweetheart at home, daughter married, out of the house, like supposed to be like entering his, like looking forward to his years with his wife without a child in the house any longer, like just working as your pharmacy tech job in Delphi, Indiana. Like, the thought that that's really all there is to Richard Allen and he's endured what he has. Like, that's way too much for a lot of people to accept. So it's easier to be like, he's a child killer. He deserves it. That's an easier thought to reconcile.
What's the alternative? Is that he's innocent and he's been put through.
Some people can't consider that. It's too much.
I get it. Well, we don't want to believe that this is possible. Like, we don't want to believe that if you just stay within the confines of the law and are your good citizen and you're honest and you mind your business, like, we don't want to believe that this can happen in our day and age. And it's like, this is another point that I think that is important that gets lost, is that Harshman, the lack of humanity of these men, the way that they can just lie with their whole chest, despite all evidence to the contrary presented in front of them. Here's a federal
and they do it in front of the victims' families.
Here's a federal,
as if they give a shit about them. If they give a shit about them.
They've exploited Libby and Abby's families. It broke my heart to hear that Cheyenne was up there crying about like how she's been doxxed online and everything. And I hate that for her. Law enforcement are culpable at every fucking turn in this. They created a vacuum. They created a fucking spectacle. They turned these murders into a fucking spectacle, and they just made every wrong decision. And at no point did they protect anybody that needed protecting. They didn't protect the victims. Clearly, you've got 6 dead young girls in your county, and to this day we have no idea who killed any of them. That's fun. You've got witnesses who are being harassed and bullied and because you haven't done your job in clearing anybody. You've never cleared anybody because you don't want to spend the money to test the DNA, or maybe you won't like the answer.
You don't even do phone extractions of the last people to see them alive.
Nope. Nothing.
Regardless of whether or not they are suspects or not. It's
like,
just what you do. It's just what you do. It's just step one. To build the timeline, to not take anybody's word for anything, because they could be misremembering. Let's see your records. Let's see where you went. Let's see your GPS. Like, let's put this all together without any doubts in our mind about if you have misremembered anything, because then we're going to talk to 50 different people, and we can't really just like, if one of those people misremembered anything, it throws everything off. So we just have to like, it's just what you do. It's just what you do.
And they use, like, they just lie. They just lie. And they just lie. It's all self-preservation and self-interest. Like, that's all it is. Like, when fucking Brad or Andy, I don't know which one, asked Liggett directly, did you ever consider how solving the murders might impact the election for sheriff?
Huh?
All he said is, did you ever consider it? Of course you did. That doesn't make you a bad person. Like, your capacity to be honest about a human experience is what makes you a good or bad person. Having that thought just makes you human. And the fact that he couldn't even get even a semblance of an answer, Nick, the prosecutor, stands up. Are you suggesting that the sheriff would like
did you ever did you ever like fantasize or dream of greatness? No.
Fucking for real right
never.
Now.
Like I would never do that.
And they're like, this is about 2 murdered girls. Like, it can actually be about both things. It can be about 2 murdered girls, and it can be that you can answer the question honestly. Wouldn't solving the murders be a really good thing for everybody, including you? Yeah.
Like an intelligent person would even like answer honestly and spin it like well for themselves.
Right. They just have to go straight to virtue signaling and indignant.
I never considered it.
I think that it's simple. Like I've done like a full, spiral 180 of like thinking that it was all about the election to thinking that it wasn't about the election, probably, to now I'm fully convinced. And it's not just because he, like you said, it's not just because he wanted to be sheriff. It's because the outcome was the same. They've been exposed. And they will continue to be exposed. But they wanted to avoid this. And can you imagine if a sheriff like Mark Pinkard, who is an actual good cop, there's nothing, they say that like nothing good cops hate more than bad cop, or hate. There's nothing they hate more than bad cops. It's true. And Pinkard's like he's like trained. Like,
people forget that. I mean, I feel like I have to remind people about this a lot because, people who just don't know the detail, like, you do. It's, there's never, like, the sheriff election is never contested.
Mm-mm.
Like, if you win the Republican primaries,
you're in.
You're the sheriff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nobody runs against you. Nobody is running against you as a Democrat. Nobody's running against you as an independent. Like, if you like, there's like 3 or 4 Republicans that are in the primaries. Whoever wins that one is the new sheriff, or that is the new prosecutor, or that is the new whatever.
Yeah.
Like, there's no, like, it's never challenged once it gets to the ballots.
This shook them. So
this one shook the fuck out of them. An outsider, Mark Pinkard from Lafayette, came in and was like, I'll do it. I'll put my name in the hat.
Take a pay cut to be sheriff. You know what I mean? Like, but
and he almost did it.
He would have won. Like, period. Like, it's an undisputed fact. Like, people, like, this is not a dispute. He would have won. And as soon as this arrest is made, what are we gonna oust the the task force that solved the Delphi murders. Even people that hate Liggett voted for Liggett because they wanted this prosecuted. Like, you literally just exploited your fucking constituents. Like, you literally, I don't even think that they anticipated that they would have to ever unseal the PCA. They just wanted him elected. Because, and it's not just, oh, I want to win. Like, look at all of the horrible, embarrassing, shameful, the indifference, the neglect of duty, dereliction of duty, the misconduct, the missteps, the idiotic fuck ups that have occurred since these murders, just from the task force and all of the entities involved. Like, they probably were really anticipating that this would never come out. The truth of it would never come out, ever. And if a new sheriff came in, like Mark Pinkard, who starts looking around, heads would roll. People would lose their jobs. People would get reported to authority, like to where, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't going to look the other way. Mm-hmm. And this is like a conspiracy scary thing, but I was like very scared for Mark Pinkard at the time, because I was like, this man can't win. He can't win. The foundation of the county, the foundation of this ecosystem would crumble. Like, people would, he can't. And I told you in August, right before the election, Courtney, they will solve the Delphi murder case. Or maybe it was August.
Yeah.
I said they're going to solve Delphi. I don't believe they'll solve it, but they're going to solve it because of how much was like at stake. And the only reason I knew that, I thought that, was because of our own shit dealing with these same men. I have been dealing with these same motherfuckers for 3 years now. And I have moments of just horror where I'm like,
why?
I don't know. You get gaslit enough.
Because you just like, you came into it so innocent. You were like doing your clinical stuff, and you were like, this would be a fantastic case study. Like, I want to do a case study on like community trauma from a major event. And like, I want to speak with people. And like, you were doing like working towards like your credits and getting licenses and things. And you're like, this is like my project. Like, I want to do this and submit it for, like, you came in so innocent, and like, you wanted to just do something good and learn about these people and study their experience and write about it. And it like turned into something so ugly so fast.
I think that, yeah, I mean, it's, they just do the same thing over and over again, but they escalate, you know, like what they did to Mike Thomas was life could have been, you know, he's very, and who was I talking to earlier about this? Like, I actually, not sorry, Mike, if you're watching, I'm not trying to compare you to Richard Allen, but like, I see a lot of like, when people are talking about like the kind of person that Rick is in his like daily life, right? You know, he's sensitive and he's family oriented, and all of these are like good qualities. And I think of like somebody like Mike Thomas, who is honest to a fault because he's a cop and he's like good and sensitive and caring, and like, don't know how he survived as long as he did successfully in law enforcement with that disposition, because they just fucking eat you alive. But he did it, and he did it well. And it's like, traits like that are the traits that they fucking like attack. That they attack like goodness, and they attack softness and vulnerability, which is beautiful. Vulnerability is a beautiful thing, and yet they weaponize it and they exploit it here in every way that they can. And like, look at Todd Click. I don't know the ins and outs of that. I just know that it stinks. I know enough now to know when something fucking stinks. To me, this, but no matter how you slice it, this is a man who retired from his one of his law enforcement partners gets murdered, and he retires that year. He's had enough. You've done good. I don't blame him. You know, you've done your duty, and you've paid your dues, and you've like done your time, and you've given a lot to your community, and it's time to retire. Do you really think that Todd Click needed to take a job working for the Department of Child and Family Services.
No.
Making basically like nothing. Do you really think he needed to do that?
No.
Why would somebody like Todd Click do something like that? Well, because he wanted to. Because he wanted to. He wanted to. That's a thankless job. I've done it. It's fucking thankless. Yeah. And it's bureaucratic, and you're under-resourced, and you can't fucking win no matter what you do. I hope people understand that. You can't win when you're working with in impossible situations with families and children and the government who like to intervene. It's like you can't win no matter what you do. Every decision you make will be scrutinized one way or another. Somebody's going to get hurt, and it's like you get into it because you're sensitive and soft, and it just like fucking just like shreds you to bits. And they take somebody like Todd Click, what is Todd Click's sin here? Todd Click's sin is that he blew a whistle. That's his sin. He blew a whistle. And then he did a scary thing, and he agreed to be a witness and go up against the state of Indiana and go up against, he broke the blue line. We know what happens to people when they break the blue wall. He crossed the blue line and broke the blue wall. We know what happens to people when they do that. They get ostracized or killed. So that was pretty selfless, in my opinion. He didn't have to do that. There's no glory in the Delphi case. Like, anybody that thinks that people are invested in Delphi because they want glory, the worst fucking thing that can ever happen to you, if you're listening, nobody take our word for it. The worst fucking thing that can ever happen to you is like you make a name for yourself in the Delphi case. Ruin your fucking life. Don't do it. Like, there's no glory in it. There's no glory in this for Brad and Andy and Jennifer. Like
any of us. Literally,
look at what everybody's had to endure.
A cop or a lawyer or just some like crank on the internet like us. Like, there's no glory in it.
This place is brutal. It just siphons the goodness in life out of everybody that it touches. And yet there's goodness there, right? Because look at what, like, the people that are local who care a lot, who are in here, like, still caring. Like, I don't know how you do it. It's really hard. And so you take someone like Mike Thomas, whistleblower, good man, honest man, wants to actually solve the fucking murders. He's got grandkids. He's got kids. He's got, like, he doesn't want a fucking murderer of children loose in his community. Maybe we bring a weapons expert in. Maybe we bring a forensic pathologist in who specializes in weapons and wounds and gets lambasted for having the audacity to even suggest bringing in an outsider to touch this case. And they have made his life miserable ever since. Fine. Todd Click, same shit. How dare a Rushville Police Department chief think that he has any business touching a Carroll County matter? Get fucked, Todd Click. That's basically how he was treated. A literal special fucking agent, task force member, posthumous special agent with the FBI. Literal genius. Everybody that knows him says he's a genius. These are not just like bumfuck cops, no offense. Greg Ferenczi was a genius. He was their terrorism task force, like their terrorism expert. He spent time with all sorts of fucking people. He hung out at the mosque for fun because he wanted to understand it, and he wanted to be invested in the cultures because he's studying terrorist groups, and they're just diverse, and he had to understand people, and he was interested, and he was curious, and he knew that something fucking stunk in this case. And Kevin Murphy, who I haven't gotten to meet, but you met Kevin Murphy, and you said he was like so humble, and like, I don't know I hope that he fucking avoids the shrapnel. Honestly, I'm like, Godspeed Kevin Murphy, # protect Kevin Murphy, because like, he's really he's the only man standing of the three of them. Like, that doesn't happen.
So nice. And he was the only person that I know of thus far that's gotten on the stand. And when crime scene photos were put down in front of him, he practically collapsed.
He's not not
because of the horror of it. Like, this man has seen plenty of crime scene photos before, but because of the personal, like,
everything,
guilt or remorse that he felt for not pursuing a lead he had in front of him, like with his full force, and like and like trusting that he was going to pass that information along to the people that were quote unquote in charge, and they were going to do anything about it.
Look at what their indifference.
He said they put that picture in front of him, and like the man like just started sobbing on the stand instantly, and he just said, "I messed up. I messed up. I messed up. I shouldn't have let him get out of my car. I shouldn't have done this. I should have taken him right back to the police station when he said that. I shouldn't have called somebody else and told them what happened and expected that it was going to be like
handled,
followed up on." He's like, I should have done it.
He should have been able to trust that, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, you should be able to trust that when you do what you're supposed to do and you follow through on your, you know, what's yours to do, and you do the right thing, or you're honest, or you help the police, you know, try and like give a witness account, like all of the whatever. Like, you should be able to feel secure in that decision, and that you should be able to go to bed and then not have to be haunted by it. And like, look at what the indifference of the men in positions of authority here. Look at how much fucking trauma they inflict on good people. For what? For what?
Pop Party wants to know where the sexy Mudang costume is.
Y'all voted for Mothman. I gave you a choice. I gave everybody a choice. I said, you want me to be Mudang or you want me to be Mothman? And Mothman won. Although I did promise it'd be slutty, and it's not. Sorry. But
very sparkly.
I know.
I love it.
I don't know if Mothman would approve of it, but I can do this just for a few more minutes. It's giving me a headache. But I don't know what I was saying. I just hate every single one of these state actors who they're soulless. They're soulless. They're corrupt to the core. They're so corrupt that they think that they're in the right. And that's what scares me, because how do you reconcile with somebody that thinks that they're in the right? You know, it's not like they're a liar who's like knows that they're lying, and as soon as they're caught, they're like, caught me. Like, no, they really think that they're in the right. They really think that they're doing, you know, that they deserve this win. That's how they see it, a win. Like, they don't care. They have no humanity at all. I don't know what happens though. Like, I don't know how, like, every single entity that could have intervened and made this better has like failed. I guess the jury is going to save the day.
They will. I actually have a lot of faith in the jury. I know I keep saying that, and everybody's like, I don't know. But I mean, like, what else are you going to trust? Like, these are just people. They're just like me and you, except they're supposed to be completely neutral, way less educated on the case than us.
But also very educated.
I mean, what I'm seeing so far is, I mean, if you're going into this case blind, man, I must look even like, I think it must look worse, right?
How confused must they be? They're like, what the fuck is this? Can you think,
like,
you think they're just laying in their bed at night? Like,
we already know. We're going with like, you know, 5 years of contaminated brain bullshit whenever we hear this stuff. And we're like, whoa, that's not what I heard from a very reliable source. You know, it's like they're not going in with all these like contaminated thoughts and knowledge of who these witnesses are and what they said in 2017 and what they said in 2019. Like, they're supposed to be going in just blank slate. Like, and like on one hand, you kind of feel like, but they're not going to understand the like the layers and the complexities here. And on the other hand, it's like, who better to listen to this and be like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
Right. Something's not adding up. Like, I think it's better actually, because they're just normal people. I don't think that it should be in Delphi. I think that's a mistake, but whatever it is.
With the ribbons all over the pillars outside, and
so prejudicial. But her bringing another jury in, like, probably, I mean, I was so skeptical of it, and they really don't. They really are just normal, smart people who haven't been living under this oppressive. Can you imagine if they had a Carroll County jury pool? It'd be over by now. It'd be over.
That'd be crazy.
But this
Crazy.
jury is totally uncontaminated by their filth, by the filth of Carroll County, men.
I mean, there's people asking questions about DNA that are so advanced. Like,
no,
I don't even think Nick and like the defense had any clue that there is somebody on that jury with extensive, very advanced, high-level DNA understanding. And so when you're listening to them, like when that person is listening to the DNA person poo-poo and blow away male DNA, just like barraging these victims' bodies from head to toe and being like, it's not uncommon.
They're probably like, are we being punked?
Yeah.
I would lay in my bed at night.
This is a person who asks questions about I always mispronounce this word, chimeras.
I didn't even know that word until the other day, but yeah.
I know what that word is. I've looked it up before, and like I remember reading about it a long time ago and just thinking, this is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
But like if you asked me, like, gun to my head, tell me all about it, I'd be like, I need to Google it again. Because it's a very advanced, like complicated phenomenon.
Yeah.
And for somebody to have the wherewithal to ask about it, that's what blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind.
When they're picking
there's somebody who is very, very knowledgeable in cell phone data.
Yeah, they're techie AF.
Like
advanced,
asking things with words I've never even heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to the point where the person on the stand's like, "That's a very good question. Why?"
She's probably like, "Shit."
Ask it. I know we have a nurse on the jury who I think is going to have a lot of questions about the crime scene and the blood splatter and the things those people are saying.
I think of all of the shit that would bother the nurses in my life, it'd be the fucking cross-contamination and the lack of preservation of fucking evidence.
Somebody asked about reagents.
Holy shit. What do you mean?
I mean,
what do you mean you fucking got your own fucking DNA on this shit? What do you mean you're not double gloved? What the fuck?
Oh, now you put some PPE protocols in place?
Yeah.
Now y'all talking about wearing goggles and masks while you're testing DNA from a double child homicide? Like now that warrants a conversation?
Right.
Holy shit.
They've spent...
I'm feeling good about the jury. I feel like they are good, smart people based on what I've seen so far.
I am actually like despondent over the fact that this is really happening in the dark like this. This would be the entire world needs to see this. It's so unbelievable and it's so important. And it's the one thing that I don't know that I'll ever get over it. That this is really happening, that it's really it's not public. Like I can't believe it.
No, I can believe it. It just sucks really bad.
Hi, Post Punk. I still have to watch the super chats. I also have to work in the morning. Oh my God. Who are the suits in the courtroom? I don't know. I need to know. But I don't know. I think that
lab tech supervisor Elvis Fields.
Oh my God, that's funny. They've spent 2 years hiding Rick from the public, except when he's, Hannibal Lectered, and they've kept everything sealed and private, and they've gagged everybody involved, and they've terrorized anybody from out of talking about it, him or anything. So for 2 years, nobody knew Rick Allen. Nobody knew him. He was just a monster, right? He was either a monster, as the state has tried they've worked overtime to make this man a monster. They picked the worst person to try and make a monster, by the way.
They really did.
I would be a better monster than Rick Allen on it, like 100%. And they picked somebody that they had. So because they couldn't make him a monster, they had to just hide him from the world for 2 years. And they did that very well. And what?
Walla just read Rick all the posts on Reddit Delphi trial.
No wonder he was so despondent. I'd be depressed. I'd be jumping off my sink too. Those people are awful. They're fucking terrible.
The state rested its case today. Okay, like this, like they should have just been splooging all over themselves, right? The state just rested their case today. And do you know the only post I saw on there today?
The only one.
It was a post this long talking about what a raggedy, horrible, no good piece of shit bitch Kathy Allen is. That's who they are. That's who they like. That epitomizes who they are. That's your community, not mine.
I don't fucking want you. Yeah, good thing they blocked.
I don't fuck with y'all, any of y'all. We are not the same. Get your life together.
They have to believe that he's a monster, though. They have to. They have to believe it, though. They really do. I believe they believe it.
Your Lord and Savior, Nick McClellan, just rested his case today. Y'all should just be jerking each other off, like having a fucking celebration. And you wrote a scathing, hateful, repulsive post this long about Kathy Allen. What a piece of shit you are. Like, piece of shit. And then everybody dogpiling in the comments about what a horrible piece of shit. She isn't actually on trial. Your prosecutor actually rested his case today against the man you want convicted. Maybe y'all should talk about that. Like, maybe just have a conversation about that.
They don't want to talk about the evidence because...
That's so weird.
What evidence?
So weird.
What evidence?
What dumpster people they are. All of
you know,
fortunately, every one of y'all, dumpster humans.
The jury lives.
Y'all read my Twitter DMs all you want. Y'all laugh about me saying I'm gonna cunt punch people. That's like fucking hilarious. I don't care who you are. That's funny. You laughed, and you know you laughed.
Our Twitter DM. So they've published the worst of them, right? Like much like this.
I mean, call it the worst if you want. Some of it was the best.
No, I mean what I'm saying is like the ones that they could like the worst of them out of context. Like the same. It's like they've got the state's fucking playbook. Let's just pull every Google search he's ever done, allegedly, according to Vito. I'm not even going to give him credence. Vito probably fucking did them himself. But like. Let's just find normal shit.
Bad.
Exactly. That's the worst.
Nobody's even. I didn't even know what you were talking about because nobody's even talking about it.
I've Googled.
That's what he ended the day on. That's what he. That was his like. Oh, that was his like. That was his like. That was his finisher. That was the showstopper. That's the last thing I want imprinted on the jury's minds.
I just picture them flipping through it like, what the fuck is this? Like what?
That's the last impression he wanted to make on the jury was Rick searching for like most disturbing movies on Netflix.
This is their entire case. This is their strategy. This is their playbook. It's a smear campaign. That's all they do. That's all they do. People are so willing to jump on a smear campaign. And I probably used to be a lot more willing ever since you and I were the targets. I've actually, never mind. I think the only thing more controversial than like the state versus Richard Allen is like Meghan Markle. I was about to say like learning about just like the anatomy of a smear campaign in general, right? Forget any particular person, just the anatomy and like the structure of a smear campaign and how effective it's psychological warfare. That's what it is. That's all. And it's like, yeah, I just feel like I hope Nick's crying. He's not, though. They're so arrogant. Like, they're so arrogant. Yeah, my search history.
I feel very, I just feel good, though. I know that's a weird thing to say right now.
Yeah.
Like, I smell blood in the water. Like, I don't feel like despondent and hopeless anymore.
No, me either. And I didn't think there was a chance in hell that we'd feel
I feel
better.
like I smell weakness. I feel like I feel like it's coming to an end. And I feel like there's going to be consequences. I feel good about it.
They're fucking better.
I smell blood. I do. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but I don't feel so frustrated like I used to feel. I'm frustrated I can't see it for myself right now. That's frustrating.
I'm beyond frustrated about that. I feel like I have to be there.
But I feel like the vibe from people that are there is good. Even Bob. You know, if it was going bad, Bob would be the first one to rain on our parade and tell us.
Oh, I want to talk about something I saw. This is probably like maybe not appropriate, but I was watching Bob and Allie before, and so I've been saying for a while, like the videos. If you have to go, Court, that's fine. But I don't want to keep you if you're tired. But
I'll jump off in a minute. I'll just vanish in a minute.
Oh God, please.
If I do that, I love you all.
I love you too. Okay, but like I was thinking about, I've been thinking a lot about the defense's case and if and when, because we know that they're going to present video of Rick in psychosis. They've said as much. They said as much months ago in Emotion, right? We're
They
going to show
have
this
to.
shit. Yes, and I understand that.
It's gonna be horrible.
I do understand that, and I'm just like so like I have so much worry about that for a lot of different reasons. It's like, you know, I don't recognize, like, I'm not like patriotic. I hate America, but you know, and I hate to say that, but like I've just been so disappointed by it, you know, whatever, like everybody else in the world. As a white woman, I have the audacity to say that, but still, like but I don't recognize a society where a judge has allowed, like, I can't think of a human in a more vulnerable, scared, helpless, beat down place than in solitary confinement, locked up for a crime you didn't commit, separated from everybody that you know and love, and psychotic, right? And you know that you're you can feel yourself slipping away. And he's telling people who are supposed to be in positions to help him, trustworthy people, not even cops, doctors, his wife. Not that that's any fault of hers for answering the phone, but like the people that you should be able to trust at all, like there's laws that literally that criminalize doctors that share patient information. It's a criminal offense. It's that sacred, you know? And most doctors take it seriously. And it's like at every turn, Rick Allen has just been faced with the most vile of people who just have no respect or regard for fucking human life, let alone their profession. But I think about these videos being shown. Back to Bob and Allie. Bob was reading his notes from today. They're very good. He was really going into a lot of detail about the calls between Rick and Kathy. So he was in the courtroom today. Allie was not. She had a really good live with Kara. By the way, if y'all haven't watched it, go watch Defense Diaries. Earlier today, Kara, Winnicki, and Allie had a really cool conversation earlier. But so Allie was home reporting, or wherever reporting, and Bob was in the courtroom. And so at the end of the day, obviously they did a live together, informing us and her. You know, she's hearing about all this in real time. And he's trying to basically So Bob bore witness to Rick's psychosis today in those phone calls, you know, and in the testimony of Harshman. And whether or not Bob realizes it or not, I think that impacted him greatly today. And he was trying to explain to Allie and to the rest of the viewers the phone calls. And Allie didn't hear them herself. So she's asking, she's like, give me more, Bob. Like, you're not giving me enough. Like, what was his inflection? How was he reacting? Blah, 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 blah. And Bob was like, there was nothing there. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm just, it was flat. It was like, and I could see Bob was getting frustrated.
Unremarkable.
Empty. Just
flat.
Nobody's home. He's just broken. Not broken, but his mind was so broken at that time. And so Bob's trying to explain it to her, and it's just like the difference between somebody who witnesses firsthand what it that hearing, let alone seeing and hearing somebody in that state, versus Allie, who probably and they talked openly today. I really appreciated both of them shared like some of their own experiences with loved ones and friends that they've known who have gone through, like, who have experienced severe mental illness or psychosis. So like, it's not that they don't understand it, but I think every time you see it, it affects you because it's terrifying. Mm-hmm. And just like I just have a lot of, they've spent so long dehumanizing Rick that I hate to think that the most like scary, vulnerable moments of his life are going to be the first, and in a lot of probably only instance that like the public or the jury gets to like see of him. Like, nobody should be seeing that. Like, it's sacred, and I don't mean that in like to like, it's horrible, but it's a very sacred and private, excruciating experience. And just that it makes me sick to my stomach that this judge has allowed. I can't even like talk about it.
She hates mental illness.
I don't hate it.
She hates it. It makes her like sick, like viscerally sick.
Like,
and she is the most ill person I have seen. Like, heartless, cold, like, I don't even know what she is, but she is all kinds of disordered, and she hates mental illness. Like, she's so repulsed by it.
She hates it so much that she can't even, that she's breaking the law. Mm-hmm. She hates it so much that she's literally breaking the law. She has violated so many of Rick's rights and his privacy. And because she says it's okay, nobody can intervene. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I just can't believe it. I think I just can't believe it. Like this isn't evidence. I get really mad. And I know that it's important for the context. I'm just like personally really torn about even talking about these confessions are not confessions. Like, this is not a confession. This is a symptom. You're talking about a symptom. You're talking about a presentation of a symptom of a severe mental illness.
Yeah.
A life-threatening mental illness. People die from psychosis. Indiana just had somebody die in a county jail because they neglected him and he was psychotic for weeks, and he died. Because you die, you can't take care of yourself. And they wanted that to happen.
It's sick.
Yeah. You look like you're ready to go.
I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, I can't actually believe that we're here, and it's very like for Kathy to, dude, if anyone's ever experienced depression or even like a loved one with depression, like, it's exhausting both to have it and to love somebody who's depressed. And now imagine loving somebody who's locked away in the pit of hell, and you have to, every time like, think about how much pressure, not like, and I hope that this comes out okay, like, think about the amount of like the weight and the importance and the pressure of knowing that like that phone call with your loved one who's incarcerated is probably going to be the only moment of they don't want to die, you know, or the only moment of like of that they have to look forward to for weeks. They were not letting him call her, you know, and you have to answer.
There's multiple calls where he basically tells her goodbye at the end of the call and alludes to taking his life when they get off the call. multiple.
You are
Like,
literally, yes. This
like,
is
do
so
you know,
true.
like the burden on her every time she hangs up the phone and just stares at it after he
Yeah.
says those things?
And the position that she's been in, where she that's the person that she loves more than anything, she can't do anything to help him except be strong on the phone for him.
And tell him this isn't you. They're messing with your meds. They're messing with your mind. Your mind is not right. This isn't like the words you're saying aren't who you are. And like she's like the way she's responding almost seems like she's had somebody coach her on how to handle him when he calls and says these things. Like
Well,
these are
she's
the
loved
things that
him
can like these are the things that are helpful. These are the things that are harmful. Say these words. Like tell him this isn't who he is, that he didn't do the things he's saying he did. And try to like change, get him to talk about something else. Remind him that you love him. Remind him that you're here and that you're struggling too and that we're going to get through this.
Well, she's had 30 years of
knowing this man. Yeah.
And knowing that, and he openly, and we've talked about, like, he openly talks about his experiences. The fact, like, I cannot stress enough, and like, like what I do for a living, like, like, I know how hard it is for men his age in America to be medicated, first of all, to like go and see a doctor in the first place if something feels wrong.
To think I could be better, I need to see somebody about the things I think.
Yeah. And like, so the fact that like, and like he had been hospitalized before, right? He talks about his suit, like, yeah, I put a gun to my head before. And like he said in the interrogation with Holman, like, I put a gun to my head. Like, you think I don't know how to use a gun? It was a cry for help. You know what I mean? And like,
and they weaponize that against him.
Yes. And Kathy does know, she is strong, and she does know exactly what to say to him and how to love him and support him, because they've grown up together. They literally are each other's everything. They graduated high school. Somebody was like, I'm pretty sure Rick was a virgin when they got married. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't need to know. But just like, that's like their representation of like them. They just love each other. I mean,
all right, I'm about to hop off.
Okay. I love you. Thanks for hanging out and dressing up like a I almost called you a bumblebee again. Like a yellow jacket.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good night. Did you get any candy? You're gonna steal any candy from your daughter?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Look at those glasses. Just wear the glasses.
I've got she's got a lot of candy. I'm gonna go through it all for sure.
I wish I had some candy. I should have got some. I should have thought of that. But it's all gonna be like just flowing off the shelves tomorrow. So that's when I'll get it.
All right. Good night, everybody. Yes, I'll free Carlos. I need to go find him.
I haven't seen Carlos.
He's probably like outside. He's probably like outside my room right now, screaming.
I miss Carlos. I love you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
I want to catch up on Miku says it'll be cheap tomorrow. I know. That's the best time to buy it. Okay, I want to go back because I've been ranting and I haven't been doing a very good job of reading y'all's comments. Right. Can we see what Rick looked like before this? Denied without hearing. Here, check out his search history. That's not even verified by Google or anything. It's just Dave Vito's report. It's shocking and utterly demoralizing in and of itself. And then there's the actions of the prison staff. Yeah. Can't even go there. Gull hates herself too. She does believe that mental illness is an aggravating factor. So scary. So scary. This is probably true. This is also probably true. Yeah, I believe that. She's rabbit with power. I think that she has anger. I see Gull as a person who's incredibly angry. I don't know why. I don't know what for. She just seems like an angry person. Cindy, you're going to get me in trouble. If she has another health event, they're going to be like, that R&M Angela. Maybe. And you send it when Rick's going to put it in my painting. I really hope that you give Judge Gold a painting you made of her. I think she needs to see it. Hi, Jamie. Hi, I'm new here. Welcome, Jamie. No water, tased, and a heart condition. Breaking the law is causing the evil ones to get mental fog. I think it's important to talk about this. There's people in the community making jokes about chocolate pudding and country music. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't go on Reddit anymore at all. Which is like, yeah, you know, there's good and bad there, but the bad is too bad. I don't go on Reddit. I really avoid everything. I think that y'all are the light here. Truly. And we are at the turning point. I promise it gets better from here. I hope so. I think so. I have to hope so. I have it and people with it. Mm-hmm. Andrea's notes, Bob watching the room they night together and how to make teamwork this. Yeah, I didn't realize that Rick only got to see Kathy twice, I think, or at least for 13 months, he only got to see her twice. Right, being afraid, you're right. This is a big, scary thing, too. Your loved one is gone at that point. Evidence that something is very wrong, but she was utterly powerless. Yeah. Yeah, and well, and I think about how long it took her. So when they put, I have thought since we learned about these confessions to Kathy on April 4th or whatever, or whenever they were. Like Courtney and I talked about it last year, how can you imagine, like she immediately knew there was something wrong. And we were like, I bet she got off the phone, immediately called Brad and Andy, and she did. She did, because she knew there was something wrong. And they immediately did everything and more that one should and could do to get him out of that situation and keep him safe, that in any other reasonable world, he would have been removed, as he should have been as soon as he started exhibiting symptoms. I mean, he never should have been there in the first place, but Jamie says it's sad he's lost so much weight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that they had the fucking audacity. Harshman had the fucking audacity today to actually talk about a confession that Rick made to Kathy on the phone on June, I want to say it was like June 11th, 2023, or 12th or something, which was 3 days before this safekeeping hearing, which was going to be the very first time that anybody laid eyes on Rick Allen other than DOC and his attorneys. The first time that anybody laid eyes on Rick Allen since like November or January. And they were going to see the drastic change in him. And I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to kill him before that hearing. That sounds really like tinfoily, but what were they trying to do to him before that hearing? You know? I don't know. Major depression, major depressive disorder. I hope she has support. I believe that she does. And I think that, I mean, I don't know how much support is enough support, like with something like this, but yeah. My cousin had it. It's rough. Mm-hmm. It is rough. I have been on both sides. It's awful. It's so hard. I'm glad that psychedelic research on PTSD is improving and has improved for me and my loved ones' lives. Sounds like lights and non-sleep, etc. is brainwashing. Well, and Andrea was talking about it was just it just kind of gave like way more and, you know, furthered our insight as to what he was experiencing symptom wise when he was going through this, because he was like, it was like April 13th or 11th or something. It was like 9 days had gone by and he hadn't really slept. So that could be because of a number of different things. It could be because they're not allowing him, they're depriving him of sleep in various coercive, you know, ways, like lights on, screaming. Andrea said it sounded like hell, the sounds of the screaming in the background of the phone call, you know. And we know that the inmate that wrote the letter said that they were screaming all hours of the day and night at him. Like, that would drive anybody crazy. And anyway, so like, yeah, so maybe he's not sleeping because they're not allowing him to sleep. It could just be because his environment is not conducive to sleep or rest. It could be because he's psychotic. People with psychosis, a lot of times they're either terrified to eat or sleep, maybe they're paranoid, or they're having auditory hallucinations, they can't sleep, or he really mania. Mania is not just like a bipolar specific thing. Like mania, we see in like a lot of different mental illnesses. And he sounded like he was experiencing he was having a really hard time in those calls. And the fact that there's literally somebody, a professional, whose job is to, like, something the other night that really fucked me up in Andrea's live, she was talking about Dr. Walla put in her fucking clinical notes, like, she met with Rick and she's like, oh, I think he's being manipulative or something. It was in May 2023, so he's actively and acutely psychotic at this point. And she's like, but, you know, he's kind of improving. Meanwhile, she, in the same exact session note, she says that Rick was going on about, that's how she said it, going on about, like, that's compassionate, going on about, like, being worried about missing Easter in May. So there's a reason in like movies and shit when like people like wake up from like a coma or like they hit their head or they're like having like people are like, who's the president? You know, what day is it? What's your name? What year is it? Because like orientation to time and space is one of the number one. It's like the primary first way to assess for the presence of and the severity of like delirium and psychosis. Like, are you oriented to time and space? Do you know what day it is? Do you know what month it is? He's talking about missing Easter in May, and Easter has already, it's a month or two over. This woman shouldn't have a license. I feel like a hypocrite saying that because I'm not perfect, but it just makes me sick. She missed the most obvious fucking red flag. And I don't know if she missed it or she just didn't care. Seagulls aren't the state birds, are they? I don't know. The state broke his mind. Yeah. Nearly. Oh, Cindy, I'm like really bad on lives. I'm always pushing buttons and sending shit I don't mean to send. Are y'all putting me to bed? Oh, because Courtney left. I mean, I'll go to bed too, but I'm going to. I put some sparkly. Oh, your gold painting. Post-punk mama says I'm going to send it to her and put some sparkly teeth on. It's a work in progress. I'm not sending it until he's free of her. Amazing. I can't wait. We're going to mass produce your stitch work. Your go all day patch. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Gull is trying to protect the state from a DOJ lawsuit. Why does she care? No, I don't get it. It's not her fucking money. Like, it's not coming out of her pocket. I don't understand why she cares. Whatever. Imagine, like, simping for the state of Indiana so bad that you're willing to, like, be a villain. How are these jurors going to get a vote in the election next week? So I'm told that that was already like accommodations were made for them to either early vote or I forget what, but like they did make sure of that. I was very concerned about that, Kayla. So I think that their votes have been cast or they will if they want to. The knock on Andrew's door. Probably trick-or-treaters or Jerry Holman. It's a toss-up. I have trouble sleeping at night after listening to this. It's horrific. I'm sorry, Joanne. It is horrific. I liked hearing. I really like Andrea's accounts of the days in court because she gives anecdotes that are very meaningful. Like she talked about how like Rick, at one point they were playing something, I think it was his interrogation video, and it was like right after they finished playing it, and like it was very heavy, and Kathy was upset, and Rick turned around and he just like smiled at her and like winked at her. What a fucking Chad, dude. Like after everything, like he's just like got her back. It's awesome. I think he's gonna be okay. I made a painting after the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial because it stressed me out so much I may have to do a mural for this one. I really like that idea. I think it's a really good way to channel some of this. The wheels of justice turn slowly, but let's not forget about all the extra lawyers we heard about yesterday. And I wonder who all the cops in suits were at the back of the court today. I don't know. Can y'all remind me? Oh, this is a good point. I didn't even think about that, Percosin. Gull wanted the jury to vote before they were able to observe her behavior. Is she on the ballot? But her friends are. Hi, DB. You should be asleep. What are you doing here? It's late night live. You should be sleeping. Amber Heard innocent. Let's talk about a smear campaign. I think that they're both, I think it was a reciprocally abusive relationship. I don't really have a position on it because I didn't watch enough of the trial, but talk about a smear campaign. She wasn't on the ballot this year. Makes sense. Thank God. The court system has done this to thousands of people. Rick's case brings it to light. I agree with that too. Yeah. Imagine if he didn't have the attorneys that he has or the attention that it's getting. I mean, it shouldn't happen regardless. You shouldn't need like miracle workers to just have your due process rights not violated, but the love of Kathy and Rick is epic. Such evil people. Post-punk mama is all tinfoiled up. And Alien Spaceship Sound Effects is a tinfoil specialist. It's a very good name. It's a very specific name. Oh, and vlog. I missed the vlog part. They have killed others the same way, hence the lawsuits. Yeah. BB equals BG. Oh my God, Mar. Hi, Mar. Wall is a weirdo groupie working for the state. She's unethical, not trustworthy. She admitted telling him about the internet shit. Totally agree with you, Mar. Totally agree. Do you like my what would these be? Antennae? Antennae. Did you know that Rick never knew what a band even was? Isn't it interesting that like psychosis, very like awful minimalization, simplistic description of it. Our brains are very, very malleable and very smart, and they're constantly trying to make sense of things, always trying to understand the world around us. And so when your brain is injured, which psychosis is an injury, your brain is injured. Mental illness is a physical disability. You're pulling from reality and delusion, and you don't know which is which at the time. And you might have like fleeting moments of knowing, but you don't trust yourself. You don't trust your perception of reality. You're confused, you're scared, but we're constantly pulling from reality. And it's kind of like, if you think of like dreams, a lot of times dreams are like nonsensical, but we pull from things in our life, and it's not like dreaming, but it's similar in that it's like a combination of the two. And so if I'm sensory deprived for 4 or 5 months and psychotic, you know, I might pull from things in my real life and things from, you know, my delusions. Like, I don't know if I get transported. Maybe I think DB was saying that if I get transported, anytime I leave this hole, this cell, this cage, I get transported somewhere in a white van. That's just how they transport me. Is it really fucking like supernatural that Rick is talking about a white van in one of these psychotic confessions? Or no, they didn't even say white. I'm so behind in the chat. I got 2 of them going at once. Yeah. I also think they probably tried to kill him before that hearing or promised that they weren't done with him as he was being transported to Cass County. Enter proposed video. I'm going to kill you. You know, I think that somebody said this earlier, like the jury didn't get to see that video, but they were maybe it was a tweet. I'll have to find it. They were like, please, at this point, had the jury been able to see that, they probably would have stood up and cheered to see this man telling them to go fuck themselves, you know? And we don't know the context of it, and we shouldn't even know about it. But Nick McClellan can't help but do a press conference every 5 seconds, so. Let's hope there's a bigger investigation going on. I don't know. I would have thought that that would have initiated a year ago, so I don't have much hope in that regard, but they were absolutely creating an environment of conditioning. The state has made this 1,000 times worse for all involved. Yeah. They doubled down like fools. A lot of people don't come back fully from psychosis, I know. Good night, post-punk mama. You're probably already gone. Yeah. Especially after being left to deteriorate and disintegrate into it in solitary confinement because of the absolute fucking dereliction of duty of the professionals around you that are supposed to keep you safe. So you're psychotic for months. Can't talk about it anymore. I'm sure he's threatened daily. Improving from what if he's faking it? Yeah, she talked out of both sides of her. Oh my god. Hi, Cemetery Larry. I've missed you. It's nice to see you. How fitting that you're coming out on spooky night, although Halloween is over. Improving from what if he's faking. Yeah, she talks out of both sides of her mouth, right? On one hand, he's malingering and he's being manipulative, but on the other hand, you're injecting him with Haldol. And at no point did you think, maybe I should Google a standardized measure for malingering. The DOC doesn't give me those. Scribd. Google. The APA website. They're not hard to come across. I'm lazy. His trial was supposed to be starting in May. It was supposed to be starting in May, but actually it was supposed to be starting in October. Or no, January, but actually it was supposed to be starting in October. Like, how many delays have they? Walla did a dumb. Mothman sexy videos. Those are on my... Never mind. I got nothing. Dr. Walla saying she didn't know what his meds were. Okay, so I missed this part. Dr. Walla saying she didn't know what his meds were, but then later saying his pre-detention med history was in his chart. So she could see his med schedule, many blatant lies and falsifications. Yeah, so like practicing within your scope. She's a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, so she's not a medication prescriber, but like you have to know enough about medication. Like it's a very, very standard screening question. What medications are you taking? Are you compliant? What is your regimen? What does it look like? Are you keeping up with your medication? When do you meet with your psychiatrist next? How are you feeling? Are you having any side effects? How can I support you? Like these are just like very, very basic questions that a psychologist should be asking, especially if somebody's gravely disabled in their mental illness. Jesus fucking Christ. I have a friend named She didn't miss. Those reports were tampered with. The opposite note about his eyes bulging previous 4 months, yet not documented in previous visits. Yeah, and that's scary because that could be from a lot of things. Like major depression and like psychosis, like can have very serious physical presentations. Like that could just be from lack of sleep or psychosis or whatever. But it could also be because he had been on fucking Haldol with a heart condition and God knows what else for months. Mar never liked Vala. I believe it. Mar knows what's up. She's like, I can sniff him out. Hi, Robert Webster. Oh, Robert Webster. Hi, Robert Webster. I think I see you on Twitter. Vala does have more victims. Actually, one is currently suing her in her official capacity. And doing so very successfully, shall I add, considering that it's an incarcerated inmate. Yesterday, DOC attorneys. Phoebe wants to do a Marianne to Kathy. Do it. The sister wives, but like sister husbands. I'm a psychosis expert. He's not even a Libra. Someone said something funny. It might have been you, Jessica, the other night, like when that thing about the Libra comment came out. You're like, oh God, he's talking horoscopes. He's definitely crazy. Maybe it wasn't you. It made me laugh. So. People were asking if he was slurring. No. A lot of times it's different than borderline personality disorder, Steve. So borderline personality disorder is a personality disorder. Psychotic disorder is a psychotic disorder. That doesn't really explain much, but psychosis is something that you can slip in and out of. It's something that you can be in remission from, whereas something like a personality disorder is a little bit more, I mean, not to say you can't be in remission. Actually, there's really great treatment for personality disorder, some personality disorders, but psychosis is something you can manage really well with like medication. A lot of personality disorders, there's like a trauma component to it. That's not always the case at all with psychosis. And then there's like PTSD. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. No, they're not the same, but they are both. They can both be severe mental illnesses. I know. I saw Judge Jessica made a Twitter. It made me very happy. How many Diet Cokes have you had, Judge Jessica? I need to know. I need to know. Yeah. So there was also a moment where, the completeness doctrine that they talked about today, that they had like a lengthy legal battle over it, whether the state was allowed to admit 2 calls from a day. There were 3 calls made on a certain day, and the state only wanted to admit 2 of them because 2 of them were incriminating and 1 of them was exculpatory, I would say. And of course, Judge Gold was like, that's fine. You can cherry pick. So they did. But, or no, maybe they didn't, because all 3 were heard. I think. I don't know. My details are messed. But in one of the calls, Rick called his dad at like 3:30 in the morning and was proclaiming his innocence. He was talking about how he's losing his mind. They're fucking with him. He's going crazy, proclaiming his innocence, right? Hours later, he's talking to Kathy and he's like, did like dad tell you or mom, did mom tell you that I called dad earlier? What did I say to him? He really wanted to know what he said to him. He didn't remember. Why aren't they letting you tweet? DB doesn't drink water. Why? Ouch. My powers just halved. I took my ears off. Monsters with badges, yeah. Didn't Elon Musk follow you on Twitter, DB? Thank you, Percocent. So many smart friends in here. Criminal network. That'll do it. The perfect cocktail. You're hitting all of the receptors there. I said that when we were talking about Ari worried about missing Easter. It's very fucking obvious. Hit the link tree. It's outrageous what they've done to him. Elon did a judgy. Someone said I'm an Ange benefactor. Ange secretly pays all of my bills. Well, it's not a secret anymore, DB. You just outed me. My nickname should be 72-hour holds. Did you 72-hour holds out west? Jeez. We're lucky if we can get like a 24 here. It's hard to get. 72 hours, huh? You were on that good meth, is what that means. I want to support Kathy Allen all day. I want to do a Mary Auntie Kathy. I want spooky, scary movie night with Kathy. Hyperthyroidism side effects can cause heart problems and heart attack, especially if you already have a history of heart attack and you're on heart medicine. She's Googling most fucked up movie on Netflix. Can you imagine? They probably just like horror movies. So what? Right. DV, were you here before where, I don't know, it might have been Judge Jessica. I don't know who it was. If this was your comment, claim it because it was good. But they were like, oh, you know, like, oh, he's real bad. If he's Googling the worst shit on Netflix, like, you don't find the most fucked up shit on Netflix. And he's looking like, how bad is anything going to be that he finds on Netflix? Like, that's how vanilla these searches are that they're trying to make. I want to see the most fucked up movie on Reflex. Right. Right. Jeez. Making something out of nothing. My Google history in the past 4 hours is about 8,000 times worse than anything in that fucking veto narrative. Jesus. He was eating out of the toilet. Yeah. You know, something that's odd is, I don't know if it's odd or if it's like, he was really, Wallace said he was being manipulative or whatever, secondary gain, all of the buzzwords that are just infuriating to somebody who is totally weaponizing her limited knowledge of psychology to inflict harm, in my opinion. But he kept talking about being really worried that he wasn't going to have enough water. And then they talk about he was drinking out of the toilet and like, not just, I mean, it's like if you are around severe mental illness, it's not like an uncommon thing. You know, the bizarre behaviors that you look for to assess for something like psychosis is, or like TBI, or like something where your brain is injured, you're just not behaving rationally. You know, you're not following social norms and hygiene norms. It's like, it's actually a very common indicator that something's very wrong. So like, that's not, that in itself is jarring and heartbreaking and devastating, but not so abnormal for somebody who's severely mentally ill in the moment. But his preoccupation with having enough water, that's a very, how do we know they weren't withholding his clean water from him? Like, how do we know that they weren't withholding clean water from him or threatening to? Can you imagine how scary that would be? Being afraid you weren't going to have enough water? These are the psychological, like, games. They're not even games, just like the psychological torture that I could see him being subjected to. Like, why is he so worried about not having clean water? It could just be a delusion and a paranoid thought that has no basis in reality, or it could be both. It could be that they're either threatening to, or they are withholding water from him. We know that they fucking withheld water from him in his visit with Kathy. Is this something that they do in DOC? They just literally deprive their inmates of fucking water so that they have to drink toilet water, maybe that's not so crazy. Ooh. There was also another moment. I'm just talking to myself now. I need to go to bed. It's not going to happen. There was another moment where Harshman was on the stand talking about, like, I think Rosie asked him, like, so did you actually view the video footage of Rick engaging in these, you know, self-harm behaviors and, you know, consuming feces behaviors? Like, did you watch him on the video? Because you just said that you watched hundreds of hours of him. And Harshman's like, well, I don't know. The video's quality is not good. And also the way that it's like the cell is set up, there's like a door that like blocks my view of certain. Okay, so he's on suicide watch. You're supposed to be watching him 24/7. So you're not watching him 24/7. So you can see him, but you can't see him. Like, it's like when it's convenient for you, you can see him, but like there's parts of his cell that you can't see. So it's not suicide safe, is what you're saying. Like, they want it both ways all the time. You know, Boone has never drank toilet water. Although I don't think he probably would if he could, but he can't. So he hasn't. That's okay. I would still love him. You know, I would make sure he had clean water if he's drinking out of the toilet. Although some dogs just like that. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to judge. There's a Reddit post literally called "The Most Fucked Up Movies on Netflix." I was in Twitter jail for 7 days for calling the YSL prosecutors green pantsuit ugly ones. Why? Why would they put you in Twitter jail for that? Oh, because you went against the state. If you called the defense attorney's soup ugly, you'd be fine. Oh my gosh. Hello, Paradox. 72 hours is standard. In North Carolina? Really? I'm trying to think. Pretty sure where I lived last, 24 is the best, is all that I've ever been able to. That's interesting. I do think it varies, though. Actually, no, I don't remember. Maybe it was 72. On May 24th, 2022, Alan did a Google search for deeply disturbing terrifying movies. God. Does anyone think it's weird that there was no porn searches in there? The state's theory is that this was a sexually motivated crime, and you don't have any of his Pornhub searches. I'm assuming maybe he doesn't watch. He does, but like, seems like that would be something that you would include if his searches are so fucked up. You know, it's a sexually motivated crime, so, you know, according to the state. So where are his fucked up porn searches? Where are his sexual searches? You know what I mean? Like, this is just horror movies on Netflix, spooky, scary stuff. He's Googling spooky, scary stuff. I don't get it. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Okay, that in itself is traumatic. Involuntary holds are traumatic. Involuntary anything is traumatic, honestly. That's why there's supposed to be a really high burden anytime the state is involuntarily infringing on somebody's right, you know, or autonomy, which is why in this case, I can't believe that a pretrial inmate, oh my God, I can't even go there. I'm going to spiral again. Tommy says, if they ever pull my search history, I'm fucked, beyond fucked. I believe you, Tommy. I believe that. And I support your right to search whatever you want. Well, within reason. Anyone ever look into, yes, I put that in the chat last night, Precocent, for in Andrea's chat last night, because when she was talking in the the summer hearings about his eyes bulging, I immediately was like, well, It is, yes, they tried to kill him. Yeah, they were poisoning him. And I made a like Reddit post last, I don't know, it was like around the time the emergency safekeeping motion came out, and I accused the state of India of poisoning him. A lot of people were like, they're not poisoning him, they're medicating him. And I was like, okay, well, tell me what the difference is. Are they involuntarily administering something that is killing him or harming him? I don't care if it's poison or medication. They were trying to kill him. Oh my God. Hi, Juice Seeker. Spookiest Easter moose. That's so stupid. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can I share this? Yeah. I'm asking you. You didn't watercolor. This ain't your color, right, Dee? Oh my God. I love these. These are so cool. Why y'all let me stay up so late? I don't know how I'm going to share this, though, because fucking... okay. What is my login, DB? Oh. Ah. Has the moment passed? This took me forever. I'm sorry, y'all, but this is really sweet. Isn't that really sweet? Is this person in the... I mean, obviously they're in the courtroom, but like, isn't that so cool? Okay. Walla and Harshman both said no. You know why? That way they don't have to testify to what the way they witnessed. Yeah, I'm sure that they did witness it. Courtney said something smart a minute ago. I mean, she says a lot of smart things, but she just said, it just clicked. I finally understand the vitriol for Kathy. Her love for him and vice versa is a threat because the jury can see it. Oh, God. Whew. Jeez. I was like, well, that's confusing. Wait, am I in top chat? I'm just really slow tonight. I'm delirious. LMA. Oh, I got blocked and had to delete and then start. I love women. I love women and I love woman. Woman doing a, what is your username right now? Woman doing adjust the tip. Yep. Y'all hate that, don't you, bitches? Oh, wait, are you there now? Truth Seeker? I'm sorry. I'm like way behind the chat. Take that back. 24 chairs, 6 of us in the cold sitting here. Look, y'all. In my day, you fucking move your feet, you fucking lose your seat. I'm gonna take that chair, I'm gonna throw it clear across the courthouse lawn. Try and stop me. Happens. I don't know. See what happens. Fucking putting your fucking lawn chairs out like a bunch of losers. Do it right or don't do it at all. Ridiculous. You think I'm gonna respect an empty lawn chair? What do I look like, a fucking loser? Please. Please. How's it going, Truth Seeker? Are you freezing? Is it cold? Yo, I don't love the empty chairs. Yeah. Fuck that shit. Now, I can give you a minute to, like, use the facilities, take a phone call, right? But if you're gone for longer than, like, I don't know. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. I picture my image of Nancy Grace like a mouse in a maze, constantly behind, running her little chubby legs up to give her a clue. I have even worse shit to say, but I won't. Why not? No one's in here. It's just us. Just you and me and 99 of our closest friends. Watch my spot for a tinkle. Look, I'm glad that there's some like order, respect and order happening. These chairs have been empty since about 4 today. For what? 4 in the afternoon? 11 hours? I'd be sitting in them. I'd be sitting in them. I'd be first in line in the empty chair. You want this chair? You want your spot back? You can pry my ass out of this chair. Go ahead. Did you see Tor? Where's Tor? Where the fuck has Tor been? Where's Tor? I haven't seen Tor in a minute in a chat. Tor was like, is this crazy lady bald? Did y'all see that tweet? Oh my god, I have to show it. DB's probably asleep now. Of course. Now that I'm caught up in the chat, he's gone. That man likes to play hot and cold, ladies. I warned you. Where is Tor's? Oh my god, it's so funny. Or maybe it was a DB tweet that he like. Oh, yay. Good. Andrea's already there. That woman didn't sleep. She didn't sleep. God bless. God bless. Where is it? Wait. Who would have the occasion to go on a journey with me looking at this photo? What is the human thumb with the star on his shoulder doing a glare? Our old friend could not be more pleased in the judge's line of sight. EMA Lord has so many keys, his keychain consumed. Oh my god! Oh my god. Good night, Steve. It was good to see you. Everyone say good night, Steve. He did it from the coffin down for me. Okay. That's where it is then. They both had line holders. Okay. See, I respect that. A body. There's a body in a spot, you know? Isn't that Mullen in the back? I thought so too, but it's not. It's a Mullen lookalike. It's like a mole and doppelganger. Ay. Okay. I got distracted by another ridiculous DB tweet. Where? Or did he my first run at Hammy. Where's Hammy? Where's everybody? Oh, is Angel sick, Steve? I missed that. I'm sorry. I hope she feels better. We got a nice little community here, y'all. I like y'all. Tent. In her tent. Oh my god, my first run at Hammy's new meme template had to go with one of my favorite replies of the week, the man himself, to his soul. It's so stupid. Oh my god. Cough's face is like so intense in this. God. Yeah. Jennifer Coffenaffer is fast becoming one of my favorite characters in the saga. I mean, y'all. I don't know. Where are they? Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Hey, man. Get that bag. I'm not going to, you know. If I'm camping, I'm glamping. If I'm camping, I'm glamping. If I'm camping outside the courthouse, I'm going to make sure everybody knows I'm comfortable in my tent. Oh my god, my DMs. Oh my god, my DMs. Fiend, your DMs, are they like popping off right now? It's like 3 a.m, Fiend. What's up? What's up, Fiend? DMs popping off at 3 a.m? You go, Fiend. You go, Weird Cat. Drop a 1 in the chat for Weird Cat. We haven't done that all night. Drop a 1 for the Weird Cat. Did you see my meme? I'm very new at Twitter. Let me check right now. Do you want to share your Twitter name with me? You don't have to. I'll find you if you know. Oh wait, no. I think I know who you are on Twitter. Yeah. Oops. Ah. You so fire, Fiend. You up? Hey, Fiend, you up? Has Hunter not been in here tonight? Is he okay? Should we do a welfare check? Should we welfare check Hunty? What do we think? Oh no. What is happening with this? You just woke up, Fiend. Ah. We've been doing a cry, we've been doing a laugh, we've been doing a dance. Oh wait, Fiend, can I play for you my Halloween version of Attacking the Timeline? May I? Would everybody like to see the Is it too late to do that? Is that like gonna rile everybody up? Okay, Fiend, this is for you. And everybody. It's for all of us.
Do you have any idea what they're Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense? Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? Am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is this?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline. Challenge the timeline.
For cousin, there's a curse word, just so you know. HCC says an F has an F bomb. Just so you know. Not to say your daughter can't hang, but just so you know. I feel it's my responsibility. Oh, this is gonna give me a headache. Okay. Andrea's writ just dropped. Screaming. Can we read it together? It's 3 a.m, y'all. Okay. Is it accessible? Yes, probably. Or is it on her blog? I hate that my case is like just fucking pre-populates in my computer. I hate it. We're gonna read it together. Do I have? Where is that? I'll go get it. Yay! Hire her on Fiverr or OnlyFans. Well, yeah. What were you doing, Fiend? You were pouring asphalt. My goodness. Asphalt? Is that a euphemism? Just kidding. I must have moved like 20 tons of 50-pound bags. 20 tons? 2 you're always fun. Fiend, you must be really good at it. I bet you're really good at it. Right now? Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Now, do we think that this is going to result in anything meaningful? Fiend, do you like my cape? Oh, you were here before. You already saw it. Okay. You slept. You did a sleep, and then you did an awaken, and I'm still alive. My God. My goodness. Who is supervising me? Where is this writ, honey? Hunty? Denied without hearing. It's going to result in finding probably. You're probably right. What a stupid, wacky fucking theory. It's an undoing. Okay. John Douglas. Wannabe. Nick thinks he's a fucking mind hunter. I agree, William Tardy. Russ McQuaid walked out of court today and about shit when he seen there was people already in line. He just shook his head. Russ McQuaid can kiss my bony fucking little Mothman ass. I'm tired of that pretentious little fucking guy. He's got his fucking fedora on his head. Given my wife Yellow Jacket attitude at the hearings over the summer about Twitter, he's like, I don't tweet. Really, Russ McQuaid? I found your Twitter. You used to tweet. You tweeted in 2021. What happened? Bob Siegel's never going to DM you back. Just like he's never going to respond. Discord. Oh my God. Like he's never going to respond to my groundswell question. Oh my God. Amazing. Woman, is this on her Substack? Yes, right? Because I want to share the link if it is. I think I'm a Yes. Thank you, woman. Thank you, woman. Woman doing adjust the tip. Adjust the tip, like adjust the tip. but it's not. It's just the tip. It's not adjust the tip. He has an ass hat and a funny hat. Yeah, fuck him. He also knew about safekeeping. He knew about the safekeeping arrangement on October 28th, 2022. Guess what he did about it? Nothing. Fuck all. DB, did you see we did the monster mash again while you were gone? Also, Andrea filed her writ, so we're going to read it. Breaking news. Did I link her Substack? Yes, I did. Oh my God. I hope it's sassy AF. Oh, she did a, okay, how do I make it like big, like really big? Ha, okay. Verified petition for writ of mandamus. So this is now the third writ of mandamus that the case, the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen has procured. You know, maybe there's something wrong here, y'all. Okay. Verified writ. Oh my God. Andrea Burkhart, relator versus the Carroll Circuit Court and the Honorable Francis Gull, respondents, verified petition for writ of mandamus. Hold on, I need more water, y'all. Don't go away. And I am drinking water, by the way, DB. Okay, let's do it. Him. What? Okay. Richard Allen is currently standing trial in the Carroll County Circuit Court for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The case has captured global attention and interest, with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of members of the public around the world praying for this trial to bring justice to Abby Williams and Liberty German, as well as peace and closure to the families of the victims and community in Delphi, Indiana. But in spite of this overwhelming public interest and in contradiction to fundamental principles of transparency in court proceedings and accountability of government, the court has cloaked this process in secrecy from its inception. Today, this inexplicable hostility to the openness of criminal proceedings, a principle enshrined in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, has culminated in the court's decision to improperly bar portions of the public from access to parts of the trial while providing privileged access to others, and to unlawfully deny public access to court records generated in the course of the trial under Indiana's rules on access to court records, ACR. Oh. What? Okay. Is it too small? Probably. How do I make it bigger? Nope. 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 Well, oh well. That will have to just work. In his letter appointing Edmund Randolph, oh my God, here she goes. In his letter appointing Edmund Randolph as the first Attorney General of the United States of America, George Washington expressed his conviction that the due administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. This petition seeks to restore a small measure of transparency of the trial of Richard Allen as mandated by the ICAR, so that the public can evaluate for itself the justice that is being administered in the Carroll County Circuit Court in this trial. We're going way back. Facts supporting the petition. Number 1, trial in the case of the State versus Richard Allen commenced on October 14, 2024 in Allen County, Indiana. The evidentiary phase of trial commenced on October 18th in Carroll County, Indiana. The Honorable Francis Siegel is presiding. Prior to trial, representatives of media organizations requested access to view the exhibits admitted in the course of the trial. Judge Gull informed the media that the exhibits would not be made available for public viewing until after the trial concluded or if Mr. Allen were convicted after sentencing. Judge Gull subsequently reconsidered her decision and entered an order permitting members of the media to view the exhibits for 15 minutes at the conclusion of each trial day. The order makes no provision for any member of the public to view the exhibits under the same conditions as the media. Many of the exhibits are being published to the jury by providing individual copies such that these exhibits are not displayed in the courtroom and cannot be viewed by trial attendees seated in the gallery. I have attended the trial each day as a member of the public. I am an attorney licensed in Washington and Oregon who provides legal commentary on a variety of internet platforms, and I have been covering and analyzing the trial of Richard Allen. Although my coverage reaches tens of thousands of viewers, because I operate independently of traditional news media outlets, I do not qualify as media under Indiana law. Public attendance at the trial is limited to 24 seats. Jesus. Because of the extensive public interest in the case, competition for the seats requires those who wish to attend to arrive the night before or early in the morning of trial and camp in line on the courthouse steps. One individual from the local community informed me that there are many locals who have been deeply affected by this crime who wish to attend but are deterred from doing so by the crowds and the conditions that must be endured in order to gain access to the courtroom. Accordingly, I sought to obtain copies of the audio recordings of the trial in the belief that allowing the public direct access to the recording of proceedings would alleviate the necessity to attend the trial in order to be informed about what's transpiring, thus easing the chaos that is characterizing public trial attendance, restoring the dignity of the proceeding, and improving the local community's opportunities to attend in person. That's a really good point. Beginning on October 18th, Judge Gull made the trial exhibits available for inspection by credentialed members of the media attending the trial by placing them on a table in front of the jury box and inviting them into the well to view them. On October 19th, a member of the public attempted to view the exhibits on the same conditions as the media. Judge Gull refused to allow the individual to view the exhibits and ordered her to leave. In light of Judge Gull's actions excluding the non-media individual from access to the exhibits, and because I am not media within the meaning of the October 16th order, I became concerned that if I sought to view the exhibits, which as court records are presumptively available to the public for inspection and copying, I could be excluded from the courtroom entirely. Because of my concerns about the local community's inability to attend the trial and the exclusion of some members of the public from viewing the exhibits that others are allowed to inspect, I filed a motion requesting 1. Copies of the audio recordings of the trial pursuant to Indiana Criminal Procedure, Rule 5 and ACR 3, and 2. Parity in access to the trial exhibits on the same terms and conditions as was being afforded to the credentialed media members pursuant to ACR 2A. Judge Gull denied my motion the following day, holding that Indiana trial rule, a rule that expressly applies only to civil proceedings, prohibits the release of the audio recordings to me because I'm not a party to the case. Judge Gull dismissed my request for parity and access to the trial exhibits as, quote, merely a complaint, unquote, about how she's conducting the trial. I bring this petition requesting this honorable court to compel Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court to comply with the ACR and provide the requested copies of audio recordings and access to the trial exhibits. 12. Jurisdictional statements and original action standards. 12. This court has jurisdiction over this petition as an original action. This application has been made expeditiously after the respondent court's failure to act when it had a duty to do so became an issue. Oh, that's a really Mark Lehman, in his oral argument before the Supreme Court in the last writ involving Judge Gull before the Indiana Supreme Court, talked a lot about Judge Gull's failure to act when she had a duty to do so. And they admonished her, and she's not going to comply, but anyway. The respondent court has failed to act when it had a duty to act by denying public access to the audio recordings of trial that constitute a publicly accessible court record and by excluding ordinary members of the public from access to view the trial exhibits that have been granted to credentialed members of the news media, contrary to the express provisions of the ACR. Writs of mandamus and prohibition will be issued only where the trial court has an absolute duty to act or refrain from acting. Yeah. Because the trial is ongoing, each day that Judge Gull orders remain in effect impose a continuing harm on the public's rights of access to the trial proceedings. Moreover, because my request for limited intervention was denied, I am not a party to the case and lack standing to appeal. And cases cited therein, observing that the state and the defendant are the only two parties with standing in a criminal sentencing proceeding and noting serious doubts that the recipient of a restitution order has standing to appeal. Holding that the Indiana State Police lacks standing to appeal an order of expungement as it was not a party to the criminal conviction. Consequently, that's case law, baby. Denial of this position will result in extreme hardship to the rights of the public, and there is no adequate remedy available by appeal. No shit. Rule 2A of the Rules of Procedure for Original Actions contained a required condition precedent. The subject matter of the original action must be raised and ruled on by the trial court prior to the filing of an original action. This matter was brought to the trial court by motion. The trial court ruled on the motion, making the issue right for this proceeding. Grounds for writ of mandamus. Original actions provide extraordinary remedies and will be issued only where the trial court has an absolute duty to act or refrain from acting. Writs are appropriate for cases that strike at the heart of the public trust in the integrity of the judicial process. This case meets those standards. ACR 1 provides that the ACR governs access to public records and applies to everyone who creates a court record. Under ACR 3A, a court record includes a case record, and a case record is any document, information, data, or other item created, collected, received, or maintained by a court agency, or clerk of court in connection with a particular case. Indiana Rules of Criminal Procedure Rule 5, every court exercising criminal jurisdiction in the state must arrange and provide for the electronic recording or stenographic reporting of any and all oral evidence and testimony given in all cases and hearings, including both questions and answers, all rulings of the judge in respect to the admission and rejection of evidence and objections thereto, and any other oral matters occurring during the hearing in any proceeding. If the court does not prepare a transcription of the proceeding, then the electronic recording is to be maintained as a court record for 55 years in felony cases, such as Mr. Allen's prosecution for murder. Under the combined effect of these rules, the electronic recording is a case record that's subject to public disclosure under the provisions of the ACR. ACR provides that court records are generally accessible to the public, and ACR 4B states that this rule of accessibility applies to all court records regardless of format. ACR 4C permits the court to manage access to the audio recordings to prevent substantial interference with the resources of operations of the court, or to comply with the rules on public broadcasting of court proceedings that are not applicable to this request, but specifically provides that this rule may not operate to deny any person access to a court record. Public access includes the right to both inspect and copy a court record. Providing a digital copy of the files requested requires little to nothing more than dragging and dropping a file that has already been created onto a data storage medium I have offered to provide at my own expense for that purpose, or on a cloud-based storage medium such as Google Drive or Dropbox. That has typically been accessed by establishing a free account. No substantial interference with the court's operations would result. In the order denying the motion to intervene and for public access to court records, Judge Gull ignores the foregoing provisions and instead cites Indiana Trial Rule 7D, which is inapplicable on its face. By express provision, the Indiana Trial Rules apply only to civil actions, not a criminal action such as the case at issue. What a doofus you are, Francis Gull. Except as otherwise provided, these rules govern the procedures and practice in all courts of the state of Indiana in all suits of a civil nature. 25. Under the express provisions of the ACR, Judge Gull has an absolute duty to provide a copy of the electronic recordings, if doing so does not substantially interfere with the operation of the court. Under the proposed mechanism for providing the copies, the time and expense the copy requested imposes is trivial. The ACR further establishes procedures governing the sealing of trial exhibits. Under ACR 7A, any exhibit to be excluded from public access must be accompanied by a separate written notice identifying a specific ground under Rule 5 for sealing the record. No such notices have been filed concerning the trial exhibits in this case. Right. It's so embarrassing. Like, what is she doing? What is she doing? Indeed, Judge Gull has already permitted certain members of the public to view the exhibits at the end of each day, but she has limited this access to credentialed members of the media, thereby creating a privileged class of individuals who are receiving greater access to court records than others. Uh-oh, sounds like a lawsuit. All persons are to have access to court records under ACR 2A. Nothing in the rules contemplates preferred access or excluding some members of the public from access that's being freely afforded to others. Having established a procedure for inspection of the trial court exhibits, Judge Gull has an absolute duty under ACR 2A to provide the same access to all members of the public who are present in the courtroom and wish to inspect them. Although these requirements are clear and unambiguous and were brought to the attention of Judge Gull, she has refused to fulfill the obligations that rule imposes on her to provide the requested public access. Issuance of a writ of mandamus is appropriate and necessary to compel compliance. Statement of precise relief sought. Relator respectfully requests that a permanent writ of mandamus be issued. 1. Mandating that Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court provide digital copies of electronic recordings of the trial proceedings in the matter of State v. Richard Allen, Carroll County Circuit Court cause number. And 2. Mandating that Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court provide equal access on comparable terms and conditions to view the exhibits admitted in the above referenced trial to all members of the public present in the courtroom at the time of the viewing. Beautiful. Beautiful. What do we think? Fuck your life, goalie. Fuck your life. A duty? You want to report empty chairs. You're the guidelines. I tend to agree with Criminal Network in this instance. I hope I'm wrong. I just have a feeling that they're going to basically... I mean, the defense is starting to present their case. So the harm has been done. Partially. She needs to fucking comply, bitch, right? Fucking comply, bitch. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to address this with great haste, but they should, because they fucking fumbled this shit. It's their fault. This is all their fault. I think I'm going to go to sleep, y'all. It's late. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, she's my forever hero for doing this. Somebody needed to, and she did. And she had no obligation or duty to do that. And I'm so glad she did. Yeah, I'll drop a link. I will do that. I get the idea that Gull lays in bed staring up at the poster of Mussolini to fall asleep to. Probably. She probably does. I'm very proud of her. I honestly sometimes can't believe that we have her here covering this. Honestly. It's amazing. Yeah, this is definitely a pattern of behavior. She answers to no one. She don't give a fuck. She don't give a fuck. Oh, you mean a link to the document? Is that what you meant? You can do that. Yeah, she really has. She's remarkable. This is a good writ. It's good. You're not blocked. I like when people ask why they're blocked, but I see them. You're not blocked. Oh, we're cat bounced. Okay. Well, I'm going to bounce too, y'all. This has been fun. Thank you for hanging out with me for 5 hours, Angela. Go to sleep. I'm going to go to sleep now. I love you all. Oh, I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to stream tomorrow. I have the day. And I'm going to do it. We're going to stream. But I am going to sleep. And then I'll stream. Oh, my God. Here he is. Not a moment too soon. I was about to give up.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. My streamer like reset all the settings.
What's up, Fiend?
I'm tired.
Me too. Why are we still awake?
Well, I don't know. I'm probably up now.
You're up? Oh, I guess it's like almost morning.
It's getting there. I don't know. I just ran out of gas and have you talked about the defense's case starting up?
A little bit. We should talk about it though.
That's the interesting thing, because the state's case sucked.
It was awful. Fiend, I'm gonna turn my camera off and I'm gonna take my Mothman off, but I'm still here and I want to hear your thoughts on the case. Okay?
Okay.
Very intimate, I know, but I'm still here. Tell me what you think.
I mean, I don't know what to think. I think that I think the defense is going to do sort of what makes a lot more sense than whatever the fuck the state just tried to present.
You what?
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, they got to start off attacking the timeline.
Like, oh my god, yeah.
I don't know. They may mimic it a little bit. I'm not sure how many witnesses they'll call up that like talk about what they saw that day. I think it would be a great idea for them to pull up as many as possible.
Yeah.
But I mean, they crammed 2 in on Judge Gold's a fucking weird person, dude. Like, I don't know who like doesn't just end court at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's just like, okay, defense, go with your case. Like, obviously, you would just roll that over and start it tomorrow, but she couldn't do that. She was like, "Do you have witnesses? Do you have witnesses ready?" And like, yeah, they do. They're ready. They are ready to go. They're chomping at the bit, dude. They want to put on their case. And
yeah, it's weird.
They're like, fine, let's go. And I mean, so I guess Cheyenne and Teresa Lieber are their first 2 witnesses. I'm not sure they got completely through Teresa.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they should call as many people as possible, but they've got a lot of material to get through. So, I mean, I guess that they'll do whatever they think they have to do. But I think there's just a million different ways that you can run through all the reasonable doubt in this case, like, which is all that's the entirety of their burden. They don't have to like prove or solve the case. They just have to show reasonable doubt, which is unfortunate. Like, I mean, they might get closer than anybody else to solving the case, but you know, the only people that had the resources to solve anything are law enforcement, and you know, clearly they did not follow investigative leads to their ends. And when you just give up in the middle of something, that's as much information as anybody's going to get. Like, the defense is not law enforcement. We're not law enforcement. We're not going to be able to solve things because we don't have those resources. Like, you got to get somebody in a chair and talk to them and not delete the fucking video.
I could solve it. I bet you I could.
Right. I mean, anybody, like, it's not that with access to like a real level of investigation. Yeah. Some people with brains could fucking solve this. Like, dude, I it's starting to weigh on me that, like, I think the FBI might have already solved this, and they just don't have jurisdiction, and that we're just living in a fucking bureaucratic nightmare. Like, they already know, but they just can't do anything. And there's
they can't commandeer jurisdiction.
no, they can't. They can't do that.
Why?
I mean, they just can't. I don't know. That's just the way things are. It's just the way. It's a sad reality of the way things are. They can't just.
I don't very much like that.
They just can't do it. I mean, there's no. They're following the rules. It's their jurisdiction. They get it.
I don't love that.
No, it's a terrible, terrible reality.
But they already helped with it, so can't they kind of like slide into that jurisdiction?
I mean, I guess it depends on the specifics, but if the specifics don't allow them to do anything, then it doesn't allow them to do anything. Like, we don't know exactly what happened. So if they know exactly what happened, are they allowed to or not? I have no idea.
I think they can. I just think it's... I mean, at this point, 7 years later, there's so much they didn't fucking do. Like, the FBI wants to just like walk into a mess willingly, you know? I don't know. I wouldn't. They have to also feel confident that they have like the resources and that the evidence exists in order to solve it, right? Reasonably before they like
yeah, but I mean it was brought up a lot, like, for anybody paying attention. A lot of the state's case referenced without referencing. Things were tested, you know, things were investigated, but they didn't, when they didn't use the we did this, we did that, you know, it was well, when it is the FBI, because you didn't do it. Somebody did it, but you didn't do it. Like, the FBI tested some shit. You're not going to tell us about that, right? Weird.
What were they doing for all these years?
Well,
like, what were they doing?
The first several years, they were, you know, the FBI was doing stuff, and then I have no idea what the fuck happened for them. I mean, there's obviously some sort of big disagreement between local law enforcement and the FBI. And I don't know.
Didn't Tony Liggett say something today? Or no, when he was on the stand about like the someone's put it in the chat earlier, like the incident in 2019, or like the thing in 2019, like there was like something that happened.
I mean, there probably was. There's probably something that happened. I don't know that we're privy to what exactly happened. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to solve a complex case that's difficult, like, you would take all the help you can get. Like, if you care about solving it, like,
right,
why wouldn't you use the FBI's help? Like, they're going to be about 1 million times more competent than you.
Maybe that's the problem.
Well, it is the problem. That is exactly the problem.
They don't want that. Why are they so weird, Fiend?
Why am I so weird?
No, silly. Why are they so weird?
I don't know why. I mean, they're I think that there's just something weird going on. I mean, I think that's why they're weird.
Is it like weird sex stuff, weird cult stuff, weird drug stuff?
No idea what the answer is here. Like, I like everybody else. Like, everybody is always like, well, then you solve it. Like, you can't. Like, nobody is law enforcement. Nobody has access to solving this stuff. You can come up with any possible theory, and can you investigate it like to conclusion? No, you don't have that ability to do that. The people that have that ability is law enforcement. And for whatever reason, they decided, fuck it, we're not going to do that. Why?
They suck. There's got to be somewhere there. I mean, I think it could. So what about my theory of like, I just think they're hostile to outsiders in general. I think that, I don't know if there's like a specific thing that they're trying to keep from, you know, the purview of the feds or the public. I just think they're like, we don't want any of our business being rummaged through. You know what I mean? It's like a wide brush of paranoia and secrecy.
I mean, I do think there's a general part about that. It's hard to not be a little bit conspiratorial and think that there's something more to it. I mean, I do think that maybe, you know, a big part of this is that there's a disagreement about the fucking bullet.
Yeah, because we didn't hear that the FBI at some point either had custody of said bullet or knew of and opined about. They were not interested in the bullet. They were like, that's not a thing.
I mean, we have very, I mean, the whole thing is that we have very little to go off of. You know, we have some stuff to go off of. You know, we have a Ron Logan search warrant, and it says the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. and there's no mention of a fucking bullet. Like,
you're right.
That's about as much as we really have to go off of. Like,
that's a great point.
And they were certainly concerned about fibers and hairs and stuff, and lo and behold, no shit, because they were sent 72 fucking hairs, and they were like, oh yeah, what about these 3? Those definitely don't go to the victims. Do you want to test them? And they say no.
That's so many hairs.
They say no. They say no. Don't test those.
In what world? Like, okay, so there was no way for them to know at the time that the hairs would have been female. You know what I mean? They couldn't have known that. So why?
I mean, that's another shocking reality, is that there seems to be, like, the state is just plainly put forth. No, we only looked at male suspects.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you cut out 50% of the population just because of this crappy video that doesn't prove or show anything, and that you don't show us. That's your reasoning. That's what you did. Okay.
Aren't they embarrassed?
They should be. It's shocking. I mean, like, I mean, you get, like, how some things kind of could happen. You know, like, I mean, it's a little bit frustrating. I mean, it's a lot frustrating that, like you can't have a female suspect in this case because of the quote unquote bridge guy quote unquote video.
If there legitimately was no sexual assault, which I'm not convinced that there wasn't, but let's say that there was not.
Who knows? I don't even know what their testing was to, like.
Let's say that there was not, though. There was no obvious sign. Right. Why would you exclude female suspects?
You know,
I'm not saying that they can't essay, but, like,
you can't do that. You can't exclude any. They said that they didn't fucking exclude, like, they didn't clear everybody. That yet they also somehow cleared 50% of the whole fucking population.
Yeah, I don't fucking get it.
No, there's no female involved in this. How would you fucking know that?
You're just making wildly uninformed assumptions left and right. It's the same way that they decided that this is how the crime unfolded. They went down the hill and then down the hill and then across the creek. Like, that's just like a guess. It's fine to have a guess. It's fine to make an informed guess, but like disprove it. That's how you're supposed to conduct fucking investigations. You're supposed to disprove.
You also didn't get anywhere with your stupid fucking guesses for
literally
for
didn't.
a long time. So like, you would think, yeah, you'd like they said. I mean, they're fucking liars because they're like, oh, we'll go back to the beginning and look at everything. You didn't. Yeah. You didn't, and you didn't roll back on any assumptions that you made. You just stuck with them.
They lie like they breathe. They lie without shame and without fear of consequences. And they lie without any, like, they've never had a consequence, though. Like, what is a consequence going to be for anybody lying in this case?
Oh, well. Oh, I mean, an acquittal will result will result in consequences. Don't.
That's a pretty good consequence.
Don't sleep on that. That they're like following that would be a lot of consequences. But yeah, before that, oh shit, they all fucking got promotions just to make it look better for a jury. Everybody's suddenly a lieutenant or a major or a master or whatever the fuck, like whatever promotion you can give to somebody, we're gonna do it now just because it sounds good.
How bad does it look that Doug Carter personally promoted Lieutenant Jerry Holman months before this video? So this video eventually, I mean, these are public exhibits. Eventually, they will be made public, one way or another, whether it's through FOIA or lawsuit or whatever. Like, they will be made public. People will see Jerry Holman busting blood vessels in his fucking neck, screaming like a barbarian in the face of an innocent pretrial suspect. Doug Carter was like, his professionalism and his integrity. And it's like, you're a bunch of fucking clowns. You didn't have to double down like this. But they always do. They always do.
Well, there's a lot on the line because if they fail here, there will be consequences. Like their ass is on the fucking line here. It's gonna be bad.
I want prison for Jerry Holman.
I mean, yeah, I think it's a lofty goal, but no, they're
that was my nickname in high school.
Lofty goal.
Yeah, just kidding. No, it wasn't. Yeah. I want prison bigly though. He definitely belongs in jail at the very least. He's committed a federal crime against moi. Plus all of the federal crimes that he's committed just in this case. Perjury too. Brady, perjury. Eighth Amendment.
I think
1983.
Yeah, there's a good argument to make for a number of those things.
Yeah, this is like, Judy, thank you for asking this question too, because I don't understand, how did they know that it was a female hair? They must have done some presumptive kind of analysis on it before they did DNA testing, right?
Well, this is the whole thing, is that they have access to information from the FBI. They have access to things that the FBI has done.
Did the FBI test it?
They just didn't want to reference a lot of those things because they don't want to bring up, in this case, that the FBI was involved and they kicked the FBI off because that's going to look bad to a jury. So like they've skirted around the entire reality of, yeah, there was a lot more investigation. There was, but it doesn't point to their defendant, so it's not part of this case. That's the whole fucking thing.
It's so confusing. It's confusing though. Like there's ways like, okay, a lot of these questions are yes or no questions, Fiend. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that a lot of them are.
Why aren't we getting yes or no answers on anything?
Because they don't point to this defendant. That's
Right, yeah,
the entirety of everything. It's like this is why you get a really bad case from the state. Like a very basic, like, real case against Richard Allen, they would put everybody that was on the trails that day and really build a timeline. Did they do that? Of course not. No. They cherry picked their 3 or 4 quote unquote best ones, which were terrible because they don't describe Richard Allen in any way, shape, or form. And then they just up and then move on to the next thing. What are you doing? What are you like? A real case would put every single motherfucker up there, all of them. Put all the kids, all the men that were on the trails, every single person that you know about, every one of them, everyone that you know about, you put them up there, and they'll say what they saw, and like you're building out the groundwork for what was happening that day. But they didn't do that.
I almost feel like they made the timeline so narrow from the very beginning because they were just like, well, fuck, this is like way too much work. This is insurmountable. But
it's not that. I mean, it's
to them though, to their puny little fucking stupid brains. Like they're looking at like the landscape and like they probably were coming at it like, oh my god, what the fuck happened? Because the girls were missing for almost 24 hours. So like,
oh yeah, because they completely their fault that the timeline is like completely wide open.
Yeah, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me that they ended their case and like, do we have any, remember you were like, I don't know what the theory of the case is. Do we have a shred of clarity as to what their theory of the case is specifically?
I don't know. And I don't know that it's very, like, we're not going to get clarity from the state side.
For sure.
That, like, we just saw it. We just saw the whole case.
Right.
That's it. There's nothing. Not like there's a second case coming. Like, we saw their case, and yeah, I have no idea what they're really alleging happened. Still,
I don't think they know.
No, I mean, yeah, well, of course. I mean, I don't know. Either they know or they don't. I don't know. I wouldn't say that they don't know. But it isn't. They're if they know, they're not saying it.
I don't think they know. I think they're so fucking stupid. I think that probably. I think people are underestimating Liggett and his involvement in sus shit. That's how I feel.
I mean, I completely am sympathetic to people that would be conspiratorial and like. I mean, I think it's a natural conclusion. Something fucked up is happening.
This guy he went from being, okay, so, all right. When it comes to power, money is probably most important. Money
and power are like,
they're like interchangeable.
Then those are the important things.
Right. Right. I agree. And they would prefer to have both, but they'll take one or the other. But most of the time, they want both. But like money is usually like follow the money is usually how you find the answer to like all of the things a lot of times. And but there's something that's weird to me about Tony Liggett. May I?
Go ahead.
So he went from being just kind of like this. So he was an optometrist. An optometrist or an optometrist?
Was he really?
Yeah.
No shit. I've never heard that before.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I got a funny picture of him as an optometrist. He was an optometrist. And then he joined the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. I think that was or maybe he joined, I don't know if he joined another law enforcement agency before that, but then like they had to do layoffs. So he got laid off in like 2008 or something. Then he got like rehired again. Right. So, but he's like, not like he's kind of like a nobody, you know, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but like, he's kind of like a nobody in terms of like, he doesn't have like deep connects or like deep pockets or whatever, you know what I mean? And yeah, very amount of time, he went from being just kind of this like every guy, you know, deputy. He was made detective in 2016, so it's not like he's been a detective very long. But so Tony has been sued one time in civil court. It wasn't anything major. I don't know the details because they're all whatever. I think it was over a property or something, but he was sued by Dr. Don. If there's anyone local, you're going to know exactly who I'm talking about, but this is a rabbit hole that I'm stuck in. What the fuck is his name? Who cares? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll think of it. But he was sued by this
Don or Don?
D-O-N. Is it Dom? It's probably maybe it's Dom.
Oh,
I think it's Dom.
That's a different one. I was like D-A-W-N or T-O.
I have a whole Google Drive folder. What's his fucking name? Hold on a second, because now it's gonna drive me crazy. It's Don Stevens. Thank you, Judge Jessica. Amazing. Maybe. Yes, I think it's Dr. Don. And so Dr. Don is basically, he and his wife, they're both doctors. They did a medical practice in Delphi. Look at chat. He had a medical practice in Delphi. Anyway, he's under federal investigation a lot. He basically killed like he was over prescribing. He was basically running a pill mill, opiates. He basically got like
who was
Dr. Don.
Oh.
He's like a old man. You would look at him very unassuming, very wealthy. Him and his wife had like a very successful medical practice, but they got like an entire generation of people in Delphi hooked on opiates. And I think that by the time last I looked, so he was under investigation by the DEA and federally indicted, and they linked like 28 deaths to his practice. The Charles guy. Oh no, it's not. It must be a different guy that I'm thinking of. Let me just find his name really quick because I don't want to misspeak and like I'm all out of sorts. But Tony Liggett was sued by him, and I know that everybody talks about meth in this case because it's epidemic levels of methamphetamine in this part of the country. Don Wagner, Dr. Don Wagner was sued. Tony Liggett was sued by Dr. Don in 2015. So Dr. Don is just like interesting that like the literal drug lord of Carroll County. I mean, he made national news. Like, it's a big fucking deal. If anyone is interested in this, I'd never heard of it. It just goes to show like how.
Yeah, I've never heard of any of this.
It's insane, Fiend. Like it would blow your mind.
But 1,000,000%. Don't. Everybody wants to talk about meth or fentanyl and stuff, but like, do not forget like
how it started.
Complete opiate, like
dude, how it fucking started
across the fucking country.
I'm not kidding. I had somebody come into the chat not too long ago, and this is how it like kind of like got on my radar because I was like, this is like the third time I've heard that name. Somebody was like, I had to leave Delphi because Dr. Don was feeding my habit or something like I'm not kidding, like an entire generation of like probably what's the millennial and then
Z?
maybe Gen Z, Gen X, or Gen Z.
Yeah,
No, older.
like
Gen X.
I think probably millennial, but
An entire generation of people addicted, literally. I mean, 2016, 17, 18, I think like more people annually died from opiates than in the Vietnam like war. But
yeah, it's insane.
Is horrific, and it was pills. It wasn't like, I mean, fentanyl is killing people left and right. Obviously, at the time we didn't know much. We didn't have Narcan. Like, there's a lot of reasons so many people died. It was awful, but like, yeah, there was no regulations, and they were doing it without, like, they were just literally, they were drug dealers. They were white, rich, wealthy, farm owning, land owning, high society drug dealers. And it got so bad that a coroner in a neighboring county was like, somehow, like, there were so many deaths that a coroner from a neighboring county was able to link like the commonality between the deaths that they were seeing to this particular medical practice in Delphi. And anyway, all of that to say, I just found it very strange. Like, I've always just had this inkling that Tony Liggett had powerful connections, but not like politicians. And I mean, he did get endorsed by politicians, but like, I kind of think he's just got like fucking drug connects. I mean, I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but honestly, fuck him.
Judge Jessica, yes, they die, not sue. That's opiates will fucking kill. They kill you.
Yep, 100%. And yeah, and then when there's a polysubstance component, it's like, yeah, you're gone. It's really sad. This is awesome, Tommy. Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that. So I don't know, like, I just feel like there's some shady shit with him, and you know how I feel about like Dysinger, and he's like best friends with Dysinger. It's just like there's just some shit there, and there's like a lot of money among that group of men that like I know, like we know how much money they make. It's like public. Their fucking salaries are public. Like, it's just like there's just things that don't add up, and I don't think that meth is necessarily the answer. There's not as much money at meth, you know.
It's a good point, and like I don't know, like I mean, it almost makes too much sense that you would conflate one drug for another drug just to throw people off your scent.
Yeah.
But
and meth is more visible.
Opiates are a very firm reality that it just hasn't gotten the same amount of attention. And you're right, it's because of
they've stopped talking about it. I think
it's because it's been so lucrative, you know.
Yeah, and the thing about the Midwest, like, you got to remember too that at the time, like, they were being incentivized. Doctors and prescribers were being incentivized by pharma companies like the Sacklers and like to prescribe. And what happened was, I don't think that the research was necessarily caught up with it, but then there was also another. So some of it was just like, no, this isn't like, look, you're gonna feel better.
It's a legitimate thing because like opiates do they do resolve pain, you know, like
100%.
Pain control is like, it's a huge problem. Like, and they're like, hey, this is a good fix. Well, yes and no.
It is until it's not.
Yes and no. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it does do that. But like, man, you got a huge problem on the back end of that.
Right. And anyway, I think that like we don't hear about it as much now because obviously, so we had like the opiate epidemic. People were dying left and right. Entire fucking like neighborhoods and counties just like wiped out in the Rust Belt. But then they're like, oh, well, we got Narcan, so problem solved. Okay. But not really, because just because people are not necessarily, and they're still dying all the time, by the way, from opiates. I do a lot of harm reduction, like in my like free time and professional life. I do a lot of like Narcan distribution and like harm reduction advocacy. it's everywhere still. Just because it's not making the news, just because like there's not like all these DOJ grants for it anymore, doesn't mean that it's not still a problem. And I think that Delphi, like, this is just like another fucking example of like perception and appearance and everything. They're so insulated. Like, I didn't even know about this guy. And when I tell you, Fiend, like, once I'll like post some shit later. Like, once y'all start digging into this like case, like, literally, the DEA, the feds, like, this is making national news. It's not just like Indiana News, Indy Star. This is like literally like, you know how like when they arrest like a major fucking, they do like a drug bust of like a fucking corporation, or like they file charges against a DA or something. They do like a bulletin. The fucking DOJ will do like a nationwide bulletin. Like, they literally did like bulletins about this guy's practice because of how like the insane quantity of opiates that were being pushed out of this medical practice. And then the fucking shady, this is why Tony came up. The shady, they started selling and moving around all their money and all of their land and all their property and all of their assets. And like the Carroll County Comet is like amazing, because they literally, anytime anyone like quick deed, like warranty, or like anytime anyone does like a transfer of a deed or a whatever, the Comet like reports it. So for like months, this family is like, every single week they're like making these like major transactions and like transfers and everything. Yeah, it's money laundering 100%. I think that's part of the reason why they got caught. But regardless, these were very influential, very well known. Like, everybody went to the Wagner medical practice. Everybody. So all of that to say, like, just interesting that to see like two names, like they obviously had a conflict that resulted in a lawsuit. So I mean, it's just interesting to me. Someone shady like Tony being connected to somebody like Dr. Don, to me, is concerning.
It's interesting, and I don't think that like, I don't think that like there are a million theories. I don't think that any of them are like, I don't think any of them are provable. So like, keep an open mind. Like,
this nerd.
I think there's a lot of reason to suspect that opiate type of stuff is very, very plausible.
Judy, and totally for people with like chronic pain, or like, I mean, they serve a purpose, right? Like, nothing is good or bad, but the reality is,
right,
they're incredibly addictive, and they're incredibly lethal when you're not being careful. And doctor, like, so there is research that suggests that like if you're irresponsibly prescribing, right, and you're not like also like supplementing like other kinds of pain management with, it's like a temporary fix. It's just prolonging, right, pain. And like, anyway, it doesn't even matter. Like, I'm not a doctor, so it's not my place to talk about it. But like,
it's a whole
thing.
It's
but
a
like
whole thing.
A lot of people got very rich.
When if you look up the statistics of opiate addiction, like just go look it up. Go look it up. Like, it's rampant. So like, I mean, I've had like a, like just a general sense of when you see somebody that around you that appears to be cracked out, like, that's it. That they're probably addicted to fucking pills, opiates. Like they're
everywhere.
They're on crack. I mean, they're cracked out, but it's not crack. They're on fucking opiates. Like, and you, like, anytime you wonder about somebody, that's it. That's the exact, like, that's the correlation for the percentage of people. Like, it's a huge percentage of people that are like, they're addicts for opiates.
Yeah. And I mean, unfortunately for people that, unfortunately for people with chronic pain, but fortunately the prescribing regulations and everything have gotten a lot better. It's like,
oh yeah, my dad's a doctor, and he would never prescribe.
well, just because there's like the risk of
You can't responsibly prescribe like opiates to people.
methadone and Suboxone. By the way, I don't know what people feel about it, but like I just talked about harm reduction. Methadone and Suboxone are miracle drugs. And I applaud anybody who is on methadone or Suboxone. Yes, they can be addicting, like a lot of things can, but I want the people I love to be alive. And there are so many people that are on MAT that are alive today because of it. So, you know, this conversation is in no way like meant to like, I think that some of the, a lot of people that I love very much more than anything in the world are on Suboxone and probably will be for life. And I don't care because they're functional.
Pain is a real thing, and
100%.
billions of people
love
suffer
it.
from it. And yes, opiates are very effective in treating pain. It's the problem is that they're insanely addictive.
100%. 100%. Yeah, kicking. I mean, again, there's like, I feel like they're constantly like methadone is great in a lot of ways. Suboxone is great in a lot of ways. Not everybody has access to Suboxone. So like, you know, it's just good to be informed and good to just have a community, a support, you know, people that understand, because it is pain is impossibly difficult to live with. And but so is addiction, you know, so sucks. I wish that there was like it's like you can like no good thing, like too much of a good thing. It's like at some point they had to realize like maybe this is like too good to be true. I don't think they realized it soon enough.
Right. I mean that's the whole thing. Well, no, I mean they realized like what they realized is like, hey, this works and it's gonna be a hot seller and money, and that's as far as their thinking took them, because it's always money. Yeah, and you made a fucking shit ton of money killing people. Like, I mean, we're talking $1 billion lawsuits. I mean, like, seriously. And it's not like they didn't know. Like, they knew what they were doing. Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, it's, you know, you think about it from the macro level, as far as like, oh yeah, you know, Purdue Pharma gets sued for billions of dollars. Yeah, but like, there's also the people on the street doing it, and they're you know, it's not the fucking crack dealers, you know, like, this is doctors.
100%, and that's why it's
this is white collar, like, bullshit, like, and it affects everybody. Like, yeah, like, oh, you think you're not a fucking druggie because you're taking pills. You are, like, you're
well, there's such
stigma. When you see somebody that appears to be this is just go look around. Just
take a peek.
Go
gander.
Go look on YouTube or Twitter, and like, hey, these people like seem cracked the fuck out, and there's no explanation for it. Hey, there is an explanation for it. They're on opiates. They're popping pills. That's the whole explanation.
Yeah, I think that you look at places like Delphi where there's like, I just feel like we forget about opiates and the conversations about like what makes a community, I'm going to use the word sick, you know, I'm going to be generous and use the word sick. Like, what makes a community, a place like this, sick? You know, and like, it's like, okay, greed, generational trauma, institutional, like all of that shit is very legitimate. But like, is it also possible that like maybe an entire fucking generation of people got fucked up by irresponsible fucking doctors who were getting rich off of getting them addicted to pain meds? Like, I just feel like we
I mean, no, that's the nail on the fucking head, dude. Like, the statistics bear this. Like, you can anybody go look it up. Like, yeah, the number of people that are impacted by opiates is phenomenal. Like, you don't have a good sense of reality unless you go read how many people are impacted by this.
And it's like there's such a stigma surrounding and it's one of the things that kind of makes me uncomfortable about like this case in particular, because maybe there's a meth component, but I don't think there is. But at the end of the day, like, I don't really differentiate between meth and crack and opiates. Opiates that you get from a doctor or meth that you get from like somebody across the street from you. Like, I think that the stigmatization, you know, and like the whiteness of opiate addiction, for lack of a better word. And I don't mean like, I know that like white people do meth too, but I just mean like the white collarness, you know, of getting pills from a doctor. And it's like, you're addicted, motherfucker. Like, you're addicted. You're not functional. You've lost your ability to function. You are addicted. And just because you get them from a doctor who's irresponsible doesn't make you any better than the person who at one point was probably just like you, who couldn't afford it anymore, who's now like copping from the like trap house across the street. Like, there's no difference. So, you know, like you're gonna be there eventually too if you continue down that road. Like, I hate the like hierarchy and like the, you know,
right. I mean, it's a whole. I mean,
but it's not visible to the naked eye always, is my point. Like, a lot of the people that are benefiting from the pain and the deterioration of others, you know, getting rich off making other people sick or dying, they don't look like, you know, criminal masterminds. They don't look like drug dealers. They don't look like they're getting a cut. Hey, how many sheriffs in the United States do you think
they're fucking rich because they made a shit ton of money doing it?
How many sheriffs across the U.S. do you think get a little cut from a little something, from like looking the other way or like not arresting the people across like down the street who are maintaining like a nuisance? You know what I mean? Like, this shit happens. It doesn't have to be like organized crime for it to be you know what I mean? I feel like I'm like not.
I do. No, yeah.
It happens. It's not.
You got a farm company that just mass produces opiates. You got doctors that are pushed to overprescribe opiates, and then like once again it's into people's hands. Like, yeah, some of those people like, well, you know, I make a lot of money just selling these pills that I can get prescribed all the time. Yeah, and they do. Like, but like, I mean, it's a trickle down effect and you know, all these opiates are just in the. I mean, it's not as bad now because obviously, like, it was recognized, and you know, to a certain extent mitigated, but for a very long period of time, that was the reality, is just that you had fucking
entire towns
pills. Yeah, then just fucking wiping
gone. I mean, entire towns in the Midwest were at one point, and I don't know how they. I mean, but it's not something you just like recover from. Like, literally leveled by the opiate epidemic, and that was not even a decade ago. Exactly. Like, Delphi was not immune to any of that.
Oh, no.
Just because they dress it up, you know.
Right. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's a great point and I don't know. I don't know why I didn't really even give it as much consideration. There's just, I mean, we're all impacted by narratives.
Yeah, and it's just not as visible.
But the reality is the opiate epidemic is a real thing that is very documented, and like, and you can go read about it.
Yeah.
And like, you can't pretend that it didn't happen.
No, you can't. So I don't know. That's my spiel about the thing. I don't know what to make of any of it. It's like a very new rabbit hole that I kind of just accidentally fell into a couple weeks ago, and I was like, this is probably gonna have to wait. Hey, coach, I think this is probably gonna have to wait until after the trial. But like, I don't know how I've been up to my eyeballs in Carroll County, like research, like politics, history, agriculture, commerce, all the shit that like you can think of trying to understand this fucking place for 3 years, like on a macro level. And not once did this huge criminal investigation, DEA, feds, DOJ, like at no point did this come onto my radar. I had to look for it.
No, that's a good point. And like, I'm just saying, we're all impacted by like people want to think that they're immune to propaganda.
Right.
You're not. I'm not. Nobody is. You're not immune to propaganda. You're not immune to the narratives that are put out there. And so, like, yeah, I had not something that I had really considered, but you absolutely should consider it.
So,
it's very
yeah.
real thing.
So basically they got in trouble for they were like, I mean, it always comes down to billing, fraud, Medicaid fraud, and like basically like they were fudging their numbers, and they were billing Indiana Medicaid for like multiple units when they were only testing like a single urine sample or something. Something like that is how they got caught. Greed is how they got caught. It's crazy though. Like this shit was literally being filed, like this depositions from 2024, and they first got arrested in like 2012. This has been going on for over a decade. Like they're still investigating them. Like they still don't know the magnitude of like the harm that this one fucking medical practice caused. Like Jesus Christ.
I know, and that's one, and don't fool yourself and think that it's one. Like,
right, yeah,
this is a rampant epidemic that happened.
This is like, but it's just fascinating to me, like the kind of shit that gets investigated and prosecuted and the kind of shit that doesn't, you know. I don't know. Like, how do you quantify harm? Obviously, like loss of life is probably the best way, but I have no idea. Are you Noe? Is that Noe?
Yeah, Coach Cruz, I think, is Noe. Yeah.
Why would that? I don't know, Noe. I really don't. Let me check. I will check. I actually don't know how to do it on StreamYard though, but I promise I will check because I have no idea why you would be. Hey, Noe.
What's up, Noe?
Oh, he's blocked for some reason, he said. Rogue mod. No, I don't know, but I will check, Noe. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Noe, weren't you in Carroll County today? Picketing? Resisting?
Thought maybe it was yesterday, but yeah.
Yesterday? Oh, well, whatever. It's 4 in the morning, Fiend. Not all of us have slept.
It may have been there today, too. I'm not sure.
Cool. I love that. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Fiend, you reminded me that it's 4 in the morning. I have to go sleep. I need to get at least like 5 hours of sleep to be functional. 4 or 5. Probably 5.
Yeah, I fell asleep early, so.
I know you did. I'm going to put my Dr. Don folder again in the chat. If anyone's interested, this shit's fascinating. I have all the stuff. I love all of you. We're going to Irish goodbye. Okay? It's not Irish goodbye. Okay, bye.